A fair-skinned, beautiful slave, falsely accused of mating with a beast, cast out of the Yun family. The past cut through my mind like a blade, slicing across my memory inch by inch. My eyes snapped open. The back garden of the Yun estate. Late spring sunlight, thick enough to make a man dizzy. In the middle of the lawn, kneeling on the grass, were 5 impossibly beautiful beast folk girls. I had been reborn. Under the wide shade of a garden umbrella, my father, Yun Buyuan, and my stepmother, Pulan, lounged in their wicker chairs. Which of these 5 slaves do you want? Pulan asked, all smiles. The fox girl's the prettiest of the lot. Why not her? My gaze moved across the 5 faces. The first, a rabbit clan girl, tiny and soft, rank F with affinity, with a round, childish face. The second, a wolf clan woman, the bold and commanding type, rank D lightning affinity, honey-colored skin, wild and hard to tame. The third, a snake clan girl, rank D ice affinity, long straight black hair, a cold and distant look in her eyes. The fourth, a mermaid girl, useless rank sound affinity, eyes as clear as a shallow sea, and mute, on top of everything. The fifth, the fox clan girl, rank D fire affinity, flame red hair, fair skin, a beautiful face. The moment I saw that last face, hatred surged up through my chest. In my last life, it was this scheming little fox who had teamed up with Hulan and her son, Yun Lang, to destroy me, my home, my family, everything. The fox girl had once been Yun Lang's private plaything. She was even carrying his child. On this continent, you could beat a beast slave, you could curse one, but the one thing you could never do was lie with one. It went against every moral law. It was the kind of scandal that could shake the world. Yun Lang panicked. He and Hulan put their heads together and decided that I, the country bumpkin they dragged back from the sticks, would take the fall. In my last life, I'd chosen her without a clue what was happening. I never laid a single finger on her. But day by day her belly grew rounder, and then she turned around, weeping, and accused me of forcing myself on her. My father seized the chance. He struck me from the family register and threw me out. I became the laughingstock of the entire continent. I think the fox girl will do nicely, Hulan said, her voice soft and warm and intimate. She's pretty, she's gentle, she's perfect for waiting on you. What do you say, Yinqing? She was certain I would do as I was told. In her eyes, I was nothing but a country-bred mongrel, too spineless to say even half a word of refusal. Inside, I sneered. The 5 she had so carefully picked out, a dull rabbit, a sinister snake, a savage wolf, a mute mermaid, were all rejects, the kind no one wanted in the slave market. Only the fox was halfway presentable. To put it plainly, the whole thing was a trap, a snare tailor-made for me by mother and son. You really think she's the good one? I asked. Of course she is. Would your own mother ever steer you wrong? Yun Lang laughed lazily. Just listen to Mom. The fox is pretty and obedient. She's a fine match for you. Out in the countryside, I bet you never laid eyes on goods this fine, did you? He didn't bother to hide his contempt. He was certain I'd dance for them like a puppet on a string. You seem awfully fond of her, I said, looking right at him. He froze. Then he scoffed. Fond of her? She's a beast, that's all. I just don't want you picking some troublesome one with that lousy eye of yours. Enough. Yun Buyuan shot me a sideways glance, his voice cold and indifferent. It's a slave. What's there to dawdle over? Take the 5th one. We're done here. I answered evenly. Forgive me, father. I'm afraid I can't obey. Yun Lang flared up. Your elders pick a servant for you. That's a blessing. You can't even be grateful, and now you've got the nerve to talk back? I arched an eyebrow and let a thread of quiet sorrow slip into my voice. I heard that all 10 of my dear brother Yun Lang's servants were chosen by his own hand. I was under the impression I might have the same right to choose. It seems I overestimated my place in this family, I said, and stood up. In that case, perhaps it would be better if I simply left the Yun family for good. Yun Buyuan's face went stiff. I was the son of his first wife. After my mother died of illness, he had married Hulan in a heartbeat and shipped me off to relatives in the countryside. This year, that relative had died, and only then had he grudgingly brought me home. 3 months back home, and now the boy was leaving. If word got out, what would people think? That he mistreated his own flesh and blood? Where would that leave the Yun family's good name? He gave in. It's only picking a slave. Is this really necessary? Choose whoever you like. There. Satisfied. The fox girl's face went pale. Without realizing it, her hand pressed flat against her lower belly. Hu Lan's expression shifted slightly, and Yun Lang couldn't keep his composure at all. Hu Lan pinched him quickly. What are you panicking for? You can dodge this for now, but not forever. We'll find another chance to slip her to him later. I was silent for a moment. Then, one word at a time, I said it. I'll take all of them. Yun Lang's face changed first. Are you out of your mind? All 5. You think the Yun family's money grows on trees. Every one of these slaves was a stunning beauty. Any single one of them was worth a mansion in the royal capital. A country hick, and he had the gall to talk like that. But Hu Lan only blinked. Then a thick, sneering scorn rose in her eyes. All 5 is fine, too. The fox still gets in. The plan holds. This mongrel really is hopeless. One look at a few pretty faces, and his head's gone spinning. Yun Buiyuan frowned. Perhaps it was that small flicker of guilt at work, because he actually nodded. Fine. They're only slaves. The Yun family won't miss the money. Father. Yun Lang's face was pure disbelief. Hu Lan put her gentle smile back on. Then, Yun Qing, see that you treat them well. With that, she took my father's arm and went into the villa. Yun Lang shot me a vicious glare and stalked off, sleeves flapping. The fox girl let go of the fabric she'd been clutching, and most of the panic drained from her eyes. Idiot. She still thought she'd won. The garden fell quiet. The 5 girls remained kneeling on the lawn. The butler cleared his throat twice. Well, greet your master. One greets her master. The rabbit girl was the first to come back to herself. She had been hauled out of the cage in the kitchen by her ears. A second later, and she'd have been somebody's dinner. The wolf girl flicked her gray wolf ears, her golden eyes clouded and unreadable. In a low voice she said, Siar, greeting her master. Old scars showed on her skin, not yet fully faded. She was a fighter, pulled from the beast pits, rough-handed, picked by Hu Lan just to round out the numbers. I could tell exactly what she was thinking. This was a nuisance. All she knew in this life was how to fight. Set her to waiting on a pampered young master, and she might tear his arm off by accident. Zhan Yu greets her master. The snake girl spoke without fawning and without fear, a flicker of mocking chill passing through her violet eyes. The mermaid girl could not speak. She only bowed, obedient. The butler said her name was Shui Lin. The fox girl bowed gently too. Her name was Su Mei. I don't like beating around the bush, I said, sweeping my eyes across the 5 faces. Now that you serve me, let me say this up front. Under my roof, beastfolk servants are treated exactly the same as humans. In every way. The words landed, and Bai Ruan's ruby-red eyes instantly brimmed with tears. A day ago she'd nearly been turned into braised rabbit. A day later she had a master, and the master was saying she was the same as a person. And master, this can't be right, she said, her voice rough. We're just lowly slaves. Xiaoder's golden eyes narrowed. I could read her thoughts. Stupid rabbit. Too naive. What nobles loved most was humiliating exactly this kind of girl. The one who didn't understand the world. The more innocent, the more fun. Zhan Yu stood in the corner, her ink-black hair hiding half her face, the very faintest curve at the edge of her mouth. It wasn't a smile. She thought the whole thing was absurd. Hand out sweets first, get them comfortable, and when you finally turn on them, you turn faster than anyone. She'd seen this trick more times than she could count in the slave market. Shui Lin's clear blue eyes widened a little, and she gave a small, soft laugh. She had spent a long time in a slave trader's hands. The man had hated that she couldn't sing and used to jab an iron rod into her fishtail to force a sound out of her. She had thought this was simply how her life would be, forever. Su Mei stood at the very front and immediately piled on the gratitude. Thank you, master. Her voice was soft and sweet, but I could nearly see straight through to what she was thinking. A poor country squire who can barely feed himself, and he's going to treat slaves well? The moment he runs out of money, the first thing he cuts will be our rations. The dumber, the easier to fool. Once the baby's born and pinned on him, the job's done. All of it. I saw all of it. My expression darkened, and my voice went cold. Let me say the ugly part first. The thing I hate most is betrayal. If any one of you ever betrays me, I paused. Then be ready to have your bones ground to dust and your ashes scattered. The butler by the door shivered. This country-bred young master, who normally didn't dare raise his voice, suddenly carried an aura more frightening than Yun Buiyuan himself. He exchanged a glance with the servant beside him, neither of them quite believing it. Was this really the pushover everyone had written off? Sumei's heart suddenly began to race. She stole a glance upward, but from this young, unreadable face of mine, she couldn't catch the faintest trace of anger or pleasure. We will never betray our master. 5 voices answered as one. Once the rules were set, I kept the butler behind to assign their duties. I made one point especially clear. Sumei would be sent to clean the 2 bathrooms on the east side of the 3rd floor. Twice a day. If the work wasn't up to standard, her rations would be docked. A fox bred to play the zither and pour tea, set to scrubbing toilets. In my last life, she had wept before me, lovely as a rain-soaked pear blossom, and dumped a bucket of filthy water all over me. This life, she could start with the toilets. I turned and went upstairs. A freshly reborn mind needs a little quiet. I pushed open the door to my room. Sunlight poured through the floor-to-ceiling windows, washing everything in warm gold. The room was large, but bare. 3 months, and not one person had asked whether I wanted to add anything to it. I glanced at the blank, empty walls and gave a self-mocking tug at the corner of my mouth. 3 knocks at the door. Shuelin came in carrying a cup of lavender tea, set it down, stepped back, and bowed slightly. The pale purple tea swayed gently in the white porcelain cup. I took a sip. She stood quietly to the side, a faint smile on her lips, like an aquatic flower raised in a greenhouse. Gentle, harmless. But I knew, sooner or later, this flower would bloom into something that devoured men whole. I looked out at the skyline and let my thoughts drift far away. Taking in these 5 slaves was not lust, and it was not impulse. Not one of them was an ordinary character. The world I lived in was the continent of Leia, where humans reigned supreme. Across the ocean lay another land, the beastfolk continent. The 2 continents faced each other across the sea, locked in mutual hatred. And among these 5 slaves kneeling before me were hidden the very people who would one day overturn the entire order of the world. Zhanyu. Her full name was Emo Zhanyue. She was the crown princess of the beastfolk imperial house, the future empress. A single coup had thrown her, overnight, from the heavens down into the role of a prisoner. She'd fled aboard a cargo ship bound for the continent of Leia, and there became the lowliest of slaves. In my last life, I hadn't chosen her. She'd been bought by a noble who took pleasure in torturing beastfolk, and she endured a full year in that hell. A year later, on one black night, she took a sharpened iron chopstick and drove it through the throats of every single member of that noble's household, 17 people. From the master down to the cook, not one was spared. When the news got out, the entire continent trembled. A single slave had slaughtered an entire estate. Later she returned to the beastfolk continent, raised an army, rebelled, and seized back the throne. On the day of her coronation, 10,000 beasts bowed before her. And the first thing she did was declare war on the continent of Leia. The fires of war burned for 7 full years. Countless cities were leveled to the ground. The Yun family did not escape. Every last member dead, the estate reduced to rubble. And I, cast out of my own home, drifted from place to place until I starved to death in a leaking rented room in some city slum. This life, I would never again let her fall into another's hands. This blade, I would grip it myself. Then there was Xiar. She had been born a slave. From her earliest memory, she'd been in the beast pits, made to tear apart her own kind for a noble's amusement. In my last life, she followed Emo Zhanyue into rebellion. Her strength was overwhelming, her battle record legendary. She rose from a pit fighter into the rebel leader who made the nobles of Leia tremble at the mere mention of her name. The history books gave her one verdict, 8 words long. A wolf may run 1,000 miles, but it never sheds its wildness. But in this life, she was still only a clear-eyed girl whose single wish was to fill her stomach. She and Zhanyu were both that rare thing, dual ability holders. A moment ago, both had claimed only rank D. In truth, both were holding back a hidden card. In this world, beastfolk are born with abilities. The ranks run from F up to S. F the lowest, S the highest. F through D are next to worthless. Only at rank D does an ability become genuinely useful. and the vast majority of beast folk spend their entire lives trapped somewhere between F and D. Xiana's open card was rank D lightning. Her hidden card was rank A space affinity, the power to carve out a private storage dimension large enough to hold an entire room. In her last life, she became a rebel leader not on strength alone, but on this ghost-like space, which she used to move supplies without a sound. But in this life, no one knew yet, not even her. And Mo Zhanyue's hidden card was rank S spirit affinity. In theory, the highest rank that exists in this world. I had lived a great many years, and the strongest I'd ever heard of was rank A. Rank S lived only in textbooks and in the stories old folks passed down by word of mouth, treated as legend. If she so chose, the instant our eyes met, she could read every thought in my mind. The thought sent a chill down my spine. Thank God, from the first glance until now, I had never once met her eyes. That was something I would have to guard against, with the greatest care, from here on. I closed my eyes and let out a breath. Xuelin. Of all the slaves, she was the one I pitied most. She was gentle to the bone, with no hatred in her heart, like a fish in a shallow sea, offering kindness to everyone. But this world did not deserve her gentleness. In my last life, a wealthy merchant discovered she was not mute by birth. Her vocal cords had been ruined by a slave trader's branding iron. The scars had covered them over, but had not destroyed them completely. The merchant found a doctor, and through brutal, violent means, forced her vocal cords open again. How much pain that took, no one knows. But the result was this: she could sing. No one had imagined that a broken mermaid would carry a rank S sound affinity. The first song she ever sang made that merchant leap, smiling, from the third floor. The second made the watching crowd turn on one another, tearing flesh until blood ran in the streets. The third sank an entire street of people into a waking dream from which they never woke. After that, Xuelin vanished. Some said she was dead. Some said she'd returned to the deep sea. No one ever saw her again. I opened my eyes. The tea had gone stone cold. In the pale purple liquid wavered my reflection, this young, still boyish face. Hulan would never, not in her wildest dreams, have guessed that the slaves she'd thrown together for me at random were each one a being capable of rewriting the order of the world. Thank you so much for that. Crash. Downstairs, a sharp sound. Porcelain shattering. Then the butlers tamped down scolding. You can't even carry a vase steady. If you can't manage a little thing like this, what use are you? Then by Ruan's crying, thin as a mosquito's whine. I'm sorry, it was so slippery. Do you have any idea what that vase is worth? We could sell you off, and you still couldn't pay it back. I'd nearly forgotten about Ruan. She really was nothing more than an ordinary rabbit. In my last life, she'd probably been made straight into spicy braised rabbit's head by the cook. I'd taken her in offhandedly, only so Hulan wouldn't grow suspicious. I didn't go down to rescue her. In a world like this, a slave breaking her master's belongings and getting off with a few harsh words was already the lightest punishment there was. If I went down to speak up for her, the butler might not back off at all. Worse, the other servants would decide the rabbit had a protector and shut her out even harder. I turned and sat back down by the window, lifted the cup of cold tea, and took a sip. A faint sweetness welled up at the tip of my tongue. Getting a second chance. The greatest capital I had was the gap in information. If I couldn't even hold on to that one advantage, then how was I any different from the fool in my last life who let everyone push him around? Memory alone wasn't safe enough. I dug out paper and pen and copied down everything from my past life, reciting it until I could run through it backward without a stumble. Only then did I pick up the lighter and press down. Whoosh! A blue-tinged flame licked up the corner of the paper. The white sheet curled and blackened, and the dense, crowded handwriting dissolved into ash. I rolled my aching, stiff neck. When I looked up again, the sky had gone fully dark. 2 silver moons hung in the crimson night sky like twins, their cold lights spilling down, glazing every flower and leaf in the garden with a coat of frost. Grr! A low sound came from behind me. It was Xuelin's stomach. Without an order from me, she hadn't dared leave on her own, and had simply stood there until her whole body went rigid. Now she was huddled in the corner, her water blue hair giving off a faint silver shimmer under the twin moons, like an exquisite doll, except that on that pure, innocent face, a flicker of terror had begun to rise. Growl! She slapped a hand over her stomach and bit down on her lip. Those eyes, always brimming with gentle laughter, slowly filled with fear. I stood. The chair legs scraped against the floor. That small noise reached her ears like a clap of thunder. I walked toward her. She instinctively shrank back until her spine met the wall, with nowhere left to flee. All she could do was bow her head lower. I could read her fear. A mermaid who couldn't sing was already a defective thing, and if she was also a defective thing that got hungry, that made noise begging for food, then her master was sure to cast her aside. How absurd. A future rank S wielder who would one day raise cities with her voice, terrified almost to death over a single growl of her stomach. The training this world had ground into its slaves ran deeper than I'd even thought. I spoke close to her ear, my voice very soft. I'm sorry. You're hungry, aren't you? Her whole body locked up. She doubted her own ears. Carefully, through the gap in her fallen hair, she lifted her eyes to look at me. They were full of tears. There was none of the anger she'd braced for. There wasn't really gentleness, either. I simply took her hand, led her to the table, and pointed at the untouched dishes of tea pastries. Eat. The delicate fruit tarts were piled with strawberries, blueberries, and raspberries. She stared at them, her lips moving, but she didn't dare reach out. How could a slave be worthy of eating her master's food? I was quiet for a moment. Then I picked up a silver fork, speared a piece, and held it up to her lips. You want me to feed you? Dazed, she opened her mouth and took a tiny bite. The sweetness of the fruit seeped, little by little, into her taste buds. I fed her the whole piece before setting the fork down. Don't go starving yourself to tears again. Her face flushed red. It clearly wasn't hunger that had brought her to tears. But what came rushing up after that was only a sour, aching gratitude. The way she looked at me had changed. I shook my head and didn't look at her again. What I wanted was loyalty, not love. Love makes people careless. Dinner had long since passed, and Jean-Yu was still in the corridor. She leaned against the wall outside my bedroom, arms crossed. The door stood open a couple of fingers width. Most of what happened inside, she had probably seen. She didn't believe it. The way she saw it, not a single human was any good. Some beat their slaves like livestock outright. Others were crueler still. They'd raise you up to the clouds, get you to hand over your whole heart of your own free will, and then one day, without a hint of warning, hurl you down into the mud. Watching your face as you fell was, for certain nobles, more addictive than torturing you directly. Only those who had never held power could believe in the kindness of those who did. Inside the room, it went quiet. She smoothed her hair, arranged her face into pure indifference, and knocked. Come in. She pushed the door open. Xuelin's cheeks were still puffed out, a small smear of cream at the corner of her mouth. She hurriedly wiped it away with the back of her hand, like a cat caught stealing a taste. Jean-Yu walked to the table and bowed slightly. Master, the butler asked me to report your schedule. Tomorrow, you're to check in as a new student at Silvermoon Royal Academy. Silvermoon Royal Academy, the finest noble school on the continent of Leia, set on the outskirts of the royal capital, its halls so grand they resembled a small palace. Everyone who got in was either rich or powerful. Yunlang had already been studying there 2 years, riding high. As for me, this was only my first year. To call it studying was a stretch. My father had only grudgingly arranged my enrollment because leaving his own son out in the countryside sounded too ugly. The day I checked in last life, I was savagely bullied. I gave a soft laugh. A fine report. Thank you for the trouble. Jean-Yu's lashes trembled. A master, thanking a slave for the trouble? Words that hypocritical, that nauseating, rolling off the tongue without effort. Did he expect her to be moved to the heavens like that mermaid? In his dreams. Irritated, she did something out of bounds. She raised her face and looked, with those ink-violet eyes, straight into mine. On the continent of Leia, for a slave to meet her master's eyes was a transgression. But for someone who had fallen from the heavens into the mud, what was left to fear? The instant our gazes met, she triggered her ability. Mind reading surged out of her like a tide. She had read the hearts of too many old foxes of the political arena, and inside every one of them was nothing but desire and greed. She assumed this time would be the same. But the first line she read was, "These slaves, they're really pitiful." A single ripple stirred across the dead-still lake of her heart. Treated as goods since they were small. Beaten, sold, abused. never once seen as people. They don't dare lift their heads, don't dare make a sound, don't dare eat, don't even dare to be hungry. I can't change the way this world works. But at least the beast folk under me, I want to be a little kinder to them. Her mind crashed. The ink violet of her eyes scattered slightly, and for the first time, a crack split across her face. Impossible. She, Emo Jean-Yue, the rank S spirit wielder who could never be deceived, had read a sincerity that left her with nothing to say. She didn't believe it. With something close to obsession, she focused again, pushing her mind deeper. And she found not the slightest flaw. I'm not doing this to buy their loyalty, and not so they'll throw away their lives for me someday. I just want to be able to face my own conscience. That's all. She withdrew her gaze. In that moment, she was like someone who had walked an entire lifetime through the dark, suddenly lifting her head and seeing the moon. This young man before her, was he truly a saint who wanted to save every living soul? I tilted my head. I'll need guards for the academy tomorrow. You and Ciara will do. Nothing else. Go and rest. She turned, slow and sluggish, and walked toward the door. Watching that figure recede, the gentle, harmless look in my eyes drained away entirely, and a flicker of pleasure I couldn't quite hide crept into the corner of my brow. This Jean-Yu had not yet endured a full year of a noble's torments. A thread of naivete still remained in her. She couldn't wait to use her mind reading on me. What a shame that everything she read was exactly what I'd wanted her to read. Watching her there, her faith collapsing, unable to even hold up her mask of indifference, I felt a strange, sharp satisfaction. She still trusted those rank S eyes of hers too much. Enjoy the chaos, little snake who pries into others' hearts without asking. The next morning, as I changed into the Silver Moon Royal Academy uniform, the twin moons were casting their last silver light over the rose bushes. Ciara and Jean-Yu were already waiting downstairs. But the garage was empty, a dozen luxury cars, and not a single one left. Ciara frowned. Where are the cars? My expression didn't move. I'd seen this scene before in my last life. Young Master Lang told the driver to set out half an hour early to pick up a friend. They've already left. And the rest of the cars, as it happens, they were all sent in for servicing. The butler said it with shame on his face. He'd worked for the Yun family more than 20 years, and he saw through it at a glance. Yun Lang meant for me to be late on my very first day of check-in, to lose every shred of face in front of the whole academy. I've already called a car. It should arrive in about half an hour. I shook my head. By the time it came, check-in would be over. I turned, cut across the front courtyard fountain, and walked straight onto the main road of the estate district. This asphalt avenue linked several of the royal capital's most prestigious manors, and the occasional luxury car passed along it. I stood in the middle of the road, hands in my pockets, and looked up at the sky. Ciara's gilded eyes darted around, her heart thumping. The master can't be planning to flag down a car, can he? But who would let a stranger into their car, let alone a slave and an unfavored young master? Time crawled by, second by second. Suddenly, Ciara's ears pricked up. She'd caught the roar of an engine in the distance. A sleek, silver-gray luxury car came tearing down from the far end of the road, the laurel crest of House Sang on its hood. House Sang, the true top-tier dynasty of the royal capital. If the Yun family was rolling in money, House Sang was a full tier above them. I knew this car, and I knew its owner even better. Sang Ling, eldest daughter of the royal capital's foremost house, first among the four great beauties of Silver Moon Royal Academy, the goddess Yun Lang could never hope to reach. Master, look out. The car wasn't slowing at all. Ciara's voice went taut. I didn't move. Not until an ear-splitting screech of brakes cut through the morning, the silver-gray car stopping dead less than a meter from where I stood. The door opened, and a girl in the same uniform stepped out on long legs. Glossy black hair fell to her waist, the ends curling softly, like silk in the morning light. Her cherry lips pressed into a thin line, her face foul, as if she'd stepped in something. You looking to die? She was already in a rotten mood. Her mother had just torn into her, saying that if she came dead last in the year again at midterms, her card would be cut off. She'd gotten up at the crack of dawn to cram in the library, and halfway there some blind fool had nearly slammed into her car, and then had the nerve to just stand there, like he was betting she wouldn't dare hit him. She raised a single slender, pale finger, her voice cold and cutting. Beat this blind fool. Hard. Before the words had even faded, two hulking figures climbed out of the car. Tiger Clan, rank B fire. Eagle Clan, rank B wind. In the slave market, rank B was the cream of the crop. The two attendants Sang Ling brought along on a whim were both rank B. That was the kind of backing the royal capital's foremost house had. Xiaoda instinctively stepped half a pace forward, shielding my side. Her lightning was only rank D, but if it actually came to a fight, years of real combat meant she wasn't afraid. Zhan Yu didn't move, her ink-violet eyes narrowing slightly, as if weighing up just how much those two rank BS were worth. I raised a hand and gently moved Xiaoda aside, then stepped forward. Miss Sang, I'd like to make a deal with you. A deal? She looked me up and down, her gaze landing on the school crest at my chest. You're a Silvermoon student too? Checking in today. Then why block my car? For a ride. My driver was sent off by my family, and I won't make it to check in. You happen to be passing. She nearly rolled her eyes. And why on earth would I give you a ride? I pulled a folded slip of paper from my pocket and held it out. These are the questions for the next midterm exam. Her voice dropped without her meaning it to. Silvermoon's exam papers are top secret. How could you possibly have them ahead of time? That's my secret. Because in my last life, I'd spent time at this academy. Not even half a year before the bullying drove me to drop out. On that exam, I turned in a near-perfect paper, only for Yun Lang to report me for cheating and have the result thrown out. Heh, interesting. Half believing, half not. She smiled with a thread of mockery. Fine, I'll give you a ride. But let me say the ugly part first. If you dare to trick me, I'll make sure you die in a very ugly way. I nodded, turned to Xiar and Zhan Yu. Get in. Inside, the car was far roomier than it looked, luxurious to the last detail. Xiar climbed into the front passenger seat, shifting around carefully, terrified of dirtying the upholstery. Zhan Yu, by contrast, was perfectly at ease. She'd been the crown princess of the beast folk and had ridden in cars 10 times more lavish than this. Sang Ling glanced at us in the rearview mirror. What's your name? Yun Qing. She frowned. Of the Yun family? What are you to Yun Lang? Same father, different mothers. Her expression shifted, a faint wave of disgust crossing it. Of course she knew Yun Lang. That fool who wagged his tail in front of her like a lapdog, who thought himself a charmer when really he wasn't fit to be seen. I see. Her tone was as flat as if she were speaking of someone of no consequence at all. So today he set you up? Something like that. She gave a cold snort. Squabbling within your own house. How dull. With that, she turned away, scrolling on her phone, and didn't look at me again. I leaned back against the seat, closed my eyes, and let the corner of my mouth curve. Right about now, Yun Lang was probably lounging with one leg crossed over the other in the academy's reception hall, waiting to enjoy the show of my late, humiliating arrival. A shame. Today's show wasn't going to follow the script he'd written. Silvermoon Royal Academy. The reception hall. The moment our car pulled up, the entrance erupted. Whose car is that? The Laurel Crest. That's House Sang. Sang Ling is here. The once quiet hall burst into commotion. Students craned their necks toward the entrance, their eyes full of curiosity and envy. House Sang standing in the royal capital was known to all, and Sang Ling, as the eldest daughter, was the center of attention wherever she went. I walked into the hall behind her. She was cold and haughty, looking at everyone as if they were trash. But I could feel it. Those stares weren't landing on her. They went past her and landed on me, and on the two slaves behind me, each more striking than the last. In the crowd, I spotted Yun Lang at a single glance. He sat in a corner of the reception hall, one leg crossed over the other, and that victory is mine smile on his face was freezing over, inch by inch. The hall went silent for 2 seconds, then it exploded. Is that the new transfer student? How is he here with Sang Ling? Doesn't she never let anyone in her car? Those two slaves behind him, Wolf Clan and Snake Clan, and they're gorgeous, aren't they? Please. One look and you can tell they're not high grade. My family slaves are all rank C and up. Those two of his are rank D at best. Hold on, I know him. That's Yun Qing. The country-bred mongrel Yun Lang keeps talking about. The word mongrel drifted into Yun Lang's ears, and he shot up off the sofa, coffee splashing all over his hand, hot enough to make him hiss, though he had no attention to spare for the pain. The goddess he'd dreamed of was standing shoulder to shoulder with the trash he'd sneered at, watched by the entire room, the two of them less than a meter apart. I turned my head and murmured something to Sang Ling, and she actually laughed. Yun Lang had chased Sang Ling for a year. Gifts, doing her homework, bowing and scraping, and never once earned a kind look. I'd known her a few minutes. As I brushed past him, he forced the words out from between his teeth. Yin Qing, I'll grant you surprised me today. But do you really think that getting into the academy means you can make any waves? The days ahead are long. I'll let you taste what despair really means. I didn't spare him a glance. I walked straight into the reception room. It only made him look more like a clown. Even the stares of the people around him carried a hint of pity. Silver Moon's main teaching building was a 5-story structure of cream-white granite. I dismissed Xiao'er and Zhang Yu and followed a teacher to the classroom at the end of the 3rd floor. Students were gathered in 2s and 3s. Seeing an unfamiliar face come in, they turned to size me up, none of it friendly. Silver Moon had the finest faculty on the continent, and it also gathered the most vicious young lords and ladies in the whole capital. Bullying was the order of the day. Yin Qing, take any empty seat you like. The teacher looked a little awkward. Going by the memory of my last life, I walked straight for the back row. There were 2 empty seats there. The surface of one desk was covered in insults. Peasant, lowborn, and worse still, written in layers old and new, dark and faded. I kept my expression unchanged and sat down at the other empty seat. The classroom went quiet for an instant, then the whispering swelled again. Huh. He sat down next to Song Xiaoyan. That broke little nobody. This'll be good. Song Xiaoyan. The name turned over once in my mind. In my last life, she'd been a target of the bullying, just like me. Every year, Silver Moon admitted 2 students from the slums on special scholarship. 1 boy, 1 girl, tuition and board fully waived. All the school wanted in return was a few photos of them studying hard for the admissions brochure. No one lifted a finger to protect them. She hadn't lasted long here. Word was the bullying got so bad, she ran back to the slums on her own. The next time I saw her was the 6th year of the Beast Folks' war against Leia. By then, famine had starved me down to skin and bone. I was lying in the ruins outside the city, waiting to die, when in my days I saw a woman crouched down beside me. Too late. There's no saving him, she said, exhaling a tired sigh. She took a syringe from her medical kit and pushed it into my arm. The pain eased for a moment. Don't be afraid. This will at least let you go a little easier. I couldn't make a sound. My awareness was sliding away like sand through the cracks of my fingers. She reached out and, so very lightly, so very gently, closed my eyes, the way you'd soothe a child about to fall into a long sleep. May your soul find rest. That was the last thing I heard in my previous life. That soft, scholarly voice belonged to Song Xiaoyan. Splash. The classroom door swung open and a basin of dirty water came down over someone's head. A thin, frail girl stood drenched from head to toe, her messy bangs dripping in clumps, beads of water running down thick lenses and blurring her sight. A short distance away came a scornful laugh. A peasant, an ugly girl, and she's got the gall to walk into Silver Moon. Thick skin on that one. Filthy little animal. I'd love to see how long she lasts. She wiped the water from her face with the back of her hand. She didn't argue back. She only lowered her head and walked toward the back row to sit down, then froze. The desk that had sat empty since the start of term had someone at it today. I turned my head as if I'd only just noticed her and let a flicker of surprise show. How did you get soaked? I unbuttoned my uniform jacket and draped it over her shoulders. Spring's nearly gone, but don't go catching a chill. She locked up where she stood, her lashes trembling. Then a sarcastic curve touched the corner of her mouth. She thought this was just another of the young lord's new games. Hand out the sweet first, wait for her to bite, then stamp down hard. She didn't give the jacket back, and she didn't thank me. It was all ruined anyway. One more wet thing made no difference. But the jacket happened to be dry and warm and carried the faint scent of detergent. I turned back to the front and let my expression go cool again. That trick with the basin balanced on the doorframe. I'd watched it from start to finish and hadn't stopped it. And if I had, they'd only have found another way to torment her. And I, just then, needed a reason to get close to her. Whether she believed me didn't matter. I didn't need her gratitude yet. The bell rang, and the professor at the podium cleared his throat. The Creator granted beast folk their innate abilities and granted humans long life. Once a contract is forged, a human can share in a beast's ability, and a beast can share in a human's lifespan. There are two paths to forming a contract. The first, forced domestication. Through the whip, through hunger, through imprisonment, you make the beast submit utterly, from the heart. When its fear of humans overrides every last instinct, the contract takes effect on its own. This is the mainstream method, with a success rate above 97%. The second, conversion. You make the beast feel absolute loyalty toward a human, even love, until it contracts of its own free will. But extensive research has proven that the legendary conversion does not exist. Beast folk are cold-blooded creatures. They understand neither gratitude nor loyalty. What we call conversion is nothing but their feigned obedience. At its core, still forced domestication. I turned my head to glance at my deskmate. A flicker of pain crossed Song Xiaoyan's face, and she murmured under her breath, "But if conversion doesn't exist, then how are people any different from beasts?" She was a pacifist. In my last life, after the war broke out, she'd become a battlefield medic, saving people regardless of which side they fought for. Humans, beast folk, she saved them all. The professor pushed up his glasses, not hearing her. Once a contract is sealed, the master can summon the beast to fight at any time, the beast's ability channeled to the master through the bond. But the bond runs both ways. If the master dies, the beast dies. If the beast dies, the master is gravely wounded. Someone raised a hand. "Professor, can one master contract more than one beast?" In theory, yes. It's exceedingly rare. A person's mental strength is finite, and controlling a single beast is already the limit. The most anyone in recorded history ever held at once was 3, but that person's mental strength was abnormal, beyond anything that could be replicated. A boy in the front row lifted his chin. "Professor, I followed your method of forced domestication, and I've already broken in a rank B lightning houndclan beast." He opened his palm, fingers slightly curled, and a ball of blue-white arcing electricity rose from it, like he was cradling a tiny sun. The class erupted in cheers, some applauding, some whistling. "Not bad." The professor showed a rare note of approval. "The taming rate for rank B lightning is under 10%. If you managed it, your method was sound." To any students with beast slaves at home, remember to fit them with suppression collars to keep untamed slaves from suddenly turning on you. The room immediately broke into one-upmanship. My Tiger Clan won. Crank the collars shocked to setting 3 and it doesn't dare move. 3's nothing. I went to 5, and my Wolf Clan 1 wet itself on the spot. Never dared lift its head again after that. Listening, Song Xiaoyan couldn't help a shudder. I had no expression at all. These words, I'd heard them countless times before. The dismissal bell rang, and twilight dyed the classroom a dim gold. I walked to the school gate, where Xiao'er and Zhanyu came to meet me. Xiao'er's expression was a little odd. "Master, how are we getting home?" Silver Moon was a long way from the Yun estate. Were we really going to mooch off Sangling's car again? "Don't worry. Yun Lang will wait for me." The words had barely left my mouth when a long black sedan braked to a stop at my side. The window came down, and Yun Lang stuck out a sour face. "What are you standing around for? Get in. Or do you want to mooch off someone else's car again and shame the Yun family?" I couldn't be bothered to answer. I got in with the two of them. Even Xiao'er, wild and hard to tame, had a trace of admiration creep into her eyes. He really had called it. When the car pulled into the Yun estate, Yun Lang was the first to leap out, striding straight into the villa to deliver a wildly twisted account to our father on the sofa. "Dad, this morning Yin Qing wouldn't ride in my car. He shamelessly latched onto Sang Ling's instead and made a whole spectacle of himself at Silver Moon. He waited for our father to blow up. Instead, father's expression sharpened. Sang Ling, the eldest daughter of House Sang? Yun Qing rode in her car. Yes, but he. Excellent. A true son of mine, Yun Buiyuan." Father, far from furious, laughed out loud. Everyone in the royal capital knew House Sang's eldest had a vicious temper. Countless sons of great houses had walked away with a bloody nose. And I'd made her acquaintance on my very first day. Father had been buried in business troubles lately. With House Sang's backing, no obstacle would be too high. He set aside his calculations and put on a rare warm, kindly face. Yunqing, you've been in the royal capital 3 months now, and I've been so busy I've neglected you. Tell me, what do you want? As long as it's not unreasonable, I'll agree to it. Yunlang's face had already gone black as a pot's bottom. His tattling had failed, and now father was going to reward me? I certainly wasn't going to be polite about it. Father, I'd like that small manor in the north of the city. Cloudrest Manor? Father frowned. It was a remote property the Yun family had bought years ago, worth very little, left idle ever since. What do you want with it? My answer was airtight. I've just started at Silver Moon, and I'm afraid I'll fall behind in my classes. I want a quiet place to study. Besides, Miss Sang and I get along well, and it'd be easier to come and go from there. Living at home is rather inconvenient in a lot of ways. In just a few sentences, father had filled in the whole story for himself, and a touch of awkwardness rose on his face. He knew perfectly well who it was that disturbed his peace and who made things inconvenient. His gaze deepened. He was probably thinking, it seems Miss Sang is rather taken with Yunqing. He wants Cloudrest Manor for their little rendezvous. Dad, you can't give the manor to this. Yunlang panicked. The word mongrel nearly out of his mouth before father's suddenly darkening glare forced it back down. Give it to him. Cloudrest Manor may be worthless, but it's still a Yun family property. Why should it go to him? Father's brows knit together. Yunlang, do you not consider Yunqing your own brother? That's not what I meant. Then mongrel this and mongrel that. Do you take me for deaf? Father's voice pressed down, carrying the crushing authority of a man who held power. Is this how Hulan taught you to speak to your elder brother? Yunlang's face went from green to white and back, but in the end, he didn't dare push further. Call him brother. Father left no room for refusal. What? I told you to call Yunqing your brother. Yunlang clenched his fists, his face flushing a dark purple. It was a long moment before he forced 2 words out from between his teeth. Brother. I only gave a faint nod, like an elder accepting a junior's courtesy. Father nodded with satisfaction, then pulled a black card from his pocket. Cloudrest Manor will be transferred into your name. There's 5 million on this card. Use it for now. When you spend time with the eldest daughter of House Sang, don't look shabby and shame our family. I took it with a clear conscience. He was betting I could climb the great tree that was House Sang. Thank you, father. I turned and went upstairs, and as I passed Yun Lang, I caught from the corner of my eye that face of his, sinister and twisted. Oh, this foolish little brother. Worked himself up again. Half a day later, the deed and keys to Cloudrest Manor settled firmly into my hands. Yin Lang probably thought I wanted that rundown estate to fight over the family inheritance. Father thought I wanted it for trysts with Sangling. But what I truly cared about was that it was ringed by mountains on 3 sides, with a lake on the 4th. That lake was clear and cold, fed by a natural spring at its bottom. The water a steady temperature year-round. For a mermaid, it was paradise. Shui Lin could live on land like anyone else. Yet deep in her bones, she still carried the instinct that yearned for water. A naive little mermaid you could buy with a single pastry. Give her an entire lake, and she'd likely be moved to pieces. The open stretch of grass before the manor would, with a little work, make an excellent place to run. Perfect for Xiar. In the beast pits, she'd been kept in an iron cage just a few square meters across. And even at the Yun estate, she could only cram into a 6-person servant's dorm. But a wolf is born to run wild in open country. The forested hills backed onto the estate. Caves, tree shade, and all. The sunlight filtered through layer upon layer of leaves into a dappled play of light. That half-light, half-shadow was where the snake clan felt safest. Perfect for Zhanyu. Lake, meadow, forest, Cloudrest Manor happened to hold all 3 terrains, as if the creator had set it aside as a private garden just for them. So this estate sat empty all that last life. What a waste, I muttered under my breath. Of course, if everything went smoothly, it wouldn't stay merely a remote holiday estate. Master. 3 knocks at the door, and a cool, lovely voice from outside. Come in. Zhanyu pushed the door open, tugging awkwardly at the hem of her skirt. A black and white maid's dress, white lace stockings over the knee, the hem a thin layer of black gauze that rippled like waves when she walked. It was the first time I'd seen her in this getup, and my gaze lingered a beat longer. Her spine snapped taut, her ink-violet eyes narrowing, her jaw setting into a cold, hard line. I could read her irritation. The men in the slave market all had that same look. First the face, then the legs, then the calculations of how to get her into bed. She was probably already weighing whether to grab the vase at hand and hurl it at me. "What are you standing there for?" I held out the deed and keys. Only then did she notice the hand I'd been holding out all this while. Her face, rarely, went a little warm, and she reached out to take them. "Keep these safe. Don't lose them." She dropped her eyes over the writing on the deed, her fingertips brushing lightly across the paper. She'd probably heard the servants gossip too. A country young master back in the royal capital only 3 months, not building up holdings at the main residence, but going off to live in some derelict estate abandoned 7 or 8 years, rotting in the middle of nowhere. Most likely he'd been bullied so badly by Yun Lang that he was hiding out. If he needs it, she thought, perhaps I could get rid of that one in his way for him? The thought flashed by, and she turned her head, those cool, distant eyes colliding with mine. The instant our gazes met, a wash of violet swept through the depths of her pupils. "Here it comes again. The lake at Cloudhurst Manor. Shui Lin will probably love it." She started. "That meadow's just right for Xiar and Bai Ruan to run on. I shouldn't keep them cooped up. And that forest suits Zhang Yu well." Hearing her own name, her cold, hard heart felt as though it had been gently pried open a crack. They spent so long in the slave trader's hands. They're hurt, body and soul. It'll take time to heal. A shame I'm only a young master with no power and no standing. This is about all I can do for them." Zhang Yu's lashes quivered, and something in her ink-violet eyes cracked for a moment, then quickly sealed over again. Some feeling she couldn't name spread through her chest, alive, scalding. She backed out of the room and gently pulled the door shut. Her footsteps fell down the staircase, one stair at a time, and vanished at the bottom. I hadn't expected Yun Lang's tattling to stop there. The truly troublesome one was never him. It was Hulan. That woman wouldn't be soothed away with a few words like father. She understood it too well. The school was only an hour from home, and yet Sang Ling was smiling at me, getting close to me? It didn't add up. She'd surely suspect that this "getting along well" of mine was nothing but a tale spun for father's ears. And the best way for her to expose the lie wasn't to pour cold water in front of father directly. That would only make him think she couldn't tolerate me. She'd wait for an occasion, get Sang Ling and me to meet in full public view, and see whether what was between us was real or just an act. Next month, Princess Ninfa's birthday banquet. Every noble in the royal capital would attend. House Sang would be there, and this year the Yun family had received an invitation too. That would be the trap Hulan set for me. A pity that every step of this trap I'd seen through earlier than she had. Arriving even sooner than the princess's birthday banquet were Silvermoon's midterm exams. The whole campus was wrapped in solemnity. The corridors had lost their usual noise, and even the most arrogant of the young lords carried a certain gravity on their faces. A pearl-white luxury car pulled up at the school gate, the Yun family crest polished to a gleam. In my last life, when I was being tormented by Yun Lang and constantly turning up late, father never once asked whether I lived or died. This life, he'd gone out of his way to assign me a new car and a dedicated driver, terrified I'd lose face in front of Sang Ling. I had just adjusted my collar when a voice, sweet and imperious, came chasing after me from behind. "Yun Qing." Sang Ling stepped out of her silver-gray sports car. She hadn't brought her 2 rank B bodyguards today. She came striding over alone on slender high heels. Click, click, click. Maybe because what she had to say couldn't see the light of day, she brought her face in close, almost pressed against me. "That thing you gave me. I read it. I memorized it. You'd better not be playing me. If those answers are fake, I'll make sure you don't walk out the gates of Silvermoon." There was less than a fist's width between us. The ends of her hair brushed the side of my face, carrying a fresh, sweet gardenia scent. Her long lashes, drawn close, were like 2 little fans casting a patch of shadow beneath her eyes. In everyone else's eyes, we were practically whispering to each other. I dropped my gaze to those full, rosy lips, nearly grazing my cheek, and said, unmoved, "Stand this close, and people will get the wrong idea." "The wrong idea about what?" She frowned, then, as if realizing something, whipped her head around to scan the surroundings. The crowd had long since erupted. "Oh my God, Is Sang Ling whispering to that new student? Isn't that Yinqing? They came in together last time too. This is worse. Pressed right up against him in public. When has Sang Ling ever been this close to a man? Last time young Master Hellion handed her a love letter, she had her Eagle Clan slave shredded on the spot and throw it in his face. So she's already got someone she really. The whispers came rushing in like a tide, impossible to hold back. A few of the bolder ones even quietly pulled out their phones to take photos. Sang Ling's fair neck slowly flushed red, the color rising all the way to the tips of her ears. It wasn't shyness. It was rage. She shot me a fierce glare and pressed her voice down. You wait. Once the exam's over, I'm settling this with you. With that, she turned and walked off, her retreating figure nothing short of flustered, and carrying a distinct edge of murder. A short distance away, Yunlang witnessed the whole thing once again. His expression, I took it all in. Shock, bewilderment, every last certainty crumbling inch by inch. I could nearly guess what he was thinking. If a woman has no interest in a man, would she come up on her own to whisper in his ear and blush doing it? All that talk of playing modest, of using Hao Sang's name to fool father, of the truth coming out at the banquet. What if Yunqing and Sang Ling really are something? Then everything made sense. Why else would I be in Sang Ling's car? Why else would she smile at me? Why else would she lean in to whisper today? Because we'd been an item all along. When the midterm paper landed in my hands, I almost laughed. 6 pages of questions, from the 2 paths of beast contracting to the proportion of beasts above rank D. Identical to my last life, word for word. Last time, it was precisely because I'd turned in this near-perfect paper that Yunlang reported me for cheating and got my result voided. This time, I answered more calmly than anyone. A few rows away, Sang Ling, who'd been jittering her leg in agitation, went rigid the instant she opened the paper. Then the corner of her mouth slowly curled up, and her pen flew. It seemed she'd memorized it very carefully. When I got back to the Yun estate after school, the setting sun had dyed the grounds a fiery orange. I draped my uniform jacket over my arm and headed straight upstairs. Master, the master and madam and young Master Lang are waiting for you in the dining room. Xiara followed behind. I'm not feeling well. I won't eat. Those faces at the Yun table killed the appetite. Living a second life, I had no intention of putting my stomach through that again. I lay down on the bed for a short rest. These past few days my mind had been strung tight, and a sound, full night's sleep was a rare thing. Xiara leaned against the doorframe, her gray wolf ears swiveling this way and that, catching every sound from downstairs. Master, they're talking bad about you down there. Anger burned in her golden eyes, saying you bombed the exam and that they want to transfer you to the commoner's school. She probably hadn't even noticed when she'd started caring about people slandering me. I gave a lazy smile and didn't answer. I knew Hu Lan's little scheme, deliberately defending me in front of father, a single line of did he maybe fail? Enough to nail the country boy can't keep up at Silver Moon onto me. Then she'd have Yunlang modestly report, top 50 in the year, easily, and the contrast would speak for itself. In their eyes, a #1 student from the countryside wouldn't even rank in the dregs once he reached the royal capital. A pity that on the day the results came out, the one slapped in the face wouldn't be me. Xiara was still by the door, indignantly running down that crowd downstairs. Somewhere in the listening, I drifted off to sleep. I was woken by the smell of food. The toasty aroma of butter wrapped around egg, mingled with a hint of tomato sweetness. Outside, the sky had gone fully dark, the twin silver moons washing the floor frost white. I'd slept several hours, it seemed, and the moment I woke, my stomach growled hollow. Knock, knock, knock. The knocking was soft, as if afraid to disturb anything. Come in. What poked in first was a pair of fluffy long ears, and then by Ruan's small, childish face. She wore a white apron, her voice soft and timid. And master, the butler said you didn't have dinner, so I took it upon myself to make a little something. She set the tray down, stepped back, and twisted her hands together in front of her, her rabbit ears pressed flat against her head, looking ready to be scolded at any second. It was a plate of omuris. A golden sheet of egg lay smooth over the rice, brushed with a thin layer of butter that caught the light, and on top, a little smiley face drawn in ketchup. Beside it sat a bowl of miso soup with chopped scallions and tofu floating in it. In my last life, I had never once known what it felt like to be looked after this way. A strange warmth stirred in my chest. You made this? She nodded, then quickly shook her head, stammering, I made it. If you don't like it, I'll remake it right away. I didn't say I didn't like it. I scooped up a bite. The egg was so tender it melted on the tongue, the fried rice in distinct grains, the sweet and sour blossoming across my taste buds. Unexpectedly good. The whole plate was empty in no time. It's delicious. Byron went still, and her eyes flushed red in a flash. What's wrong? It startled me. And nothing. She wiped at her tears with the back of her hand. These past days she'd lived on edge at the Eunice state, and today she'd secretly cooked, rehearsing countless endings of being disdained, of being thrown out. Before she carried it up, the one thing she hadn't imagined was that I'd praise her. I pulled 2 tissues and handed them over. Stop crying. Keep it up, and it won't be a pretty sight. You don't think I'm being a nuisance, master? You're mine. Cooking for me is only natural. How is that a nuisance? The blush burned from the base of her neck to the tips of her ears, until even the points of her rabbit ears turned pink. She clutched the tray, blurted, "Good night, master," and bolted for the door, brushing past Ciara on the way out. Ciara had changed into a loose gray t-shirt and was holding a cup of hot milk, her golden eyes glancing left and right, anywhere but my face. The butler told me to bring this. Said a cup of milk before bed helps you sleep. Her voice was stiff. She set it down and made to leave. Thanks. Her shoulder twitched faintly. She dropped a, "You're welcome," strode out, and pulled the door shut behind her with a bang. The next day, the butler came to report. Sume had gone to him to inform on Ciara that she'd been bad-mouthing the master behind his back, saying he was no better than young Master Yunlang. The butler, impartial, only laid out the facts. I took a sip of milk. If she's got this much energy to care about what other people say, it seems she hasn't been given enough work. From today, the stables out back are hers too. Cleaned out before 7 every morning. I don't care for the smell of horse dung. The butler stalled. Young master, the one Sume reported was Ciara. I haven't even verified what she said yet. Who said I was punishing Ciara? He stood frozen in place. Sume's been with me only a few days, and already she's in a hurry to climb up by stepping on her companion. A slave like that, can she be kept? I glanced at him. I have no use for that kind of loyalty. The butler bent at the waist and withdrew, and as he closed the door, I caught that look in his eyes, the one that couldn't read me. As for Sume, anyone who wants to climb by stepping on others can first sit a while in the mud. After the midterms, Silver Moon let out for 3 days. That afternoon, the key to Cloudrest Manor in my fingers, I announced to the 4 beastfolk maids, "Today, we're going to Cloudrest Manor." By Ruan's rabbit ears shot straight up. "Master, can I come too?" "Of course. How could I leave you behind?" Ciara changed into something light and easy to move in, and even Zhanyu, always so cool, had a touch of a smile in her violet eyes. Shui Lin stood by the window, her water-blue eyes brightening. She'd heard there was a lake at the manor. The van rolled out of the royal capital's main district, heading north along a long-neglected highway. The buildings gradually gave way to single-story houses, the houses to farmland, the farmland to wilderness. The mountain road wound through a dozen-odd switchbacks, and then the view opened wide. Cloudrest Manor. Mountains on 3 sides, pines and oaks layered upon one another, staining the slopes in shades of deep and pale ink green. At the foot of the hills lay a lake, clear to the bottom, its deepest point glinting a dark blue. Gray stone houses, draped in climbing vines, were built on the gentle slope between lakeshore and mountain foot. Before the houses stretched an open meadow, the wild grass grown to knee height, surging like a green sea when the wind passed through. Whoa! Byron was the first out of the car, tipping her head back to gaze at the mountains all around, mouth round with wonder. "It's so pretty." Ciara drew in a deep breath. She'd breathed the stench of blood in the beast pits for over a decade, and for the first time she breathed air this clean, this green. She could barely hold back the urge to bolt across the meadow at full tilt. Zhan Yu's violet eyes swept the house, the meadow, and finally landed on the thick shade of trees halfway up the slope, lingering there 2 seconds. Shui Lin spotted the lake at a glance, her water-blue eyes flaring bright. Without meaning to, she walked to the water's edge, crouched, and dipped her hand in. The water was cool, sliding through the cracks of her fingers, gentle as a mother's caress. Her eyes suddenly went red. I pushed open the heavy oak door. The hall soared 4 or 5 meters high, the furniture draped in dust-laden white sheets. The second and third floors plus the ground floor, nearly 20 rooms in all. This place, it's not much smaller than the Yun main residence. Ciara was a little surprised. It was meant to be a holiday villa back then. They found out building the road cost more than the houses, so they shelved it. I pointed upstairs. Zhanyu, the room on the east side of the second floor, against the mountain. It's the coolest and shadiest. That one's yours. Zhanyu's lashes trembled. Ciara, take the ground floor. Step out the door, and you're on the grass. Shuelin, the ground floor room by the lake is yours. Shuelin's eyes reddened again. And by Ruan. Master, anywhere is fine for me. She thrust her hand up, rabbit ears bobbing with excitement. You'll be next to Ciara. She can look out for you. By Ruan's eyes filled with stars. Big sister Ciara, please take good care of me from now on. Ciara rolled her eyes inwardly. Who wants to look out for you, stupid rabbit? I spread out a renovation sketch and pointed it out to them, spot by spot. Build a road through to the main highway. Put a dock at the lake's edge with a small boat. Level the meadow for a place to run. Open a walking trail through the hills. Master, a place this remote. Fixing it up must cost a fortune. Ciara frowned. You've already given us a place to live. That's more than enough. She truly didn't understand. Treated the same as humans, given rooms chosen for each clan's nature, and now pouring money into renovations. All just so slaves could live comfortably. What was I after? I looked at her for a moment and smiled. It makes me happy. All right. Stop standing there blocking my light. Dinner was right there in the yard. No table. A waterproof tarp spread on the grass. The food packed in containers. The whole group sitting in a circle. Overhead, the crimson night sky. The twin moons rising. Their light plating the entire manor in cold frost. Ruan ate with her cheeks puffed full, like a hamster hoarding food. Ciara chewed slowly. She'd eaten slop in the beast pits for over a decade, and for the first time food had a taste. Zhanyu ate as composed as ever, royal etiquette carved into her bones. Shuelin was quiet to the point of silence. I hardly touched my chopsticks, just held my tea and watched the distant lake. Master, Ruan suddenly spoke up. Can we really live here forever, from now on? As long as you want. Live here as long as you like. Tears dropped, plip, plip, into her food container. Ciara's lips moved, and in the end she only reached over and clumsily patted her back. Stop crying, it's embarrassing. Her voice was stiff, but her hand was as light as if she were soothing a child. The twin moons reflected in Zhanyu's violet eyes. She had never told anyone that she liked shaded, shadowed places. And yet I had seen it. She thought back to the thoughts she'd read those 2 times, clean in a way that shouldn't belong to a noble human's mind. Could there really be a human in this world who doesn't treat beast folk as tools? I met her gaze. Her expression was still cool, but with a little less of that keep your distance aloofness. Only a few days into this rebirth, and these beast folk trusted me far deeper than I'd expected. In a few days I'll bring a crew out to fix the place up. If they're quick, a month, and once it's done we'll move in. A whole month. Ruan's ears drooped. A month is quick. Ciara, for once, played comforter. Get your cooking up to scratch first. Don't move in here and feed us burnt eggs every day. I will never burn the eggs again. You said that last time too. This time it's for real. Zhanyu held her bowl of porridge, watching the two of them bicker, and the corner of her mouth curved. The faintest curve, gone in an instant. By the time we got back to the Yun estate, the night had grown thick. I'd barely stepped out of the car when the butler hurried over to meet me. Young Master Qing, you're finally back. Silver Moon's results, they're out. And his expression was odd. Young Master Lang is in the living room telling the master about it right now. Perhaps you'd best prepare yourself first? I raised an eyebrow and walked toward the villa. Let's see what new trick Yun Lang could possibly pull this time. When I pushed open the living room door, Yun Lang was just hitting his stride. Dad, Silver Moon's results are out. I asked the professor ahead of time, 48th in the year. 48th out of several thousand was, at Silver Moon, genuinely respectable. Father set down his teacup, his tone rare and mild. Not bad. It seems Professor Zhou knows what he's doing. Mostly it was my own hard work. The few days before the exam, I studied until 2 in the morning every night. Hulan chimed in with perfect timing, all tender concern. Langers lost weight. Look how sharp his chin's gotten. The very picture of a devoted mother and son. Yun Lang caught sight of me out of the corner of his eye, and his smile turned even brighter. Well, Yin Qing's back. Did you have fun out at that rundown manor? Oh, that's right. Your results should be out too. Want me to ask the professor for you? Father's gaze settled on me, his brow faintly creased. He had no expectations for my grades. A country school. Passing would be a feat, but if it was too ugly, then even if Sang Ling fancied me, Hao Sang would never agree to it. My expression didn't change. No need to trouble yourself. The rankings post tomorrow. You'll find out then. Yin Lang sneered. Fine. When you see that list tomorrow, don't go crying about it. Hulan watched with a little smile, taking my calm for a brave front. You can stall for a moment, but not forever. The next day, the crowd before the notice board was packed shoulder to shoulder. When I walked over, the crowd was boiling like a pot of porridge. First place, Sang Ling, 300 points. Second place, Yun Qing, 298 points. Third place, Helian Chung, 290 points. Sang Ling? That's Sang Ling, the one who comes dead last every time. Impossible. Yun Qing's a country boy. How could he place second in all of Silvermoon? He cheated, didn't he? I didn't linger. I turned and walked toward the classroom. Behind me, the sound of Yun Lang shoving through the crowd went from gloating to a cracked shriek. Impossible, he cheated. I'm going to the academic office. I'll have his result thrown out. Trying to be clever. At noon, a call came through from Sang Ling, her voice sweet and soft, like she'd just woken up and was playing coy. Yin Qing, aren't you something? I came first in the year this time. I'll credit you for it. And what does the young lady plan to reward me with? For once, I played along. There was a 2-second pause on the other end. Princess Ninfa's birthday banquet. How about you come as my date? In my last life, the Yun family hadn't brought me to that banquet at all. I let just the right note of bitterness color my voice, like a man cast aside too many times, long past holding out hope. I'm afraid I can't. For an occasion like that, the Yun family probably won't bring me. Being cast aside was true enough, but I'd stopped caring about it long ago. These words were for Sang Ling's ears. She was too proud to owe anyone a favor. To get close to her, you had to show weakness at the right moment. Sure enough, the other end of the line detonated. You mean they'd leave you home alone? Sang Ling had been showered with affection since she was small, and couldn't begin to imagine what it felt like to be left behind by your whole family. What the hell is wrong with you Yun family people? Yun Qing, you listen to me. She took a deep breath, then said it word by word. Forget whether the Yun family brings you. I'm bringing you. House Sang's invitation. I'll bring whoever I please. If you dare not show up that day, I'll send people to the Yun estate to drag you over. I'd only meant to play the pitiful card. I hadn't expected to get back something this blunt, this fierce, and for a moment I was struck speechless. Did you hear me? I heard you. I held back a laugh. When the young lady of House Sang gives an order, how would I dare refuse? That's more like it. That bastard Yun Lang. He's on the guest list too, isn't he? He should be. Perfect. Her voice cooled a few degrees. Then that day, you stay close to me. I'd love to see whether he has the nerve to strut around in front of you. I hung up and looked out the window. In my last life, I'd also placed high in the midterms and dropped every jaw in the school. Right after, Yun Lang teamed up with a few noble sons to report me for cheating. My result was voided, and I was given a major demerit. Half a day later, a clerk from the academic office came running, out of breath. You're Yin Qing? The dean wants you to come over. What was coming had come. The dean's office. Lin Jingyuan sat behind the desk, his expression severe, an officer of the disciplinary committee standing at his side. And on the sofa against the wall sat someone else entirely. Sang Ling, one leg crossed over the other, a stretch of fair calf showing beneath her short skirt, her shoes kicked off, bare feet swinging idly back and forth, bored out of her mind. When she saw me come in, her fox-like eyes brightened for a flash, then quickly settled back into that keep-away air. You're Yin Qing? Lin Jingyuan's voice carried the pressure of an interrogator. Someone has filed a signed report that you committed serious cheating on the midterm. What do you have to say for yourself? I looked at him, neither cowed nor deferential, with even a touch of looking down on him, and it left him oddly uneasy. Shouldn't a boy accused of cheating be panicking, pleading his case, begging for mercy in tears? This boy was too calm. Calm to the point of being unnatural. I was about to speak when an impatient click of the tongue came from the sofa. Tisk. Sang Ling put her leg down, planted her bare feet on the carpet, and let her arms crossed gaze sweep lazily over Lin Zhengyuan. Dean Lin, your efficiency is shockingly low. How long ago did you receive this report? Did you investigate? Did you verify anything? Hauling someone in for questioning on the strength of a single letter. Is that how the Silver Moon Academic Office does things? Lin Jingyuan's expression shifted, not in self-reproach, but because of who was speaking. Silver Moon's library, its gymnasium, even this lavish office, had all been donated by House Sang. He could put on the dean's airs in front of anyone but Sang Ling. Miss Sang, this is only a routine investigation. Enough. She stood, walked over on bare feet, and planted herself at my side. She was half a head shorter than me, but gave up not 1 inch of presence. Let me speak for him. Yin Qing didn't cheat. His result is real. Lin Jingyuan frowned. And what makes you so certain? Because my result is something he taught me. The office went quiet for an instant. The committee officer's face traveled from severe to baffled to stunned. You said what? Sang Ling said it like it was the most obvious thing in the world. Yin Qing tutors me. Someone who can teach me into first place in the year. What's so strange about him placing second himself? In truth, she came dead last in every quiz, and suddenly shooting up to first would strike anyone as fishy. But across all of Silver Moon, no one dared question the foul-tempered eldest daughter of the royal capital's foremost house. The most they dared was a private mutter, fluke. Lin Zhengyuan chose his words carefully. From dead last to first in the year, that's quite a leap. Sang Ling's little face went cold. Are you suggesting there's something wrong with my result? No, no, no. A thin sweat broke out on his forehead. The officer hurried to smooth it over. Miss Sang, the dean meant no such thing. It's only that Yin Qing comes from the countryside, and a perfect score on his very first Silver Moon exam naturally invites doubt. Huh? Sang Ling sneered. So Silver Moon only looks at pedigree, not ability? Someone from the countryside isn't allowed a perfect score? What kind of garbage logic is that? The whole room fell dead silent. I watched her charge into battle on my behalf, and the smile at the edge of my mouth was damnably hard to hold down. In my last life, not one person had spoken up for me. Lin Jingyuan had sentenced me in a sentence or two. This life, from start to finish, he didn't dare utter a single harsh word. The difference came down to nothing but this arrogant, sky-high girl beside me. It was true after all. Those who are favored have nothing to fear. I finally spoke, unhurried. Dean, I'll accept any investigation. I'll resit the exam. But my innocence is not to be smeared. Lin Jingyuan gritted his teeth and slapped the desk. Then we'll pull a paper at random of equal difficulty, and you'll answer it on the spot. 2 hours later. A paper of equal difficulty, which I finished in 1 hour. The teacher graded it on the spot. Perfect score. The evidence was ironclad. Lin Jingyuan stared at the paper, silent for a long while. 20 years as dean, and he'd never seen a student accused of cheating clear his name with such composure. The matter is settled. Yin Qing did not cheat. The report was false. This ends here. He thought it was over. Sang Ling did not. Dean Lin, aren't you forgetting something? She plucked up the report from the desk and waved it. A signed accusation, with no evidence found. False accusation of a fellow student. Disruption of the academic order. Under school rules, how should that be handled? The identity of the reporting party must be kept confidential. Lin Jingyuan made his last stand. Are you sure you want to talk to me about confidentiality in front of House Sang? Reporting it himself meant the academy was cracking down hard on false accusation. Having it dragged out of him meant the academy was covering for it. Two utterly different things. Lin Jingyuan conceded defeat. We'll notify the reporting party's parents and issue a school-wide notice of censure. Out of the office, I followed half a step behind Sang Ling. Thanks, young lady. TCH. I wasn't helping you. I was helping myself. If you'd been branded a cheat, wouldn't I have gone down with you? I didn't call out her stubborn mouth. Hey. She suddenly sounded a little guilty. I just bragged big in front of the dean, said I'd rank near the top next time too. You're not going to let me eat my words, are you? I'd nearly forgotten about that. In my last life, I'd lasted less than half a year at Silvermoon before the bullying drove me out. I had no idea what the final exam questions would be, which meant I really would have to give Sang Ling, this monstrously hopeless student, actual, honest-to-God tutoring. In broad daylight, the world went dark before my eyes. What's wrong with you? You look like you swallowed a fly. Thinking about how to tutor you. Not a flicker on my face. Starting tomorrow, 2 hours after school every day, all day on weekends. No skipping, no being late. Sang Ling's smile froze. T2 hours? Too few? Make it 3, then. Nightfall. Downstairs, first came the sound of father answering the phone, then a sudden, sharp rise in his voice. Right after, a thunderous crash, like a piece of jade smashed against the floor. Yunlang, you good-for-nothing wretch. Xiaoda's ears stood bolt upright, her golden eyes full of schadenfreude as she gave me the live feed. Master. The masters called Yunlang in and made him kneel. He's slapping him across the face. The crisp sound of slaps, one after another, drifted up the stairs, mixed with father's roaring and Yunlang's wailing. I could roughly guess the contents of that call from the academic office. Your son Yunlang falsely accused a fellow student of cheating. The conduct was egregious. We hereby inform you. Father had most likely offered, politely, to bring Yunlang round in person to apologize, right up until they told him that the student who'd been falsely accused was his other son, Yunqing, and that Yunqing had placed second in the year. Father's face in that moment, I didn't see, but it wasn't hard to imagine. Slap. Say mongrel one more time. I dare you. It's exactly a mong. Slap. Xiara listened with her brows dancing. Master, Yunlang's face is swollen up like a pig's head. Before long, Yunlang's apologies sounded from outside my door, tears and snot and all. Father had made him kneel before my door, kneel until I forgave him. I didn't open the door. Xiara, find me a pair of earplugs. Master, you're so bad. He knelt outside my door for 2 full hours. That door never opened once. I knew this beating, this kneeling, would change nothing. The truly difficult one was never Yunlang. That woman wouldn't let her son take this beating for nothing. She'd press Yunlang down, keep him from touching me for now, then withdraw into the shadows and recalculate. What she couldn't stand wasn't Yunlang's stupidity. It was that I, the son of that woman, had actually placed second at the royal capital's finest academy, making the treasure she cradled in her palm look like a firefly beside the bright moon. Jealousy, that thing, burns longer and hotter than hate. Late into the night, Yunlang's crying finally stopped, and someone helped him back to his room. I pulled out the earplugs and heard the door of the master bedroom at the end of the corridor close, softly. The most dangerous thoughts are often the ones born in quiet like this. And I remembered it clearly. In my last life, Hulan loved a particular saying. In this world, the ones who die fastest are the clever ones. This time, I'd love to see exactly who dies first. The next morning, I came downstairs to a strange mood in the living room. Father sat in the head seat, and when he saw me come down, he did something rare, greeted me first. You're up? Sit, eat with us. It had never happened before. Yunlang's seat was empty. Hulan sipped her porridge with her head down, eyelids faintly swollen, like she hadn't slept. I dealt with Yunlang over yesterday's business, Father said, setting down his chopsticks. He doesn't know any better. Don't take it to heart. Also, the storefront in the east of the city, I'm transferring it to your name. As he said this, he glanced at Hulan. 70 or 80,000 a month in rent. It's not much, just a small token from your father. The East City storefront had a good location and steady rent, a genuinely fine asset. It was compensation, and at the same time a warning delivered right in front of Hulan and her son. Thank you, father. I accepted it without ceremony. Hulan's fingers on her spoon went faintly white, but the smile she wore stayed perfectly proper. Of course, Yunqing's second in the year now. He's brought honor to the Yun family. It's only right that Buyuan dotes on him. I glanced at her and didn't take the bait. Her smile stalled for an instant. She lowered her head to her porridge, hiding the flash of malice that crossed her eyes. When I left, Xiara was already waiting by the car. Master's in a good mood today? Is it the storefront? Sharp ears. The tips of her ears flushed red, and she turned her face away, muttering, I was born with good hearing. It's not like I eavesdrop on purpose. In the car, she stole glances at me in the rearview mirror, words caught on the tip of her tongue. If you've got something to say, say it. That's Sume, what do you plan to do with her? Her voice was awkward. She didn't clean the stables properly and got chewed out by the butler again. I just think, a beast like that won't stay quiet. Keeping her around is a hidden danger. Sume was indeed trouble. Keep her, and sooner or later something would happen. Send her off, and there'd be no good way to explain it to Hulan. Nominally, she was a slave gifted to me, and dismissing her would be a slight to my stepmother. Leave her hanging for now. I closed my eyes. Before we move to Cloudhurst Manor, I'll deal with her. Silver Moon. A crowd ringed the notice board again. But today it wasn't the rankings they'd come for. It was a new notice. Disciplinary decision regarding the false accusation of a fellow student by Yun Lang. School-wide notice of censure, 1 demerit on record, disqualification from this term's honors. Stamped with the academic office's big red seal. As I passed by, a few students were pointing and murmuring. Yun Lang, that's the Yun family one? How is he dumb enough to falsely accuse his own brother? Jealousy. Yun Qing's second in the year, he's only 48th. You'd be sour too. 48th is not bad, is it? I'd wake up laughing. That's because you think small. In the royal capital circles, who doesn't know about this? As I went past, the chatter cut off abruptly, several gazes swinging over to me in unison, and someone secretly flashed me a thumbs up. I walked on, expressionless, as if none of it had anything to do with me. At the bend of the corridor, a fair, slender hand suddenly shot out and caught my sleeve with precision. Song Xiaoyan peeked half her face around the corner, her chestnut bob a mess, the thick black-framed glasses casting her whole face in shadow. Yin Qing, thank you for lending me your jacket that day. She let go like she'd been scalded and bowed her head. I washed the jacket. I meant to return it, but they threw it in the trash. Her voice grew smaller and smaller. Today she wore only a shirt washed pale with age, the sleeves rolled to the forearm, exposing a stretch of wrist so thin it looked ready to snap, and on it, several bruises, blue-purple, new and old layered together. Who threw it out? She shook her head and tugged her sleeve down. I didn't press. Don't worry about the jacket. Are you free at noon? My treat. She looked at me through her lenses, eyes full of confusion and wariness, and was about to refuse, when her stomach betrayed her with a growl. Her face flushed crimson in an instant. I pretended I hadn't heard, turned for the classroom, and tossed back a line. Noon, the cafeteria entrance. Don't be late. At noon, the second cafeteria, lavish and bright, every student there of fine breeding. Song Xiaoyan had changed into clothes that were clean but still washed out and old, and she followed behind me with her head down, like a startled rabbit. I ordered 2 set meals and picked a seat by the window. She gripped her chopsticks but didn't move, her gaze glued to the sweet and sour pork ribs, her throat bobbing once. Eat. It's on me. She gnawed at it in tiny bites, chewing each one a long time, like she was savoring it. Yin Qing, she suddenly said, food still in her mouth. Why are you being so good to me? What do you think? She was quiet for a long while. I don't know, but I won't do anything for you just because of one meal. I couldn't help a laugh. What would I need you to do? She looked up, her gaze serious in a way that was no joke. You're a Yun family young master. I'm a slum scholarship student. You buy me a meal. Either you pity me or you want to use me. Either way, I won't be grateful to you. Destitute, and yet stubborn enough to refuse to bow her head. I suddenly thought of her in my last life. The one who'd risked everything to become a battlefield medic, the one who saw me off at the end. So she'd been this stubborn from the very start. You're right. I didn't argue. I do have something I want your help with. Her chopsticks paused, and a flicker of I knew it sarcasm crossed her eyes. I'm interested in pharmacology. I heard you study it. I'd like to ask you to be my extracurricular tutor. She froze. How did you know I'm into pharmacology? That's not important. What's important is whether you're willing. She stared at me for a long time, as if weighing the truth of it. In the end, she lowered her head and gave a soft mm. I lifted my teacup, hiding the smile at the corner of my mouth. I'd just finished eating with Song Xiaoyan when my phone buzzed. It was Sang Ling. After school, the tutoring we agreed on, don't even think about running. I replied, okay. What kind of attitude is that? I, the young lady, lower myself to let you tutor me, and you just say okay? I thought about it and replied, 3 seconds of silence on the other end. Then a barrage came crashing in. Yun Qing, you're finished. 1 minute late, and you're a dead man. After school, Sang Ling did show up. A white dress under her uniform, long hair loose over her shoulders, that gorgeous little face more exquisite than ever. Where are we doing this? The library. The fourth-floor library was thin of people, so quiet there was nothing but the rustle of turning pages and the scratch of pen tips. I chose a seat by the window and pulled a notebook from my bag, sliding it across. The basics I put together. Start memorizing today. She opened it, and dense handwriting, neat as print, met her eyes. Her expression went from careless to focused to pained. This much. That's volume 1. There are 3 more after it. She drew a deep breath, looked up at me, her fox eyes full of grim resolve. Yin Qing, are you getting revenge on me? Why would I get revenge on you? Because I told the dean you'd tutor me? You're overthinking it. She glared at me for a moment, then resigned herself, flipped open the notebook, bit her pen, and began to memorize. I held a copy of Advanced Theory of Beast Contracts, borrowed from the library, but my gaze kept drifting up off the page to land on her. The sunlight plated the side of her face in pale gold, her long lashes lowered, casting a small patch of shadow beneath her eyes. She mouthed the formulas in silence, occasionally frowning, occasionally biting the cap of her pen. The way she looked when she got serious was a different person entirely from the volatile, swaggering young lady of every other day. I drew my gaze back to the page. The title of that page was Multi-Beast Contracts, Theory and Hypothesis. The content was sparse, mostly academic conjecture. The most anyone in history had contracted at once was 3 beasts, and in the 3rd year, that person's mental strength was exhausted and they dropped dead. So the mainstream view held that multi-beast contracts were unworkable, and forcing one was equivalent to suicide. But as I stared at that page, what came to mind was a scene from my last life. The 3rd year of the war. The Leia army was being driven back step by step, and the Beast Folk coalition had already pressed to the very walls of the royal capital. That day, 2 suns appeared over the royal capital. One was the true sun. The other was an orb of light condensed by a single woman's ability. She stood on the city wall, 7 beasts arrayed behind her, 7 abilities interweaving and flowing through her body, bursting forth in a blinding white light. The whole world was struck dumb. Before that moment, no one knew that the little princess Ninfa, never the object of much expectation, shy and innocent, had in fact contracted 7 beasts at once and kept it hidden all along. In that battle, she single-handedly held the Beast Folk coalition for 3 days and 3 nights, until her mental strength was utterly spent and she fell from the wall. That woman was Princess Ninfa, the strongest ability wielder in the history of the continent of Leia, and the only human ever to successfully contract multiple beasts. And that battle was her last. If Zhan Yu, Xuelin, and Xiao'er were already beings who could rewrite the course of a war, then Princess Ninfa was the true daughter of destiny. I wondered whether, this life, there'd be a chance to learn from her how to contract multiple beasts. What are you staring at me for? Sang Ling caught my gaze and looked up, suspicious. You done memorizing? Not yet. Then keep going. She rolled her eyes and bent back over those damnable formulas. By the time the tutoring was done, the sky had gone fully dark. After Sang Ling left, Zhan Yu came to my side, her cool voice sounding out in the dusk. Master, the Yun main residence called. The invitation to Princess Ninfa's birthday banquet has arrived. The master says you're to prepare well and not shame the Yun family. I nodded. She lowered her lashes, hesitated. Master, that birthday banquet, can I go too? You want to go? She gave a faint nod. The banquet allowed each guest 2 attendants. You and Xiao'er will come with me, then. Her lashes trembled, and she stepped back with a bow. Thank you, master. I turned and headed for the residence. That cool gaze fell on my back behind me and lingered there a long time. Princess Ninfa's birthday banquet was set in the palace banquet hall, the plaza out front strung with a long dragon of luxury cars. In the Yun family's car, the bruises on Yun Lang's face hadn't yet faded. He held an ice pack to them, but his eyes were bright. Tonight, he was going to watch me fall from the clouds with his own eyes. I rode in the car behind, with Xiao'er and Zhan Yu. Xiao'er had changed into a sharp black suit. Zhan Yu wore an ink-violet gown, her long hair loose, setting off the fairness of her face all the more. One striking and gallant, one cool and aloof, seated side by side, unexpectedly in harmony. In the banquet hall, crystal chandeliers spilled shimmering light. A band in the corner played a waltz, and the air floated with the scent of champagne and fresh flowers. Nobles clustered in little groups, trading pleasantries. The moment father stepped through the door, he locked onto his target, Sang Hongwen, the head of House Sang. He straightened his tie, raised a glass, and made his approach. After a few hollow courtesies, he steered the conversation onto its true course. I hear your daughter placed first in the year? Remarkable. Speaking of which, my son Yunqing and your daughter seem to be on rather good terms. I watched from a distance and could nearly recite his lines. Sang Hongwen raised an eyebrow. Clearly the name meant something to him. Ling Ling says Yunqing's been a great help to her. His gaze went past father and settled on me. He lifted his glass for a shallow sip, his eyes dark and unreadable. It was a measuring look. A boy in his teens. Why is he this composed, in a way that doesn't fit his age? I didn't avoid it. I only gave a slight nod. I'd been waiting all along for Hulan to make her move. She wouldn't let things go this smoothly for me. Sure enough, before long, a girl in a goose-yellow gown drifted gracefully over towards Sang Ling, a sweet smile on her face. Li Jian, Sang Ling's childhood friend. The two of them raised together, and by the family reckoning, she had to call Hulan Auntie. She'd been sent to sound out the truth between me and Sang Ling. Ling Ling. She patted Sang Ling's shoulder with familiarity, glancing at me as if by chance. And this is... Oh, this is Yunqing, the one I told you about. Li Jian's eyes flickered. She pulled Sang Ling half a step closer and asked something in a low voice. I couldn't catch it clearly, but I could see it. Sang Ling's ears flushed scarlet in a flash. What relationship? Just ordinary friends, she stammered, fanning herself with her hand. It's hot. Too many people. No air. Li Jian asked another low question. That was before, Sang Ling blurted. Then, the words barely out, clapped a hand over her mouth, her face redder still. Li Jian didn't need to ask anymore. Ordinary friends? This was plainly something far deeper. She patted Sang Ling's shoulder meaningfully, turned, threaded back through the crowd to Hulan and Yun Lang, and spoke slowly. That sentence I didn't hear, but I saw Yun Lang's face. In an instant it went livid, twisted, the strain making his wound throb until he hissed through his teeth. He'd assumed I was faking the closeness, assumed one test at the banquet would expose me for what I was. But reality had dealt him a ringing slap. He'd chased Sang Ling for over a year and never so much as touched her hand. I'd been in the royal capital 3 months and made her blush for me. Why him? I could nearly see the words in his eyes. The banquet reached its peak as Princess Ninfa walked into the hall, surrounded by a crowd. Imperial gown, long hair swept into an exquisite princess updo, a little porcelain doll face, soft and sweet with a touch of baby fat still to it. She was no more than 15 or 16, her voice tender and fine, like a child's. Thank you all for coming to my birthday banquet. Please make yourselves at home. No need to stand on ceremony. The guests raised their glasses in a toast. I held my own glass and watched her across a hall full of perfumed silks and gleaming hair. Who could have imagined that this soft, pure little princess would, 7 years from now, stand on a city wall, single-handedly contract 7 beasts, become the second son over the royal capital, and hold the Beastfolk coalition for 3 days and 3 nights, until she fell. The daughter of destiny. I had to find a way to get closer to her. Over there, father had squeezed back to Sang Hongwen's side. Brother Sang, don't you think my Yunqing and your daughter are rather fated? Sang Hongwen looked at me, then at the smile his daughter couldn't hide, and turned thoughtful. Indeed. Let nature take its course. To father's ears, that was as good as tacit approval of the match. The smile on his face was impossible to suppress. And Hulan, standing behind him, watched her husband smile, her own face sinking degree by degree. This trap she'd so carefully laid had been meant to humiliate me, and not only had it failed, it had left Sang Hongwen with a good impression of me. Her precious son had spent the whole night shrinking in a corner, like a homeless stray dog. But I knew well, she wouldn't let it end there. She still held one card in her hand, Sume, and the child in her belly. She was waiting until I was full of myself, until I believed I'd found firm footing to slap that card down in my face and hurl me from the clouds. That would be satisfying. A pity. This card, I intended to tear up myself, one step ahead of her. Halfway through the banquet, the band switched to a lighter tune, and the young nobles drifted in twos and threes onto the dance floor. I held my glass, but my attention stayed, the whole time, on Jean Yu in the corner. She stood quiet and pliant, the very picture of a competent slave, but those ink-violet eyes stayed fixed on Princess Ninfa at the head of the hall. It was a look I knew far too well. I knew what she was thinking, no mind-reading required. Once the crown princess at the summit of beast-folk power, bowed to by 10,000 beasts, now reduced to a slave, watching with her own eyes the human royalty who bought and sold her people like livestock, just a few dozen paces off, head bent, idly toying with the hem of a skirt, utterly unguarded. Rank S spirit affinity. In the instant of eye contact, she could read a mind, or she could shatter one. The suppression collar around her neck was made to lock down a rank D ability, but she was rank S. Even if the collar strangled her the moment she struck, she was confident she could first turn that little princess's brain to mush, then flee the palace in the chaos. She didn't care about dying. She even thought that taking a royal princess down with her on the way out would be worth it. And in the very instant her collar sensed the killing intent, as that thread of violet light was about to gather, I was already at her side. Jean Yu. Before she could even turn her head, I'd drawn her half into my arms. It looked like the loosest of gestures, but the grip left no room to break free. You're tired. Go wait for me in the car. My voice was very soft, but it came down like a basin of cold water, dousing the killing intent surging in her chest. She lifted her eyes and ran into my half-lit face. She could do the math, of course. She could escape, but I couldn't. A master's slave assassinating a princess was a capital crime, whether or not I knew of it, and the whole Yun family would go to the grave alongside me. And I didn't even need mind reading to know that father would be the first to shove me out as the scapegoat. Jean Yu slowly drew back the half-step she'd already taken, lowered her lashes, and pressed that killing intent down, inch by inch. Yes, master. Her voice was as cool as ever, not a trace of emotion in it. Beside us, Xiaotar's golden eyes narrowed, lingering on Jean Yu for 2 seconds before moving away. She kept feeling something had been off about that snake just now, though she couldn't say what. The dance ended, and Sang Ling came running back, breathless, her cheeks flushed pink. I'm dead on my feet. Jian went berserk, dragged me through 3 dances. In truth, she'd wanted to dance with me. The proud young lady just couldn't bring herself to say so. I handed her a glass of juice. She downed half of it and lifted her fox eyes. You stood in the corner the whole time? Didn't dance. Don't tell me you thought the other girls weren't pretty enough? You're overthinking it. She gave a snort. Let's go. I've danced enough. We're out. You're not going to say goodbye to the princess? Already did. She wants me to come to the palace and play with her next time. So annoying. I'm the last person who wants to babysit a kid. When she clearly loved kids. I watched her say one thing and mean another, and the corner of my mouth curved. Back at the main residence, father did the rare thing of showing me a smile, and even poured me a cup of tea with his own hands. You did well today. Sang Hongwen chatted with me for a bit. He's got a good impression of you. Dad, I'd like to move to Cloudrest Manor as soon as possible. This soon? It's not finished over there yet, is it? I've lined up a crew. It'll be livable in a month. He mulled it over and nodded. Fine. Tell me if you're short on money. His tone was unusually generous, clearly still riding the good mood of the night. On my way upstairs, I met Hulan at the corner. She still wore that moon-white gown from the banquet, her makeup immaculate, her smile gentle, as if nothing at all had happened tonight. You did very well tonight, Yinqing. A girl like the eldest daughter of House Sang. Even your brother Lang can't reach that high, and yet you can be friends with her. I hear you're moving to Cloudrest Manor? It's quiet out there. Good for studying. I gave a flat, non-committal sound and stepped past her. She couldn't wait for me to move out. Cloudrest Manor was far from the main residence, and once I was living there, whatever they did next, whatever happened, father would only assume I'd been getting up to no good out there on my own. Not a single drop would splash onto her and her son. She was waiting for Su Mei's belly to show, waiting for me to be full of myself, then flipping me off the clouds in one stroke. That would be satisfying. But she didn't know that my moving there came with plans of my own. And that card, I'd tear it up myself, one step ahead of her. Late into the night, I stood at the study window, my back to the door, a long whip clenched in my hand. Jean Yu had wanted to kill Ninfa tonight. With her power, even wearing a suppression collar, she was confident she could turn that little princess's brain to mush before the collar choked the life out of her. I couldn't gently talk her down again. A person who had once stood at the peak of power doesn't lay down her vengeance over a few reasoned words. She would only rein it in temporarily, out of fear of losing this one and only master who treated her as a person. I drew a deep breath, and when I opened my eyes again, the last trace of hesitation in them had been snuffed out by my own hand. Jean Yu, come in. She pushed the door open. She'd changed out of the banquet gown into plain black, her long hair bound at the back of her head, bearing a stretch of pale, smooth nape. Her expression was cool as ever, as if nothing had happened tonight. Master, you wanted me. Kneel. Her lashes trembled faintly. She offered no defense, slowly bending her knees onto the cold floor tiles, but her spine stayed ramrod straight. Do you know why I told you to kneel? No. I set the whip down on the desk with a crisp clack. Then let me remind you. At the banquet tonight, that look you gave Princess Ninfa, what did it mean? Her body stiffened, almost imperceptibly. She probably assumed the collar had sensed the killing intent and warned me, and that with no real evidence in hand. I only meant to put her on notice. I don't understand what you mean, Master. I crouched down, gripped her chin, and forced her face up. Our eyes met. That violet light kindled in the depths of her pupils. She was reading my mind. And read nothing at all. The depths of my consciousness were a pool of dead water. I had long since learned to shield myself before a rank S spirit wielder. You think I don't know what you're thinking? My voice was soft as a whisper, yet every word cut to the heart. You wanted a life for a life, to kill Ninfa. You knew the collar would strangle you the instant you struck, and you didn't care. You even thought that dragging a royal princess down with you before you died would be worth it. A murky darkness welled up in her eyes. But after you're dead, then what? My voice turned suddenly cold. You're my slave. You assassinate a princess, and the whole Yun family goes to the grave with you. Not just the humans, by Ruan, Xiao'er, Shuelin, every beast-folk servant in the Yun house, all of them dead. Her fair, slender fingers slowly clenched. You think killing Ninfa would bring peace to the spirits of all those enslaved beast folk? I sneered. You die, and tomorrow the sun rises just the same. The nobles of the royal capital throw their banquets just the same, drink their champagne just the same, go to the slave market and buy new beasts just the same. You'd change nothing. You'd only get every person who ever treated you a little kindly killed. Her face had gone utterly white. By Ruan, that foolish rabbit, she escaped the kitchen knife, only to die senselessly because of you. Xiao'er just crawled out of the beast pits, hasn't had more than a few full meals her whole life. Shuelin, that mermaid who can't even speak yet. You want them all to die alongside you. Jean Yu's eyes reddened. From the day she fled the beast folk continent, she had not cried. She hadn't cried when she was locked in the dark hold of the cargo ship. She hadn't cried when she was priced and auctioned off. But now, tears welled in her eyes. Not from fear of death. It was that she'd realized she had almost made a catastrophic mistake, almost gotten even more beast folk killed. And she feared, too, that I would look at her with disappointment. The instant that thought surfaced, even she was stunned. When had she started to care how a human looked at her? I let go of her chin, stood, and picked up the whip. I told you, the thing I hate most is betrayal. What did you promise me? Never to betray your master. And yet today, you not only almost betrayed me, you almost got everyone killed. She pressed her lips tight, unable to argue, because every word I'd said was right. What's the first principle of contracting a beast? Forced domestication. Her voice was hoarse, barely audible. The precondition for success? Making the beast's fear of humans exceed every instinct. Right now, are you afraid of me? She was silent a long while. Yes. Good that you are. I walked in front of her. Hold out your hands. She raised her eyes, and at last a ripple stirred in those ink-violet depths. She looked at the whip in my hand, then at my face, and slowly extended both hands, palms up. Crack. The first lash fell, a red welt rising at once, skin splitting, blood seeping. She didn't pull her hands back. She made no sound. Crack, 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 each lash heavier than the last. Blood dripped down through the cracks of her fingers onto the floor tiles. Cold sweat beaded at her temple, her lip bitten white, but never once did she cry out in pain. After 5 lashes, Jean Yu's fair palms were flecked with droplets of blood. To say it didn't hurt me would be a lie. But this little snake, forever testing the edge of danger, had to be brought firmly to heel. Too much, and it would damage muscle and bone. Too little, and it wouldn't be enough to deter. 5 lashes, just right. Cold sweat covered her temples. Her face drained bloodless, and still her spine never bent. I tossed the whip back on the desk. Go back and reflect properly. She braced against the floor and stood, her knees numb from kneeling, swaying once before she steadied herself. Head bowed, long hair veiling her face, she walked unsteadily out the door. I lay back down on the bed, but in my mind her kneeling figure surfaced. Spine straight, lashes pressing down the feeling beneath them, like a young beast cornered to the edge of nowhere, holding on to its last shred of dignity through silence. Somewhere soft in my chest gave a small, gentle tug. I clenched my fist and reminded myself, she was no ordinary person. She was a rank S spirit wielder, the future empress, the avenger who'd slaughtered an entire estate in my last life. Ordinary kindness wouldn't move her. She'd seen too much false sentiment and too much cold betrayal. To make her submit completely, only extreme means would do. First the whip, then a piece of candy. First make her fear, then make her feel safe. First push her away, then pull her back. The greater the contrast, the deeper it brands. Carrot and stick. The next day, the moment the sky began to gray, I woke. A thread of ashen white spread across the east. Holding a white porcelain medicine bottle, I walked to Jean Yu's door and knocked. Jean Yu, it's me. Open up. It was a good while before the door opened a crack. She stood behind it against the light, her face pale, dark circles under her eyes, her lips cracked and peeling, as if she'd been gravely ill. Her long hair fell loose over her shoulders, her chin gone sharp, like a flower wilted by frost. Both hands were wrapped in bandages, the white gauze stained through here and there with pale red. Xiar had wrapped them for her. Master. Her voice was so hoarse it could barely be heard, like she'd been crying or hadn't slept all night. I held out the bottle, my expression calm. Top grade wound salve. Works wonders on lash injuries. She started, looked up at me, as if searching my face for something. My expression was still cool, as if I were only carrying out a routine errand. But she probably noticed. There were dark circles under my eyes too. I hadn't slept well either. She reached out and took it, her fingertips pausing slightly as they brushed my palm. I knew she wasn't afraid of pain. In the Beast Folk Palace, she'd seen things far more terrible than a whip. The night her uncle stormed the throne, she'd been thrown into the dungeon and put through every cruelty. And even then she'd thought, is that all there is to it? It was just that she couldn't accept it. She had walked alone in the dark for so long, and at last seen a sliver of light, only to nearly snuff it out with her own hand. Thank you, Master. She clenched the bottle and lowered her lashes. A single tear slid from the corner of her eye, tracing soundlessly down her pale cheek, falling onto the white porcelain cap and breaking into a small smear of damp. I had already turned to go. My voice drifted back, faint, from the end of the corridor. Do it again, and it won't just be your palms. The storm over the midterms had mostly died down. The rumor that I'd cheated collapsed under its own weight, and Yun Lang, who'd reported me, was named in a school-wide notice, humiliated to the bone. But noble sons never let a single failure be the end of it. They only switched to a different method. Well, if it isn't second in the year. In the corridor, 3 boys in Silver Moon uniforms blocked my path. The one in front was tall and good-looking, but with a violent edge hidden in his eyes. Helian Chung, once Silver Moon's first in the year, now squeezed down to third by me and Sang Ling. Behind him trailed 2 lackeys, one fat and one thin, the standard prodigal son lineup. You want something with me? Nothing much. Helian Chung looked me up and down. Just wanted to see what kind of remarkable talent it takes to lead Sang Ling around by the nose. Now that I see it, you're nothing special. The fat lackey chimed in with a snigger. A country boy? What makes him think he can fight young Master Helian for a woman? I looked at them like three clowns who didn't belong on the stage. I'd seen plenty of this sort in my last life. I curved my thin lips into the faintest smile, mild, even gentle. And yet Hellion Chung felt an inexplicable chill run down his spine, his expression flickering, just as he was about to flare up. Hellion Chung, you're in my way. Sang Ling had appeared at the end of the corridor at some point. Today she'd tied her hair in a high ponytail, bearing a stretch of fair neck. Her uniform jacket draped over her shoulders, a book in her hand, her posture languid. But the cold in those fox eyes was plain for anyone to see. Hellion Ching's expression was a sight to behold. He liked Sang Ling. All of Silver Moon knew it. From his first day, he pursued her relentlessly. Flowers, gifts, love letters, his devotion outdoing even Yun Lang's. But Sang Ling was colder to him than she was to Yun Lang. Yun Lang could at least exchange a few words. Hellion Ching never got within 3 meters of her. Sang Ling, I wasn't blocking you on purpose. So you did it by accident? She walked over in her leather shoes and planted herself at my side, turning her head to look at me. You all right? I'm fine. Only then did she move her gaze back to Hellion Chung, lifting her chin, arrogant. I'll say it one more time. I don't like you. I didn't before, I don't now, and I never will. Don't waste your time on me, and don't go making trouble for anyone else. Especially him. She pointed at me. He's mine. Touch a single hair on his head, and I'll make you pay. The corridor went quiet for an instant, then erupted. Sang Ling said Yunqing is hers. That's basically admitting it. Young Master Helian's face went green. Helian Cheng's face had indeed gone green. Not from rage, but from holding it in. He wanted to blow up, but didn't dare. Hao Sang's power was right there in plain sight, and the Helian family was more than a tier below. Fine, Sang Ling. You win. He forced the words out through his teeth and turned to leave with his lackeys. A few steps on, he looked back and shot me a sinister glare, a look that spelled it out plainly. This isn't over. Sang Ling watched him go, then turned to me, her tone faintly displeased. What's wrong with you? Someone corners you, and you don't even call for help. Call who? Call me, obviously. She said it like it was the most natural thing in the world. I'm in the classroom next door. Shout once, and I'll hear you. Are you my bodyguard? I'm a lot better than a bodyguard. You know why Hellion Chung doesn't dare talk back to me? Last year, his father wanted that plot of land in the east of the city. He begged my father for 3 months before my father nodded. So that was the backing of the royal capital's foremost house. All right, stop standing there. She tugged at my sleeve. Tutoring after school today. Don't even think about running. I glanced at her hand gripping my sleeve, then at the shocked faces of the students around us, and quietly reminded her. Mind the impression you're making. What impression? She was blank for a moment. Then it clicked, and her face went faintly red, but her hand didn't let go. I mind what? I'm just afraid you'll bolt. I won't bolt. Like hell I believe that. And so we walked side by side down the corridor, leaving a wake of whispers behind us. The library. Sang Ling slumped over the table. The thick foundations of beast ability theory spread before her. Fox eyes half shut, nearly asleep. Page 37, second paragraph. Underline the key points. She drew a crooked line beneath the row, reading along, then suddenly looked up. Yunqing, let me ask you something. Will you contract a beast someday? My page-turning hand paused. Why do you ask? Curious. Those slaves of mine, I never once thought of contracting them. Come or go as they please. But you're different. You seem to really care about those few of yours. I will. When they're willing, of their own hearts. She tilted her head, thought about it, and laughed. Then you'll probably be waiting a long time. Beasts won't willingly contract with humans. The teacher said it. Conversion doesn't exist. Beasts don't understand gratitude or loyalty. What we call conversion is just their feigned obedience. I looked at her and suddenly asked, do you believe every word the teacher says? Not every word. Then why did you believe that one? She opened her mouth, and the words caught. Because it tells you beasts are cold-blooded creatures. I said, it lets you feel no guilt about your own sense of superiority and play the lofty human with a clear conscience. Sang Ling stared at me, dazed and uncomprehending, only thinking that the side of my face was rather nice to look at. All right, stop spacing out. I rapped the table. Turned to page 39. Oh. She hurriedly bent her head, the tips of her ears red, her heart pounding, and stole another glance up at me. She suddenly remembered the question Li Jian had asked. What exactly are you two? Back then, she'd said, ordinary friends. But now, she wasn't quite so sure. The next morning, the thin mist hadn't yet lifted. I was sitting by the window drinking tea when the butler came hurrying to knock, his face strange. Young master, something's happened. Sume, she's gone. My tea-holding hand paused. Gone. This morning the servants found her door open and her not there. We searched the whole estate. No trace of her. Surveillance. Nothing caught her leaving the villa. The butler lowered his voice. And her suppression collar never raised an alarm. By rights, when a slave gets a certain distance from the master, the collar warns automatically. But the system shows she never left the estate's range at all last night. Gone, but she didn't leave the estate. Yes, this whole thing, it isn't right. And her belongings? Clothes, daily things, nothing missing. The quilts folded up neat, like it wasn't slept in. The stables were only half cleaned, the water bucket still tossed by the trough. The person gone, nothing missing, no blood, no signs of struggle, the collar dead silent. She had never left this estate at all. A living, breathing person, along with the child in her belly, vanished overnight into thin air. I set down my teacup, fingertips tapping lightly on the arm of the wicker chair. Last night, I had just whipped Jianyu. Today, Sume was gone. I closed my eyes and could almost piece that night together. A Snake Clan girl who'd taken the lash, her beast blood surging, her mind already unstable. And of all things, Sume had come at her, jabbing with the ugliest words she could find, that I'd tire of her sooner or later, that her ruined hands meant the master would never look at her twice again. To a snake just driven to the wall and then trodden on the tail, that was a fatal provocation. A rank D fire fox against a snake who'd hidden her true strength all this time. The outcome was a foregone conclusion. No blood, no remains, all clean, because she hadn't even left the other a bone. I opened my eyes. It was only my conjecture, without a shred of evidence. Maybe I was overthinking it. But to be honest, I'd been racking my brain over how to handle this hot potato. Sell her, and Hulan wouldn't let it rest. Keep her, and sooner or later, she'd be a menace. And now, this game piece had removed itself from the board. In my last life, it was precisely she who'd ruined my name, gotten me struck from the family register, made me the laughingstock of the whole continent. This life, before I'd even acted, she was gone first. That such good fortune existed under heaven. I pushed open the window. Cool air poured in, and the murk that had built up in my chest for so long scattered most of the way. As for whether that guess was true or not, once I'd seen Jianyu, I'd know. I had the butler call everyone to the living room. When I came downstairs, the four girls stood up at once. Sit, all of you. I took the head seat and swept my gaze across their faces. There's something I have to tell you. Sume has gone missing. For reactions. Bai Ruan's eyes went round, her mouth falling into an O. Xiara frowned, a flicker of alertness crossing her golden eyes. Shui Lin's hands loosened around her flower pot, confusion rippling through her water-blue eyes. Jianyu, her expression didn't change. The person's gone, but the belongings are all here, and the collar never alarmed, I said. Could she have run off on her own? Xiaoter spoke first. A rank D fire fox, with a collar on. How far could she run? And the collar didn't go off, which means she never left the estate. Then could she have? Bai Ruan timidly raised her hand. Been taken by someone. Anything's possible. I nodded. Until this is sorted out, don't go off alone. 2 or more whenever you go out, and lock your doors and windows at night. Bai Ruan nodded hard, rabbit ears bobbing up and down. Xiara crossed her arms, scorn flashing in her golden eyes. I'd love to see which fool has the eyes to come steal me. Don't be careless. She pressed her lips together and didn't argue further. Jianyu had said nothing the whole time. Sitting in the corner, her ink-violet eyes half lowered, as if lost in a daze. All right, dismissed. Go about your business. Bai Ruan was the first to run up to me, her little face flushed red. Master, have you had breakfast? I'll make you some. I looked at those shining eyes and the corner of my mouth curved. Not yet. Her rabbit ears shot up, and she spun and dashed for the kitchen, her skirt flaring in a little arc. Xiara watched her go and shook her head. That rabbit. Not a care in the world. Aren't you the same? I looked at her. Sume vanishes and you're not scared at all. I'm not scared. Because… She paused. I just feel like the master won't let anything happen to us. The moment she said it, she startled herself and turned her face away, her gray wolf ears folding back self-consciously, the tips flushing red. I'm going to work. She dropped the line and strode off. Zhanyu rose too and walked toward the door. As she passed me, her footsteps hitched. Master, how do you plan to handle the matter of Sume? She kept her head down, long hair veiling half her face, her expression unreadable. I smiled, mild as if I'd seen through nothing. Did Byron scare you? Don't worry. With me here, no one's going to steal you away. All right. She stepped out of the living room, her pace a little quicker than usual, like she was fleeing something. I watched that figure vanish at the end of the corridor and narrowed my eyes. The timing of Su Mei's disappearance was too neat. Yesterday, I'd just whipped Zhanyu. Today she was gone. Normally, Zhanyu cared about nothing. That suited her nature. But today, against all habit, she'd asked after Su Mei's whereabouts. That cold, gloomy little snake, suddenly moved by kindness. No matter how you turned it, it didn't add up. I lowered my eyes, and the shadow in them swept clean away. I had no evidence. But if my guess was true, then I really had raised myself one remarkable little snake. The news of Su Mei's disappearance reached Hu Lan's ears, and within half an hour, the entire Yun estate was under lockdown. Even the dog flap was nailed shut with boards. I sat by the third-floor window reading, watching the servants below haul shovels and hoes, turning over the garden soil again and again. No need to guess, this was Hu Lan's doing. She was dead set on it being me. That I discovered Su Mei was carrying Yun Lang's child, and silenced her for fear the truth would come out. She'd even turn it around and pour the filthy water onto father. Su Mei came to me in tears a while back, said he'd put his hands on her. Now she's vanished. What's left to wonder about? A little pillow talk, and father had most likely bought 70 or 80% of it. What he feared most was this reaching Hao Sang's ears. So he gave the order, seal the estate, find her alive or find her body. Woodshed, well, cellar, attic, the hay piles in the stables, searched inch by inch. Horse dung was shoveled out and spread across the ground, the stench overwhelming. Hu Lan stood in the yard watching, not a trace of her usual gentleness left, only a near-mad obstinacy. A pity. They'd find nothing. Bang. My door was shoved open from the outside. Hu Lan barged in with Auntie Gui and two burly servants, without knocking. I looked up. Letting yourself in, shoving the door open, isn't that a touch rude? She didn't answer, directing the servants to look under the bed, throw open the wardrobe, pull out the drawers, not even sparing a single compartment of the desk. Nothing. Where's Su Mei? The corner of her mouth twitched. Missing. I'm looking for her too. I wore a look of amusement. Don't play dumb with me. Was it you? I met her gaze without flinching, without dodging. What a baseless thing to say. Su Mei was my slave. I'm not Yin Lang. Why would I kill her for no reason at all? That stopped her cold. She stared hard at my face, hunting for even a thread of a flaw. But that face held only calm, indifference, plus just the right touch of confusion, like a master who'd had the bad luck to lose a slave. Her face went green with rage, and her gaze suddenly fell on the window behind me. Beyond it was the garden, beyond the garden the wall, and beyond the wall. You threw her outside the estate? I tilted my head slightly, as if looking at an unreasonable child. If you're not at ease, keep searching. The estate's only so big. You're bound to find her. She bit her lip, glared at me with hatred, and turned to leave. Listening to that string of hurried footsteps in the corridor fade away, my whole body felt at ease. Su Mei was of course not in the estate. She was in the belly of a snake. Hu Lan could turn the entire estate upside down and never turn up a single hair of that fox. They searched every corner of the Yun house, even went down into the well to look. Nothing. Hu Lan couldn't work it out. A rank D beast with a suppression collar couldn't escape the estate, much less vanish into thin air. Which left only one explanation. Su Mei was dead, the body disposed of so cleanly it left not a trace. But how? I had no ability, and those slaves of mine were, in her eyes, rank F and rank D trash. Between beast folk, only an utterly crushing gap in ability lets one kill another without a sound, without leaving so much as a bone. She could break her head over it and never understand. My guess was that in the end, she'd most likely change tack. Since Sume as a card was now useless, she might as well seize the chance to make trouble and drive me out of the Yun family. At dinner, the mood in the dining room was suffocating. Father's face was grim, his chopsticks resting on his bowl, unmoved. I sat at the farthest seat, eating as usual. Hulan had been thwarted, and my appetite, for once, was excellent. Yin Qing, what exactly happened with Sume? I've already said it. A slave went missing. The legs are her own. How would I know where she went? I think you've got a guilty conscience. Yin Lang sneered. Enough. Father slapped the table. A slave goes missing and the whole house is in an uproar. How does that look if it gets out? Hulan put on a face of worry. Boying, Langer only fears it'll damage the Yun family name. The way I see it, we'd best send Yun Qing back to the countryside first to let the storm pass. Father was silent a moment, then turned to me. How are the renovations at Cloudrest Manor coming? My heart stirred, though it didn't show on my face. More or less done. Then don't drag it out. Move over there tomorrow. Yun Lang nearly laughed out loud. Dad's actually throwing Yin Qing out? Hulan blinked too. Then a flash of delight rose in her eyes. This was exactly what she wanted. Dad, I said, feigning hesitation, but it's not completely finished over there yet. Make do for now if it's not done. I'm sorry to put you through that. I'll transfer you another $1 million as a little compensation. Oh, an unexpected windfall. I nodded, all obedience. In my last life, when those two and Su Mei had falsely accused me together, Father hadn't hesitated for a second before deciding I'd been involved with a slave, striking me from the family register without giving me a chance to so much as explain. Now here he was, kindly handing me $1 million for free. How ironic. You and your son look at Yin Qing like he's an eyesore. You think I don't know? Father suddenly shot a glare at Hulan and her son. Once he moves out, you'll all have your peace. Then he turned to remind me, when you're over there, don't forget to keep up with Sang Ling, don't let things grow distant. Before the sky had fully brightened the next day, the moving crew arrived. I walked out the front gate of the Yun house, with Xiao'er, Zhanyu, Bairuan, and Xuelin behind me, each carrying a few simple bags. No one came out to see me off. I'd expected it, not a ripple in my heart. Young master. An aged voice came from the shadows of the side door. Butler Zhou walked slowly over and stood before me, his eyes a little red, though he blinked hard and forced the dampness back. He'd worked for the Yun family more than 40 years. From the very first day I'd been brought back, he'd called me young master. Properly, not a fraction of flattery more, not a fraction of respect less. He was one of the few in that house who'd never once given me a cold eye. In my last life, not long after I was driven out of the Yun house, he died of a heart ailment. Uncle Zhou. I called him back. Find time soon to go to the hospital and get your heart checked. He froze. Young master, how did you? I had a dream. I dreamed your heart gave out, and you were gone. I said it lightly. Don't take it as a bad omen. I'm a superstitious man, better to believe it and be safe. He opened his mouth, his throat as if blocked by something. He'd served 3 generations of masters, and I was the first to ever care about his health. I'll remember, young master. Take care of yourself over there. I nodded, turned, and got into the car. As the car pulled out of the estate, Bairuan poked her head back from the rear seat to look. Master, the butler's still standing at the gate. I gave a and closed my eyes. Xiao'er glanced at me in the rearview mirror and said nothing. She'd once thought all nobles treated slaves as less than people. Only now did she see that some nobles didn't even treat their own people as people. Otherwise, how could a butler be moved to that? Just from one word of concern. The mountain road wound through a dozen-odd switchbacks, and Cloudrest Manor appeared in the morning light. I pushed open the door and got out, drew a deep breath. After being cooped up so long in that house, the scent of the grass and the lake here could finally soothe the lungs. Round and round, and in the end, I'd moved out. I'd been miserable in that main residence for so long, and only after being thrown out did I understand. Some places were never home to begin with. I pushed open the main door, and the reception hall opened up right before me. The oak floor had been resanded and lacquered, polished to a mirror shine. The deep blue fabric sofas were clean and spare. Beyond the floor-to-ceiling windows, The morning mist hadn't yet lifted from the lake, and the far mountains were a stroke of green. The four girls each went to claim a room. Bai Ruan's room was on the west side of the ground floor, next to the kitchen. Pink and white floral curtains, rabbit cushions piled at the head of the bed, a sweet, girlish air rushing out to meet you. Xiatis was next to Bai Ruan's, the yard right outside her door, sunlight pouring through the blinds to fill the room with brightness. Xuelin's was on the east side of the ground floor, the window facing straight onto the lake, a glass vase of fresh water irises at her bedside. Zhang Yu's was at the far east end of the second floor, backed against the mountain, shaded year-round. Pull the double blackout curtains and no daylight got in. Perfect for a cold-blooded snake to curl up and sleep. I went up to the third floor. I pushed open the master bedroom door, and the lake and mountains spread out before me, all in one view. Nothing like that room in the Yun house, where the sun never reached all year, the walls cold, the furniture sparse, exactly like their attitude toward me. A place in name, hollow and perfunctory in fact. Here, every single thing was arranged to my own habits. Peace. When I came down, Bai Ruan was already busy in the kitchen. She wore a pale yellow apron embroidered with carrots, her rabbit ears drooping obediently. She rose on her toes to reach a spice jar on the upper shelf of the stove, tried twice without getting it. I reached over her shoulder, took it down easily, and handed it to her. And master. Her rabbit ears shot up, her face flushing to the base of her neck. Why are you in the kitchen? It's all smoke and grease. Go sit down, lunch will be ready soon. I set the jar back on the stove, and my fingertip brushed her small hand without meaning to. If you can't reach, get a stool. Don't go falling. I'll remember. Her voice grew smaller and smaller, her head sinking lower and lower. I carried my tea to the shade of the porch and opened Advanced Theory of Beast Contracts. The tea was the lavender Xuelin had brewed, the pale purple liquid swaying gently in the white porcelain cup. Out in the yard, Xiar was crouched on the grass, battling the wildly overgrown weeds, short sleeves, shears snipping crisply, fast and fierce. She sensed my gaze, slowed, looked up, golden eyes meeting my half-smiling ones across a few paces. What's the master looking at? She struck first, her tone stiff. Watching you work. Very diligent. Her ears flattened back, the tips reddening. She lowered her head and kept cutting, but worked harder than before, like a child who tries harder the more she's praised. Rest when you're tired. Don't get heat stroke. I'm not tired. Some tea, then? Xuelin just brewed it. She hesitated 2 seconds, then came over and took it after all, leaning against the doorpost for a sip, and wrinkled her nose. Too bitter. I like it a little sweet. Noted. Next time I'll have Xuelin make yours with honey. Her fingers tightened slightly around the cup, and she lowered her lashes. Master needn't remember things like that. I'll remember it because I want to. She didn't answer, finished the tea, set the cup down, and turned back to the yard. A couple of steps on, without looking back, she tossed out, "Thanks for the tea, master." The red at the tips of her ears never quite faded. Xuelin sat on the wooden boardwalk at the lake's edge, bare feet dipped in the water, her water blue hair stirred gently by the wind. I walked over and sat down beside her. Is the water cold? She shook her head, then suddenly raised a hand and slapped the water, splashing up a little spray that landed on my trouser leg. I looked down at my trousers, then at her. The mermaid girl's mouth curved more plainly now, a childish mischief in her eyes. Provoking me? She blinked, the picture of innocence. I leaned down, scooped up a handful of water, and splashed it at her. She couldn't dodge in time and caught it full in the face, the water running down her cheeks, that small, sharp little face all the lovelier for it. She froze for a second, then bent and scooped up a great double handful and flung it back at me with all her strength. I didn't dodge, took it square on, my shirt clinging to me, the chill seeping into my skin. We looked at each other for a beat. Watching the sorry state of me, her mouth opened. No sound came, but those eyes, curved into crescents, laughed for her. I raised a hand and gently flicked her forehead. She clutched it, smarting, but her eyes still curved, with a touch of a sulk. I stood, took off my shirt, wrung the water out, and slung it over my shoulder. It's nearly mealtime. No more playing, back you go. She rose from the water, bare feet on the boardwalk, and followed obediently behind me. In the living room, Jean Yu sat on the sofa, the white porcelain bottle in hand, about to change her dressing. The bandage was half off, bearing a stretch of scarred palm. I walked over and held out my hand. "Give it here." She hesitated a second, then handed me the bottle and bandage. "Hand out." She slowly extended her hand toward me. Head bent, I dabbed cotton with the salve and applied it, unhurried. The salve was cool, the pads of my fingers were warm. She lowered her lashes, expression cool as ever, but her breathing was a little shallower than usual, shallow enough that you couldn't catch it without being this close. "Does it hurt?" "No." "Liar." She pressed her lips together and didn't argue. I wound the fresh bandage round and round, my fingers brushing now and then against her cool fingertips. I tied it off, set her hand gently back on her knee. "There." She looked down at the freshly wrapped hand. Every turn tightened to just the right tension. "Still not healed after all this time. Have you been slacking, not changing the dressing properly? Next time I check, if I find you haven't done it right." I didn't finish, only slid her a sidelong look. There wasn't really any threat in that look, yet her spine, inexplicably, went taut. The next day, the sunlight poured in without restraint and scalded me awake from my dreams. Used to that north-facing dark room in the Yun house, my eyes hadn't adjusted to this kind of treatment yet. I rolled over, pulled the quilt over my head, and went back to sleep. Half awake, half dreaming, a faint rustle came from the edge of the bed, like someone had bent down. In the backlight, a fluffy ball of white bobbed before me, round, soft, like a breathing cotton puff, trembling, trembling. My hand was a step ahead of my brain and had already reached out, fingertips sinking into that fuzz, warm and smooth, a fine, dense quiver beneath it. Half asleep, I gave it a rub. The thing trembled harder. I mumbled something thick, soft. Then I heard a very faint gasp. Most of the drowsiness scattered. I blinked, and my focus finally landed. Byron stood bent over at the bedside, and the thing I'd been stroking all this while was her rabbit tail. She froze where she stood, her face burning from the base of her neck up to the tips of her ears, even those long ears flushing pink. My hand still hung in the air, the warmth of the fuzz lingering on my fingertips. "Byron." "Emma, master." She finally found her voice, incoherent. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to wake you. I just came to bring your breakfast. I didn't know you were stroking, touching." She couldn't go on, her ruby eyes brimming with mist. Bang! She dropped the food box on the bedside table, the bowls and plates clattering, and turned to all but flee out the door, her shoulder banging the frame in her panic. "Hey!" The door had already slammed shut. Footsteps thudded away down the corridor, then another, louder, slammed door. The world went quiet. I looked down at my right hand and savored the memory a moment. The texture really wasn't bad. Byron locked herself in her room and didn't come out all day. At noon, Ciara went to knock, and from inside came only a muffled, "I'm not hungry." Over the next several days, she grew stranger and stranger. At dinner, I watched with my own eyes as she sat at the foot of the table, the plate before her piled into a small mountain, bite after bite, cheeks puffed full, like a hamster hoarding food. After finishing her own portion, she'd pull over the neighboring dishes and clean those out too. Her cheeks were rounder than before, her whole frame filled out a notch. Shuelin poked her cheek curiously, soft and springy. Byron didn't react, focused on the annihilation of food. Jean Yu sat in the shadows, her ink-violet eyes fixed on Byron a long while. She opened her mouth, then in the end only lowered her head to her soup. A vague sense of wrongness stirred in me. On the fourth day, Ciara came knocking, weighed her words a long time, and finally squeezed out, "Master, I think something's off with Byron." "How so?" She laid out everything she'd observed, point by point. Byron had built a round nest in the storeroom out of hay, cotton wadding, and old cloth. Her appetite was astonishing, and she'd snatched a shirt I'd taken off, dragged it into her nest, and clutched it without letting go, no amount of coaxing getting it back. The more Ciara said, the more absurd it sounded, and by the end her face was a little red and her voice dropped low. "Master, she couldn't be. She seems to be building a nest." Ciara lowered her voice. "I think she might have a false pregnancy." "Huh." Every word she said I knew, but strung together I didn't understand them. "Did you make that up?" "Of course not. Don't you know rabbits can have false pregnancies?" Though the topic clearly embarrassed her, Ciara pressed on with the education. I saw it in the beast pits. A female gets some kind of stimulus, her body believes she's carrying, and she starts nesting, gorging, hoarding. The state she's in now is exactly what I saw. The stimulus you mean is? Well, this, probably, something to do with the opposite sex. She stammered. Probably, something to do with me. You know quite a lot. The tips of her ears flushed, and she turned her face away, muttering, I just happened to have seen it, that's all. I understand. I stood. I'll take her to a doctor tomorrow. Ciara froze, her golden eyes widening slightly, like she'd heard something inconceivable. Master, you're taking her to see a doctor? Is there a problem? Her lips moved a few times, and she said in a low voice, she's only an F-rank beast. Taking a slave to the doctor. I've never heard of it. On the continent of Leia, a beast slave's body was never part of a master's concern. Sick, you toughed it out. If you couldn't, you died. Once dead, they bought another. Even those willing to spend would only treat rare rank A or rank B beasts, hoping to squeeze more value out of a future contract. Rank F trash didn't even qualify to be resold, let alone set foot in a clinic. Now you've heard of it. I glanced at her. She pressed her lips tight, lowered her lashes, and answered low. Yes. In those golden eyes, a tangle of complicated feeling churned. In her years in the beast pits, she'd seen too many wounded beasts, skin split at best, limbs lost at worst, and no one cared. Humans wouldn't spend a single coin more on a broken tool. But I'd said I'd take Ruan to the doctor, said it like it was the most natural thing in the world. I walked to Ruan's door and knocked 3 times. From inside came a flurry of rustling, like she was hurriedly hiding something. Ruan, open up. The door opened a crack, showing only half her face. Her rabbit ears were pressed flat to her head, her eyes faintly red, like she'd just been crying. Can I come in? She hesitated, then pulled the door open. The room was utterly different from when I'd last been in. In the corner sat that strange nest. Hay, cotton wadding, cloth layered atop one another, the center sunken just enough to curl a person into. Ruan followed my gaze, the color draining from her face bit by bit, her hands twisting in front of her, unable to get a word out. Lately, have you been feeling your body's not right? Hungry easily, wanting to hoard things, wanting to stay in dark places, sometimes feeling like crying for no reason. Her head snapped up, her eyes full of alarm. Master, how do you know? Ciara told me. Her face went utterly white. She stepped back against the wall, tears welling up without warning. Master, I didn't do anything I shouldn't have. I really didn't. I don't know why this is happening. The more she said, the more tangled it got, and finally she slid down the wall to the floor, buried her head in her knees, her shoulders shaking violently. I didn't speak right away. In this world, love between human and beast was a scandal that defied all decency. For a slave to show affection for a master was a disqualifying transgression, at best cast aside and resold, at worst put to death. She was terrified of being thrown out. I crouched down, gripped her chin, lifted her face. Look at me. She met my gaze through her sobs. You haven't done anything wrong. I softened my voice. Your body just wants, very badly, to be a mother. She froze, tears still clinging to her lashes. Wants to be a mother? Under certain stimuli, the hormones in a female rabbit's body fluctuate and make the body wrongly believe it's carrying. It's not your fault. It's just an inborn instinct. She stared at me blankly, her mind a blank. She wasn't pregnant. But right after, another thought came down like cold water. What stimulus had set it off? She probably remembered that hand stroking her tail that morning. Her face caught fire again from the neck up, her whole body curling into a ball like a boiled shrimp. It can't be because of that. I gave a helpless little laugh. I'll take you to the doctor tomorrow. The doctor? She lifted a pair of cry-reddened eyes from between her knees. To confirm it, and get some medicine to regulate the hormones. Master, you're not sending me away? I pulled 2 tissues and handed them over. You're my slave. What good would it do me to send you away? She took the tissues and blew her nose hard, her voice muffled. But I've caused you trouble, and I ate so much. I've gotten fat. Her cheeks really had rounded out, her whole self gone soft and plump. Rounder looks good, I said. You were too thin before. This is just right. Her tears welled up again, but this time with something else in them. Master, thank you. I ruffled her head. It's late. We leave at 8 tomorrow. Don't oversleep. At 7:45 the next morning, Byron was already waiting on the porch. White dress, pale pink ribbons tying 2 little braids, rabbit ears poking up straight between them, and clutched in her arms, that shirt of mine. Can you go without that shirt? She looked down at it, hesitated a fraction of a second, then shook her head, blushing. I said nothing more, pulled open the car door, and let her in. The car drove out of Cloudrest Manor and along the mountain road toward the royal capital. Ciara sat beside her, her nostrils twitching, and gave a meaningful little laugh. The smell of your pheromones on that shirt really is strong. Byron's little face flew scarlet. I'll wash it properly. I'm sorry, master. I won't steal your things anymore. All right, Ciara, stop scaring her. I met Byron's eyes in the rearview mirror. That rabbit's eyes were about to redden again. In the south of the royal capital, a hospital on a quiet street. In the waiting area sat several finely dressed nobles, the beasts beside them all wearing high-grade collars. I pushed the door open, and a few of them gave the Byron trailing behind me a glance, scorn in every eye. An F-rank slave, fit to see a doctor? Byron kept her head down, hugging the shirt tighter, her rabbit ears flat to her head. She felt that contempt. In their eyes, medical care was a privilege only high-grade beasts deserved. The receptionist's gaze caught on Byron's F-rank collar a moment, mildly surprised. Hello, do you have an appointment? No, my slave needs a full physical examination. She blinked. In 3 years here, plenty of nobles had brought beasts in, but mostly for external wounds. Lash marks, burns, fractures, bandaged up and gone, unwilling to spring even for extra painkillers. Someone actively requesting a full physical she'd never met, and the subject an F-rank, no less. Will the registration fee be cash or card? I pulled out the black card and handed it over. The eyes of the several nobles in the waiting area went rigid in an instant. A top-tier black card that countless sons of great houses in the royal capital begged for and never got, casually produced by a young man with an F-rank rabbit clan slave. The receptionist cupped the card back to me with both hands. Mr. Yin, please go right in. In the exam room, the doctor pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses and looked Byron over. Symptoms. Over the past week, sharply increased appetite, weight gain, nesting behavior, abnormal possessiveness over certain objects, sharp mood swings. My pace was steady, my account clear. Any unusual events recently? Byron flushed crimson, dropped her head, her voice thin as a mosquito's whine. No, there was. My face was expressionless. Her head snapped up, her eyes full of pleading. I didn't look at her. I told the doctor. A few mornings ago, I accidentally touched her tail. The exam room went quiet for 2 seconds. The doctor glanced at Byron's flaming ears, then at my unruffled face, his mouth twitching once before he quickly recovered his professionalism. I see. This is a false pregnancy. After a specific stimulus, prolactin and progesterone in a female rabbit surge, simulating the physiological state of pregnancy. It's not a real pregnancy, and it isn't an illness. It's instinct. Byron mumbled. I really didn't. I've never even done that kind of thing. I know. The doctor sighed. A pseudo-pregnancy doesn't require actual conception. Sometimes an embrace, a word, even just a strong enough thought, is enough to trigger it. Her face went red, then white. Will it get better? It will. In a week or 2, the body regulates itself back. I'll prescribe something to adjust the endocrine balance. Don't be too anxious. The more anxious you are, the more it tends to recur. The doctor wrote out the prescription and handed it to me, a deeper meaning in his gaze. Mr. Yun, I've been a doctor 20 years. You're the first to ever bring an F-rank beast in for an endocrine workup. It's the least I should do. The doctor suddenly smiled, the knowing smile of a man who'd read countless people. He turned to Byron. This slave of yours has found herself a good master. Byron sat on the exam table and nodded hard. On the way back, she was unusually quiet, watching the mountain slide backward frame by frame, the unbroken green reflected in her ruby eyes, her lips faintly pressed, like she was turning something over in her mind. A week later, early morning, the lakeside grass. By Ruan crouched at the edge of the flower bed, her pale pink skirt trailing on the ground. Feeling any better lately? She turned, saw me, and her face went red in a flash. Master, why are you here? I've finished the medicine, and my body's mostly back to normal. It's just that sometimes I still get a little. A little what? Just wanting to be near Master. Her voice grew smaller and smaller. I know it's not right, but I keep having the thought. The doctor said the hormones might not have fully come down yet. Her rabbit ears drooped from upright, pitiful. Then stay near, I said offhandedly. Her head snapped up, her eyes full of disbelief. Master, when did I ever say you couldn't be near me? Her lips quivered, and she nodded fervently. I turned to go, and glancing back, caught her reaching out to touch a daisy in the bed. A very faint green glow rose at her fingertips. Her wood element ability, rank F, so weak it was nearly negligible. But the little flower swayed gently all the same, as if stroked tenderly by an invisible hand. I watched her back. What she wanted had never been just to be near. She wanted to forge a contract with me, to hand over her ability and become my strength, to stay by right and reason, like Xiao'er, like Zhanyu. But she was the lowest-ranked beast at my side. She probably felt she wasn't worthy of even raising the question. I didn't spell it out. Forging a contract was not a thing to rush. It had to wait until they were truly willing of their own hearts. And wait, too, for the day I could truly keep them safe. The day to go to Silvermoon came round again. Zhanyu's hands still hadn't fully healed, so I left her at the manor to recover and didn't bring her. It was just me and Xiao'er in the car. From Cloudrest Manor to Silvermoon, you first had to take a stretch of mountain road lined on both sides with pines and cypresses, rarely traveled, with almost no other cars but ours on an ordinary day. Rounding a bend, a black off-road vehicle sat crosswise in the middle of the road. Helian Chung stepped out of the driver's seat, his hair slicked back glossy, a victory-assured smile at the corner of his mouth. From behind him emerged two hulking men, rank C suppression collars on their necks, one wolf clan, one bear clan. Xiao'er's pupils contracted slightly. In the slave market, rank C was already high-grade goods. One could fight 3 or 4 D ranks like her. Yin Qing, long time no see. Helian Chung leaned against the hood, arms crossed, scornful. I hear you moved out of the Yin house. Living in that rundown manor, killing time with a few useless slaves, quite the easy life. You blocked my car just to catch up? Catch up? He sneered. I want to settle accounts with you. You took Seng Ling. Fine, I'll grant you that. Women go to whoever's got the goods. But you stole the whole spotlight at Silvermoon and made me lose face in front of the entire year. That account has to be settled. So you brought 2 rank CS to corner me. I looked at him. This is your method? As long as it works. His gaze landed on Xiao'er, sweeping her up and down with a leer. That rank D wolf of yours, can she beat my 2 rank CS? Be a good boy and let me beat you a round event, and I'll go. Otherwise, if she happens to get killed by accident, don't say I didn't warn you. A cold light flashed through Xiao'er's golden eyes, and she dropped into a fighting stance. Master, stand back. Helian Chung waved his hand. The rank C wolf charged first, wind element ability lending him speed, his form dragging an afterimage through the morning mist, a fist driving straight at Xiao'er's face. She sidestepped it, swept her right leg across, and kicked him in the side of the waist. The wolf grunted and fell back 2 steps, but didn't go down. The gap between rank C and rank D laid itself bare in that instant. Her attack landed on him and did no more than make him frown. The bear clan flanked from the other side. Xiao'er darted and wove between the two, a heavy fist grazing past the curl of her ear, the force of it stinging her cheek. After a few exchanges, her arm took a wound, blood seeping through her cuff. She didn't retreat. Behind her was me. If she fell back, I'd be the one beaten. I could tell. She was forcing herself on. She clearly had a stronger card. Rank A space affinity, the secret she'd hidden for years, the power to wipe these 2 enemies out of existence on the spot. But she didn't dare use it. The moment it was exposed, what awaited her was being fought over by mobs, being broken in by force. The terror of the beast pits was carved into her bones. So even beaten bloody, she gritted her teeth and refused to lift that floodgate. The bear clan lunged again, the pale green light of wind wrapping his fist as it smashed towards Xiao'er's face. With nothing to push off from, She couldn't dodge and instinctively raised her arms to shield her head. I stepped forward. One hand caught her shoulder. The other arm came between that heavy fist and her. A dull thud, then the sound of bone breaking. My left arm took the punch, full and solid. Ciara's mind went blank. She lifted her head from the crook of my arm, golden eyes stretched wide. Master, why would you? Helian Chung was taken aback, then sneered. Giving up your own arm for a rank D slave? You really are something. Without warning, the tears fell from Ciara's golden eyes, one drop after another, striking the dust. In the beast pits, every beast fought alone. Lose, die, it was your own affair, and no one cared whether you hurt. But now, a human with no ability had taken this punch for her. Master, I'm sorry. There are things I've kept from you. Her voice shook. When we get back, I'll tell you everything. I nodded. The right hand hanging at her side slowly opened, all 5 fingers spreading, palm toward the ground. The wolf charged again. Ciara didn't dodge. She stood where she was and turned her right hand over, lightly. An invisible force spread out from her palm and, in an instant, enveloped the wolf's entire body. The beast went suddenly rigid, his expression shifting from ferocity to confusion to terror. The wolf's body began at the edges to be erased unstoppably from this world until it vanished completely. The bear clan stared, wide-eyed, at the spot where his companion had stood, nothing left but a small patch of dust scattered by the morning wind. What did you do? His voice shook as he backed away. Ciara turned her head and raised her hand once more. The bear clan turned to run, but he'd made it only 2 steps before his body began to turn transparent. He looked down at his vanishing hands, let out a cornered beast howl, and then he too was gone. Helian Cheng's face went deathly pale. He looked at the 2 patches of empty ground, then at me, then at Ciara, his pupils shrinking to pinpoints. Yinqing, you monster. My left arm hung at my side, the cuff soaked through with blood. I looked at him the way you'd look at a cockroach scuttling around your feet. He scrambled into his car on all 4s, the hand starting the engine shaking so badly he could barely grip the wheel, the off-roader screeching away with a roar. Master, should I chase? Killing intent flashed in Ciara's golden eyes. No need. I watched the car get swallowed by the forest at the bend. Ciara turned, staring at my broken arm and the dark red spreading at the cuff, her eyes reddening again. Why did you block it? You have no ability. You're a human. How could you take a punch for a slave? I raised my right hand and wiped the tears from her face with my thumb, the pad of my finger cool, carrying a trace of blood. Weren't you protecting me too? She froze. A slave protecting a master was the natural order of things, but a master standing in front of a slave? Where in this world was there such a logic? The hospital corridor reeked of disinfectant. My left arm was set and slung across my chest. The doctor said the bones cracked. At least a month to heal. Ciara stood to the side, her voice muffled, full of self-blame. Master, you don't blame me? Blame you for what? For hiding it from you. My ability isn't only rank D lightning. I also have rank A space affinity. It awakened back in the beast pits, but I kept it hidden all along. The moment anyone found out I had a rank A ability, I'd stop being a gladiator and become prey, fought over by mobs of nobles, broken in by force. I tilted my head and looked at her. The girl stood under the corridor light, her golden eyes full of stubbornness, but with the clear shine of water in them. Then today, why were you willing to tell me? Not because it was exposed and I had no choice. Her voice went soft. It's that I wanted you to know you can trust me, the same way I trust you. I looked at her and gently curved my thin lips. In truth, that little secret of hers, I'd known from the first day. But there was no need to say so. Who else knows about your ability besides you? No one. Everyone in the beast pits thought I was just rank D. Then keep it hidden, I said. At least for now, it isn't time to show it. But what if those 2 beasts vanishing into thin air today raises suspicion? No one will believe a rank D killed 2 rank CS. They'll just think Helian Chung made up a story. The fool scared his own soul out of his body. You think he can even explain what happened? Ciara pressed her lips together. I stood to straighten my collar, awkward with one hand, and she immediately reached over to help. Master, from now on, don't take punches for a slave again. You think I'll listen? No. She lowered her head. but I'm going to say it anyway. Cloudrest Manor. The moment the car came through the gate, Juan rushed out of the kitchen. Where's the master? Big sister Ciara, where's the master? Seeing my arm in its sling, the color drained from her face in a flash, her rabbit ears pressing flat to her head, her eyes reddening instantly. Master, your arm. Broken, I said, light as anything. Her tears fell, plip, plip. I'll go get you some soup right now. Bone broth is good for bones. I've been simmering it all afternoon. Master. From the shadow of the staircase, Jean Yu, long hair over her shoulders, cold and deep, like a poison flower blooming in the dark. Your injury, how did it happen? The corner of my mouth curved, as if amused that she'd ask what she already knew. A little accident on the way to school. She slowly lifted her eyes, a wash of violet passing through the depths of her pupils. Our eyes met, and she read it. The mountain road, the black off-roader, Helian Cheng's face, that punch driving towards Ciara, and the moment I stepped in front of it. She snapped her gaze away, her knuckles clenched white, her jaw tight, like she was holding something back. She'd seen my expression as I shielded Ciara. No fear, not even hesitation, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. She was a rank S spirit wielder, able to read anyone's mind to the bottom. And yet I was probably the first person who, after she'd read me clean through, left her not knowing what to say. Master, why would you? Halfway through, she couldn't go on. She closed her eyes, drew a deep breath, opened them again. I understand. That night, back at the manor, Ciara kept watch at my side. At last she clenched her fist, as if making some great resolution. Master, there's something I want to say. Her voice was tight. I want to forge a contract with you. I almost thought I'd misheard. What did you say? I want to forge a contract with you. She repeated it, firmer than before. Not because my ability's exposed and I have no choice but to bind myself to you, but because I want to. Her golden eyes looked straight into mine, no flicker, no hiding. I leaned back against the chair, the joy in my chest impossible to suppress, though my face stayed perfectly calm. All these days I'd played the gentle, doting master, banking their trust, and I hadn't expected this day to come so soon. Do you know what forging a contract means? I do. Once the contract's made, my ability channels to the master, and the master's will strengthens my combat power. The master dies, I die. I die, the master is gravely wounded. Word by word, clearly she'd rehearsed it many times in her heart. Her bright voice suddenly dropped low, holding a softness it had never held. In the beast pits, I was afraid of nothing. But it's different now. I'm afraid of you getting hurt, afraid that one day something happens to you and I never see you again. So I want to sign a contract with you. That way, no matter what happens, I'll sense your location the instant it does, and be at your side the instant it does. I can protect you, the way you protect me. Words this much from the heart, she'd probably never said to anyone. A suspicious red rose on her honey-colored cheeks. I thought of the 8 words the history books gave her in my last life. A wolf may run 1,000 miles, but it never sheds its wildness. But standing before me now, where was even a trace of the rebel leader who'd made the nobles of Leia tremble at her name? She was only a wolf clan girl afraid her master would get hurt. A fool willing to place her life in my hands. No regrets. No regrets. Good. I stood, walked in front of her, raised my right hand, and laid it gently over her forehead. Close your eyes. She obediently shut them, her thick lashes trembling. Palm against her forehead, a power surged back from her side. Rank D lightning, blue-white arcs leaping at my fingertips. Then rank a space affinity, an invisible force spreading out, stirring ring after ring of ripples in the air. The 2 abilities, like 2 rivers pouring into the sea, flowed unceasing into my body. My body jolted violently, like I'd been struck by lightning. This was power I'd never possessed, in this life or the last. The lightning surged and rushed through my blood. The space affinity, like a boundless void, unfurled slowly in the depths of my consciousness. I clenched my fist, arcs crackling and bursting between my fingers. In my last life, I'd been trodden underfoot, slaughtered at will, and in the end starved to death in a rented room. This life, I'd finally grasped a power that could change my fate. The corner of my mouth slowly curved. Master, are you all right? Ciara asked softly, golden eyes full of concern and a sliver of careful unease. I ruffled her head. Very well. Better than I've ever been. Did the contract succeed? I looked at the lightning leaping in my palm and the rippling space. It succeeded. Her eyes went damp for no reason she could name. From today, her life was bound to mine. Willingly, of her own heart, she'd placed her life in my hands. Thank you, Master, for taking me in. I looked at her, and the corner of my mouth curved. I'm the one who should say thank you. Thank you for being willing to trust me. After the contract, I couldn't wait to start experimenting with the lightning and the space. Crackle, a blue-white arc shot from my fingertips, danced a few times in my palm, then burst with a snap. I tried to compress it into a ball. The current gathered in my palm and condensed into a small thunder orb, hovering above my palm, turning slowly. I poured in mental strength. Bang! The orb blew up, several arcs striking me. HSSS. I sprang up off the chair, shaking my right hand like I'd been scalded. Getting shocked was no pleasant thing. The numb tingle ran from my fingertips all the way to my shoulder, half my arm gone dead. A few strands of hair frizzed out. But I couldn't be bothered with the pain. In the instant the orb burst, I'd tasted a kind of exhilaration I'd never known. Once I'd settled down, I decided to try the space affinity instead. Mimicking Xiao'er, I tried to imagine opening a space in my palm. An invisible force spread out, the air rippling, and then nothing happened. I focused and tried again. This time I felt it. Deep in my consciousness was a void, boundless, pitch black, about the size of a room, square, and even, like a giant storage chest. I picked up the teacup on the table, willed it, and the cup vanished. Another willed thought, and it was back on the table. I picked up a book, put it in, took it out, played back and forth a dozen times, like a child with a new toy. Finally, I reached my hand into the space, wanting to feel its boundary. My fingertips touched something. Soft, warm, a little damp. I dragged it out. It was a gray wolf paw, furry, the tip caked with dried, blackened blood. I slowly hauled the whole wolf out of the space, curled into a ball, stiff and cold, exactly Hellion Chang's rank C. So when Xiao'er took it into the space, she'd kept the corpse along with it. I stared at it for 3 seconds, then stuffed it back in, expressionless. The space affinity, truly endless in its uses. I was rubbing my numb right arm, about to try again, when a cool voice suddenly sounded behind me. Master, what are you doing? Zhan Yu stood bracing the balcony doorframe, plain white gown, ink hair over her shoulders, like a fairy under the moonlight. There was confusion in those ink-violet eyes, and a trace of concern. Nothing. Reading. I tucked my still smoking right hand behind my back. Her gaze landed on the arm behind me, still faintly twitching, then swept over my frizzed hair, the corner of her mouth tugging ever so slightly. Master, your hand. Mosquito bite. The mosquitoes at Cloudrest Manor have all been caught by Xuelin. A bee sting, then. Bees don't come out at night. I said. She didn't press further. But she'd known all along. From the moment Xiao'er and I forged the contract, she'd sensed that very faint contract aura. She was a rank S spirit wielder. No ripple of mental strength could be hidden from her. She lowered her lashes and pressed that tangle of feeling down. Get some rest. Your arm needs quiet to heal. The ability can wait. There's no rush. She turned and left, her steps so light they made almost no sound. I watched her go, looked down at my numb right hand and frizzed hair, and couldn't help laughing. This little snake. She'd clearly figured everything out, and yet she didn't ask a single word. At 4 in the morning, I gave up fumbling around blindly and decided to go find Xiao'er. This ability came from her. She had to understand it better than I did. No one was in her room. On the desk lay a note, scrawled crookedly. Master, I went to the grass to practice my ability. Back by daybreak. Xiao'er. I pushed open the back door. The grass was a sheet of silvery white, the twin moons glazing the blades with frost. Xiao'er stood in the center of the grass, blue-white arcs wreathing her whole body, crackling. Boom! A thick pillar of thunder shot from her palm and blasted a basin-sized crater in the distance. She nodded with satisfaction. Are you trying to demolish my lawn? She whipped around, saw the bandaged left arm in its sling, and hurried over. Master, why are you out here? Your injury isn't healed, don't catch a chill. Before she finished, her gaze landed on my still smoking right hand. The palm was flushed red, 2 fingertips blackened, carrying a scorched smell. Master, did you get shocked? No. She stared at me for 2 seconds, reached out, and turned my palm over, holding back a laugh. Did you sneak off and practice on your own? Just messing around. Just messing around shocked yourself into this state. You don't get it. This is called knowledge gained through practice. She looked at my frizzed hair and reddened palm, her eyes a little amused, a little pained, and a little proud. Her ability, in my hands, was becoming true power. Master, if you want to learn, I'll teach you. The most basic control, at least, I do understand. Xiao'er put her hands on her hips, striking a little teacher pose. The core of lightning is control, not brute force. You shocked yourself just now because you poured in mental strength too fast. I couldn't help a secret smile. This little wolf cub, usually a girl of few words, but get her on the subject of abilities, and she couldn't stop. So how do I do it? Slower. She held out her hand, blue-white arcs streaming from her fingertips, unhurried. I copied her, slowing down, letting the current gather bit by bit into an orb hovering above my palm. And then, she reached out and grasped my wrist, her warm breath brushing the curl of my ear. Let the current flow out from your fingertips. Her fingers were long and slender, with a thin layer of calluses, not soft like by Ruan's or Xuelin's. The arc jumped once, then obediently followed the guidance of my mental strength, moving from palm to fingertip, crackling. She let go and stepped back, her eyes curving, a delighted laugh. Master, you learned fast. I was smug for 2 seconds, then, careless for an instant, the arc scattered and spat again, several strands striking my own arm, the pain making me grunt. She hurried over to check, sighing helplessly. Master, could you please stop shocking yourself all the time? I'll get used to it. How can anyone get used to that? I reached out and ruffled her head. She didn't dodge, only lowered it, her gray wolf ears drooping faintly, like a wolf cub having its fur smoothed. That cold, hard wildness of hers nowhere to be found. The first light broke, and the two of us looked at each other, both seeing the faint blue circles under the other's eyes, and burst out laughing. I yawned. It's daybreak. I'm catching up on sleep. I've got leave from the academy. Arrange your own day today. Cracked bone is no small matter. It wouldn't heal in under a month. So I simply took a week's leave from the academy. I only learned later that the news of my leave had set Silvermoon ablaze. As the figure of the moment who'd become a study god and stolen the goddess in just a few months, word of my injury and leave spread fast, and grew more absurd the further it went. Some said I'd been beaten by highway bandits. Some said it was Yun Lang taking revenge on his own brother. Some said Helian Chung did it. Until in the end the story became, I'd had all 4 limbs broken and been dumped in a mountain gully. I was woken by Sangling's call. By the time I picked up, it was the 3rd missed one. Yinqing, is something wrong with you? I called 3 times before you answered. I was sleeping. Sleeping my foot. Do you not know how worried I've been? I couldn't help a soft laugh. What are you laughing at? Her voice shot up. Her ears were probably red too. How did you even know I was hurt? The hole your nose. They say you got beaten up, took a week off, and the version going around now has you dumped in a mountain gully. That's a fair bit more exciting than the reality. That stopped her, and after a while she squeezed out, does it hurt? It's broken. Of course it hurts. Who did it? Her voice recovered its arrogance. Tell me, and I'll make his whole family pay. Helian Chung. Silence for a beat on the other end. Helian Chung, that fool who wagged his tail in front of her like a lapdog, had actually dared to lay a hand on my people. Got it. I'll have my father deal with the Helian family. Then she added, her tone suddenly awkward. Your arm's broken. You're living alone deep in the mountains, with only a few beast slaves around you. She paused, a non-negotiable stubbornness in her voice. I'm coming to see you. I don't want you to be alone. Phone in hand. Listening to the rustle of her packing her bag on the other end, the corner of my mouth curved without my meaning it to. Fine, I said. Be careful on the road. Sangling came quickly. In the afternoon, Bai Ruan came upstairs to announce, Master, there's a very pretty young lady at the door. She says she's your classmate. Let her in. She came into the living room in her little leather shoes, but today without that carefully groomed flamboyance, still in her uniform, hair loosely down, not even any makeup, a self-conscious awkwardness about her whole self. Not like her at all. Even less like her was what she'd brought. The driver hauled an armful after armful, piling them into a small mountain in the corner of the living room. Box after box, bag after bag, all stamped with the logo of that boutique fruit shop in the royal capital, the kind where a single melon could sell for over 1,000. This wasn't visiting a patient. This was clearing out an entire shop. Did you buy out the whole fruit store? Isn't it you people who say you can't show up to visit a patient empty-handed? She said righteously, then crossed her legs and narrowed her fox eyes, her gaze landing on Jean Yu standing to the side. Jean Yu in a plain black gown, ink hair over her shoulders, her expression cool and aloof. The two women's eyes met in the air, and neither looked away first. Bai Ruan came out with the tea tray, felt that invisible pressure, pressed her rabbit ears flat to her head, set the cups down fast, and shrank back into the kitchen. Xiao'er leaned against the doorframe, the light of a good show flickering in her golden eyes. The maids around you, Yinqing, they're all rather pretty. Sang Ling sipped her tea, her tone offhand, but those eyes carried the sharpness of sizing up a rival. And these days you've been recovering? It's them taking care of you? At night too. I slid her a sidelong look. The tips of her ears went red, and she coughed twice. Ahem. Just asking. Don't read into it. I'm not reading into it. You clearly are reading into it. Maybe you should think back to what you just said. She opened her mouth, recalled it carefully, and her face went red from ear tips to neck. Jean Yu watched her, equal parts embarrassed and irritated, and a ripple passed through the depths of her ink-violet eyes. That slave, does she have feelings for you? Sang Ling wouldn't let it go. You're overthinking it. I am not. I'm a woman, and women understand women best. The way she looks at you isn't right. She leaned in a little. And that rabbit, hiding from me the moment she came in, sneaking glances at you, with a little face like she'd eaten honey. You came today just to study my slaves? Of course not. I came to see you, and, incidentally, to see whether you've been finding other women behind my back. I'm deeply moved. The smile at the corner of my mouth wouldn't go down. You don't sound moved at all. Let me do it over, then. I cleared my throat. The young lady of house sang, gracing us with her presence. I'm overcome with gratitude. She drew a deep breath and took a big gulp of tea, working hard to look like she didn't want to hit someone. Just then, the doorbell rang again. Bai Ruan trotted off to answer it. Outside stood a thin, frail girl, silver moon uniform, chestnut bob, black-framed glasses thick as bottle bottoms beneath her bangs, a delicate white paper box in her hands. Excuse me, is Yinqing here? Her voice was very small, carrying the uncertainty of someone who suspected she'd come to the wrong door. Let her in. Song Xiaoyan followed Bai Ruan into the living room, then froze where she stood. Her gaze swept over that mountain of fruit piled onto the sofa, then landed on Sang Ling, legs crossed, dazzlingly beautiful, on the couch, and her whole self visibly crashed. She looked down at the lone honeydew melon in her hands and instinctively tucked it behind her back. You two talk? I'll go. Her voice was thin as a mosquito's whine, and she turned to bolt for the door. Song Xiaoyan. I spoke, neither light nor heavy. You're already here. Sit. She froze in place, neither able to advance nor retreat. Sang Ling raised an eyebrow, her gaze traveling from the school crest on the girl's uniform to the paper box in her hands. She recognized that scholarship student air. Ordinarily, she wouldn't spare a student from the slums a second glance. But this girl seemed to have no shallow connection with me. You came to see Yinqing too? Sang Ling spoke, her tone neither warm nor cold, not arrogant, even. Song Xiaoyan hadn't expected her to start the conversation and nodded stiffly. Sit, then. Doesn't standing tire you? Sang Ling jerked her chin at the single-seat sofa nearby, then dropped her gaze back to her phone, the picture of indifference. Bai Ruan, reading the room well, brought over a cup of tea. Song Xiaoyan set her bag of fruit on the very edge of the coffee table, far from that mountain of fruit, and shrank into the sofa. Her gaze kept drifting up to the fruit mountain. Beside all those 10,000 apiece fruits, her one melon huddled pitifully in the corner, like a poor relation who'd wandered into a noble banquet. She probably regretted coming a little. I took her awkwardness in and beckoned to Bai Ruan. I happen to be thirsty. Cut up the melon Miss Song brought, so everyone can have a taste. Bai Ruan deftly sliced the melon into small wedges, arranged them on a porcelain plate, and brought it out. I took a piece and put it in my mouth. Song Xiaoyan, the fruit you picked, it's very good. Her tense shoulders eased a little. She lowered her head and took a small bite of her own wedge, her eyes faintly stinging. Through a few rounds of small talk, dusk deepened. I glanced out the window. Let's eat dinner here. My servants are good cooks. Sang Ling lifted her head and let out a long, light hum through her nose, with a forced, dainty haughtiness. I suppose I'll reluctantly accept your invitation. Song Xiaoyan, shrunk into the corner, said uneasily. Then I'll head off. I won't intrude on you too. I didn't answer, only glanced at Byron. Byron caught on instantly, her smile sweet and soft. Miss Song, don't be in such a hurry to leave. The food's all being prepared. If you go now, it'll look like we didn't host you properly. This rabbit cried at the drop of a hat, but her social skills weren't bad at all. Before Song Xiaoyan could speak, Sang Ling drawled lazily, sit down. Nobody minds you. The words weren't exactly gracious, yet they carried, somehow, a grudging acceptance. Song Xiaoyan hesitated a moment, then sat back down. Dinner was laid on the long table in the side hall, dish after dish exquisite and clean. Song Xiaoyan sat at the very end, not quite skilled with Western cutlery, quietly watching Sang Ling's technique and clumsily copying it, cutting through that pan-seared cod one careful slice at a time. She chewed the fish and lowered her head. She probably hadn't had a proper meal like this in a very long time. Through dinner, it was mostly Sang Ling talking, with me chiming in now and then. Sang Ling didn't pay Song Xiaoyan much attention, and that, ignoring, let Song Xiaoyan breathe easier instead. When the meal ended, the sky had gone fully dark. Sang Ling, you bought so much fruit, I can't finish it all alone. It'll spoil and go to waste. Give some to Song Xiaoyan to take home. Suddenly called on, Song Xiaoyan's head snapped up, both hands waving. No need, no need. I bought my own. Suit yourself. Sang Ling stood, brushing non-existent dust from her skirt, and lifted her chin. Yin Qing, I'd better see you at the academy next week. No standing me up. She clicked to the door, then turned back, biting her lip, a flicker of cold crossing the depths of her eyes. Oh, right, that bastard Hellion Chong. I've already had my father go deal with the Hellion family. He won't dare touch you again. I said nothing, only looked at her steadily, a faint smile spreading at the corners of my eyes and brows. A little flustered, she fled out the door. The engine roared, and the sports car's taillights dragged 2 streaks of red through the dusk. The yard quieted. I should be going too. Song Xiaoyan stood. I hope you recover soon. There's no bus at this hour. Walking back would take you to midnight. It's all right. I'm used to walking. I didn't argue with her. Xiar, have the driver take Miss Song home. She hurriedly waved her hands. Really, there's no need. Aren't we friends? Why so formal? She opened her mouth, met my gaze, and the words on her lips became a muffled, okay. Both hands loaded with the fruit Byron had forced on her. She bent down and climbed into the car. The headlights receded. Byron poked her head out of the kitchen, confirmed everyone was gone, and only then crept out. Master, that Miss Sang, she's so fierce. Her mouth's hard, her heart's soft. Byron set down the pastries, her ruby eyes sneaking glances at me, words she couldn't quite get out. Ask if you want to ask. Master, is Miss Sang your girlfriend? No. Her rabbit ears shot up, her expression turning from anxious to delighted. Then, realizing she shouldn't be this happy, she hurried to press the corners of her mouth down and bent over the pastry plate. That night, Father's call came through. The news had finally, belatedly, reached the main residence. When he heard on the phone that it was Hellion Cheng's doing, his voice sank. Don't trouble yourself with this. Just rest and heal. I'll go get an explanation from the Hellion family. Bringing men to corner a son of the Yun house in broad daylight. Does he take me, Yinbuin, for an easy mark? Thank you, Father. Sang Ling came to see you? Round and round. He came back to the real subject, a probing note in his voice. She did. His tone eased a few degrees, and he didn't forget to add, when someone's good to you, you must mind your manners too. Once you're healed, treat her to a meal. He was caring more and more about me. Not, of course, out of fatherly love. Because of House Sang. That much, I understood perfectly well. A week later, I walked into Silver Moon with my arm in its sling. The injury had thinned me a little more, lending me a frail, pale coolness. The moment I stepped into the teaching building, a few heads poked out from the corner, whispering, "It's Yunqing, he's back." Arms still in a sling. Helian Chung really went through with it. Should keep it down. I hear Helian Chung got dealt with badly too. Still hasn't shown up to this day. My face unchanged, I went straight upstairs. At the classroom door, two girls I didn't know worked up their courage. "Yunqing, is your injury any better?" "Much better, thanks for asking." I smiled politely. Their faces went red, and they pulled their friends along and hurried off. I just sat down when I found the desk compartment stuffed full of things. I pulled them out. A pale pink envelope, a little heart sealing the flap, a second one, light blue, a third, white and signed. Feeling around further, there was even a carton of milk and a sandwich. The girl in the front row turned around, propped herself on the edge of my desk, smiling brightly. "Yunqing, you're finally back. We were all so worried about you." The class academic rep, surnamed Zhou. Ordinarily, we had no real contact. "Thanks, I'm much better already." "Who hurt your arm? Was it Heliancheng?" "He went way too far." "Zhou." I cut her off, my tone mild but distant. "Class is about to start." She turned back, abashed. Clack. A phone landed on my desk. Sang Ling had appeared at some point at the edge of it, looking down at me, a playful glint in her fox eyes. "Pretty popular, aren't you? The week you were gone, the school forum nearly blew up. On the screen was Silver Moon's internal forum, the top 3 hot threads, all about me. The first, shocking. The one who taught the year's dead last into the year's number 1 turns out to be transfer student Yunqing. Someone had leaked that Sang Ling's grades came from private tutoring by me. Below it, someone half-joked, could Yunqing be a hidden rank S spirit wielder? The second, exposed. Heliancheng brought 2 rank CS to corner Yunqing and got them vanished? It claimed the 2 rank C beasts evaporated on the spot, and Heliancheng went home with a fever and raved nonsense all night. The comments were a brawl. Someone guessing Yunqing's wolf slave is more than rank D, immediately shot down with, "Slave ranks are all officially tested. You can't hide them even if you want to." The third, poll. Look ceiling among Silver Moon's new students. Yunqing, 342 votes. Heliancheng, 89. "See that?" Sang Ling pulled her phone back, smiling smugly. "Look at you. A few days at Silver Moon, and you're already the talk of the school. They've got too much time on their hands." "They really do." She nodded along, swiping the screen a couple more times. "I have no idea what kind of bored people get up to this stuff." I caught a glimpse of her forum ID, user 300, and in the looks poll, my name, lit up by her vote. "So a busy person like you found time to cast me a vote. I'm touched." Her face went red in a flash, blustering to cover it. "Don't flatter yourself. That was..." I voted for Jian. Mortified, she smoothly pinned the blame on her best friend and walked off, then turned back a couple of steps later. "Oh, where's your breakfast?" "What breakfast?" "The milk and sandwich someone left you." She narrowed her eyes. "Don't tell me you actually plan to eat them." I helplessly took out the milk and sandwich and set them on the desk. She swept up the breakfast with a flick of her small hand, and with quick eyes and quicker fingers, made off with the 3 love letters on my desk too. Confiscated. From the other side of her bag, Sang Ling produced a pale apricot lunchbox, her tone stiff. "My family chef made an extra portion this morning. Throwing it out would be a waste. You eat it for me. Why do I get the feeling you made it specially for me? As if I'd ever cook for anyone." She talked tough. "Take it or leave it." I opened the box, a soft-boiled egg seared black, vegetables giving off a peculiar smell, foie gras tender outside and scorched within. The ingredients were lavish, even the rosemary placed with meticulous care, but every item was a dark cuisine atrocity, a waste of good food. And this culinary skill still had the nerve to pin it on the chef. "What's with that look?" Her brow knit. "Nothing." I quickly closed the lid and put on a sincere smile. "Looks appetizing." "Thank you." She gave a hum and turned to go, brushing past Song Xiaoyan, who'd just come into the classroom. Song Xiaoyan walked over carrying a clean old cloth bag. Seeing the exquisite, expensive breakfast already on my desk, her face stiffened for a moment, but she set the bag down anyway. "Yunqing, this is the breakfast I made. If you don't mind, give it a try." It was a rare burst of courage. The moment she said it, she hurried back to her seat, and buried her head in a book. I thanked her, the smile at the corner of my mouth nearly frozen. One after another, did they all take me for a pig? By Ruan's breakfast at the manor wasn't even digested yet, and at school I was being force-fed in a stampede. First period, the professor slapped a stack of gilt-edged cards onto the podium. Students with outstanding results on last month's midterms will receive an admission ticket to the Golden Plume auction. It's a top-tier beast auction granted special imperial license, with only 50 slots for Silver Moon. Unregistered. Lost tickets are not replaced. A stir ran through the classroom. The Golden Plume auctions beasts of rank B and above. Every one of them rigorously broken in. The opening bids already astronomical. The professor paused. And let me remind you, contracting a high-grade beast isn't buying a toy. If your mental strength can't keep up, the backlash will kill you. In this year's catalog, rumor has it, there's a Super rank healing affinity beast. The classroom erupted. Super A? That's the next rarest thing after rank S. Hasn't appeared in decades. Healing affinity? Contract that, and you'd never have to fear injury again. Think it through. Super A, if your mental strength's not enough, the backlash hits the instant you contract, and it can burn your brain out. A well-informed boy in the front row lowered his voice mysteriously. You know what? That beast has quite the background. Word is, she was a follower of the Beastfolk continent's crown princess. The Beastfolk crown princess was deposed a while back, the whole imperial house purged. The people around her died or fled. This beast got passed around and sold over here. A follower of the crown princess. Super A healing affinity. Anyone who could stand at the crown princess's side. Would she be ordinary stock? That's why the top houses are all holding back. No one knows how strong her mental strength is. If you buy her and can't contract her, the money's down the drain. The commotion gradually settled. Super A healing affinity, a follower of the crown princess. I lowered my eyes. In my last life, I couldn't even get through the doors of the Golden Plume auction. I only glimpsed fragments of that world from others' mouths. But this life, what if that beast really did have ties to Jean Yu? The gilt letters on the ticket read, next Saturday, the Golden Plume Pavilion, Royal Capital. Admission by ticket. 2 guests per ticket. Beside me, Song Xiaoyan, with her results somewhere in the 40s, had gotten a ticket too. Like a little mouse who'd stolen cheese, she tucked the ticket into the crack of her desk and looked at it again and again. A poor wretch finally struck rich smile on her delicate little face. This past half year, she'd probably sold every voucher Silver Moon handed out for rent money. A Golden Plume admission ticket could fetch tens of thousands on the black market. Cloudrest Manor, dusk closing in. When I got home, I brought it up as if in passing. The Academy handed out an auction ticket today. The Golden Plume auction, next Saturday. I hear this year's catalog has a super rank healing affinity beast, with quite the background. Rumor says she was a follower of the Beastfolk continent's crown princess. Jean Yu's hand clenched the hem of her skirt, knuckles white, the fabric crumpled into a deep crease. The Beastfolk crown princess was deposed a while back, the imperial house purged, the people around her dead or fled. How this beast got passed around all the way to the Golden Plume auction, no one knows. I turned to look at her. In the dusk, the side of her face was a little pale, her jaw clenched tight, her lips pressed into a line. What is it, Jean Yu? Are you interested in this auction? She was silent a moment, her voice cool. A master's affairs are not for a slave to comment on. I'm asking whether you're interested. Master is going? Of course. Super A is a rare sight. I'll have Xiaoder come with me. She has a rank A ability, and an auction's a mixed crowd. She can handle any situation. Yay, yay. Xiaoder agreed cheerfully. Jean Yu's hand clenched a few degrees tighter. Yes. She made the excuse of going to tidy the study and fled, a touch of disarray lingering on her usually unruffled face. Xiaoder, though, sidled over, a smile in her golden eyes. Master, Jean Yu's acting strange. Normally she's interested in nothing, but the moment you mentioned the auction, she went tense all over. That nervous scent, I can smell it. She was proud of that wolf nose. You deliberately told her about the auction and deliberately named me to go, didn't you? She probed. What you really want is for Jean Yu to come to you on her own. I neither confirmed nor denied it. Jean Yu's too cold. Xiaoder leaned against the table. You're good to her. She takes it, but she never asks you for anything herself. This time's different. She cares about that beast, even if her mouth won't say it. When did you get so clever? I've always been clever. The tips of her ears reddened, her tone still stiff. Just you wait, master. She'll come to you tonight for sure. That night, the twin moons hid in the clouds. Janyu did come. She stood at the study door a long while, long enough for the corridor wall lamps to dim, before finally knocking. Come in. She stood before the desk, head down, lips parting a few times without a single word coming out. I didn't rush her. I set down my book, leaned back in the chair, and waited. After a long silence, she spoke, hoarse. Master, about the auction. Could you let me go too? You want to go? What? That healing affinity beast. I'm interested in her. She avoided my gaze, unwilling to tell the truth, yet unwilling to spin too false a lie. So she said only half of it. I didn't press, only shook my head. I've decided to take Ciara. Her rank A space affinity is safer in a setting like that. You're a rank D. You'd go and be no help. Rather than have me distracted looking after you, better to let Ciara focus on handling things. Rank D. Her face went white for an instant. Yes, in my eyes, she was just a rank D weakling who needed looking after, no help at all. She lowered her lashes and pressed the bitterness down. Master is right. I watched her force it and inwardly sighed. This little snake was too stubborn. Even now, she still wouldn't say it. I was waiting for her to take that step herself. But tonight, she still couldn't seem to cross it. All right, go and rest. She bowed to leave, her hand just touching the door handle. Janyu. I spoke. If that beast really matters to you, you should tell me. Her spine snapped taut. She stood at the door against the light, like a cold, frozen statue. A long silence. Yes. She pulled the door open and walked out. The evening of the auction. I came downstairs in a black formal suit, less of my usual languor, more of a clean coolness. Ciara was already waiting on the porch, in sharp black casual wear, a high ponytail, her gray wolf ears standing up through her hair. The car's ready. The corner of her mouth curved. Master, you look really good today. You're not bad yourself. The tips of her ears reddened, and she turned her face away. Let's go, or we'll hit traffic. I took a couple of steps, my pace hitching, my gaze sweeping over the shadow at the bend of the staircase. Empty. Master, you really won't call Janyu? Ciara asked in a low voice. The choice is hers, not mine. I bent to get into the car. Master. A clear, crisp voice came chasing from behind. Inside I smiled, finally. But on my face I performed bewilderment, glancing back. Janyu stood on the steps, against the light, her chest heaving hard, her cold and striking little face heavy with gravity, like she'd made up her mind about something. Step by step she came down the stairs and stopped before me. Then she bent her knees. A thud, her knees hit the ground. Ciara froze, golden eyes wide. Janyu knelt before me, spine ramrod straight, ink hair falling to veil half her face. Master, I have something to confess. Speak. She lifted her head, her ink-violet eyes looking straight into mine, no flinching, only the resolve of one with no road left to retreat down. My ability is not only rank D ice. In truth, I also have rank S spirit affinity. Ciara's pupils contracted hard, so this slick maneuver wasn't unique to her after all. Cloudrest Manor really was a den of hidden dragons. From the first day, I hid my true rank, performing before you a mediocre, unworthy of notice rank D weakling. I deceived you. Her voice began to tremble. I know that's betrayal. You said betrayal is the thing you hate most. But today I have to say it. Because that healing affinity beast being auctioned is my subordinate. Her name is Baiyu. She was the beast folk imperial physician and my follower. The night the crown princess was deposed, it was she who saved my life. Without her, I'd have died long ago. The hand at her side slowly clenched. And now she's set out as goods at an auction for anyone to bid on, while I cower under my master's protection, without even the courage to save her. A me like that? Am I still fit to be the beast folk crown princess? Still fit to have those who place their lives in my hands follow me? Tears slid from the corners of her eyes, dropping to the ground one by one. She didn't wipe them. I know I deceived you, that I'm not worthy to ask you for anything more. But I beg you, take me to the auction, let me save her. When we're back, beat me, kill me, punish me however you like. I'll accept it. She bent forward, forehead pressed to the cold floor, ink hair spilling across the ground. That once revered crown princess, that beast folk leader who would sooner die than bow, now knelt before a human boy, crushing all her pride and offering it up at my feet. Xiaoder stood frozen, mouth open, unable to speak. This snake who joked with her every day, whom she ordered around at will, was the crown princess of the beast folk continent. She reached over and pinched herself, grunting at the pain. Not a dream. I looked down at Zhang Yu kneeling on the ground, calm on the surface, but the heart in my chest nearly leaping out. At last, this little snake had finally been willing to confess. From the very first day of my rebirth, I'd been waiting for this day. I hid the irrepressible smile in the dusk, crouched down, and lifted her chin. Tears still hung on her face, those ink-violet eyes wet, like two deep pools. When did I ever say I'd beat you or kill you? She started. But you said. I said betrayal is the thing I hate most. I cut her off. But today you confessed of your own will. That doesn't count as betrayal. She froze, lashes trembling, tears welling up again without warning. Master, get up. I held out my hand. She looked at the hand, hesitated, then grasped it and rose with my help, her legs a little weak. I turned for the car, and seeing she hadn't moved, looked back and tilted my head. Don't you want to save your subordinate? What are you standing around for? She stood blankly in the dusk, looking at me, then hurried to follow, bending down to climb into the car. The door shut, the engine started. As the car pulled away, I glimpsed Xiaoer in the rearview mirror, still frozen on the porch, hands in her pockets, motionless, golden eyes scattered, her mouth seeming to mutter something over and over, probably words like rank S and spirit affinity. This fearless little wolf cub had been badly rattled today. I drew my gaze back and turned to the Zhang Yu beside me. The taillights, blood red, cut through the thick dusk all the way. The golden plume pavilion sat at the end of Vermilion Bird Avenue, a golden eagle with spread wings set into the lintel. I got out of the car, Zhang Yu following half a step behind, her ink hair lifted by the wind, bearing that striking, lovely face. Her expression had recovered its usual coolness. Only the fingers clenched on her skirt betrayed a trace of tension. Master, by you is Super A and a rare healing affinity. The auction price will be astronomical. Her voice carried frost. How are we going to snatch her back to Cloudhurst Manor? She used the word snatch, skipping straight past the possibility of simply winning the bid. To put it plainly, noble young master or not, in a place like the Golden Plume Pavilion where money flowed like water, I was no more than a penniless pauper. But I wasn't anxious. Don't worry. Baiyu is utterly loyal to you. With you, the crown princess, here, why fear we won't win her? Even if I have to cheat and scheme, I'll get her back to your side. That single promise was worth 1,000 words. Zhang Yu's faintly knit brows smoothed, silently. The auction began on time. An auctioneer in a tailcoat stepped onto the stage and struck a golden gavel. All bids are final. The hammer seals the sale. The curtain drew back, and one by one, beasts wearing suppression collars, covered in wounds, were pushed onto the stage, and one by one bid away. I leaned back in my chair, sighing quietly inside. The 6 million father had given me, after the manor renovations, 3 months of expenses, and the slaves' food and clothing, didn't even cover one opening bid. I'd never planned to win anything tonight. I'd only come to confirm whose hands that Super A healing affinity would fall into. In the latter half, the auctioneer turned to the last page of the catalog, his voice suddenly rising. The finale tonight, a healing affinity beast. The whole hall held its breath. Healing affinity, attack types could serve as bodyguards, but healing types could save your life, and this one was Super A, a single step short of rank S. The curtain parted. A 2-man tall, ornate cage, gilded all over, was wheeled out. The beast within curled in on herself, a massive tail of plumes trailing on the ground, feathers that should have been snow white caked with dust. Long white hair spilled down, hiding her face, bearing only a stretch of pale jaw and lips gone purple from blood loss. The room buzzed. Some faces even showed fear. A lowly, base beast, with a face like the angels of the oracles, what a sin. Wind passed through the hall, and her lashes trembled. Slowly, she opened her eyes. They were pure white eyes, the pupils like 2 pieces of warm white jade. Even covered in wounds, she couldn't hide the gentleness in her bones. She showed no panic, no struggle, only swept a gaze still as dead water across the hall full of well-dressed humans, then tilted her head slightly, as if she'd caught some familiar scent. Zhang Yu's body snapped taut. I felt the agitation nearly overflowing from her, and pressed her wrist without showing a thing. Don't move. She bit her lip and forced the surge back down, bit by bit. Super rank healing affinity, female, adult. Opening bid, 10 million. Bids rose one after another. 15 million, 30 million, 40 million. The price climbed like a runaway horse. But my mind was racing. A super rank healing affinity appearing at a public auction was abnormal in itself. In my last life, I'd never heard of such a thing. A beast of that caliber, once it appeared, would be quietly absorbed by a top house in private, never trickling down to the open market. Unless the seller had some reason they had to sell in the open. My gaze swept the seats of the top houses. House Sang hadn't come. The seats of the other three great houses sat empty too. The best-informed families, collectively absent, which meant they knew something others didn't. This white peacock had a problem. I looked again at Bai Yu in the cage. Her left wing hung at an unnatural angle, like it had been snapped and then crudely reset. As the bidding reached fever pitch, blood red, bit by bit, began to seep through her feathers. A dignified super rank healing affinity, and she wouldn't even heal the wounds on her own body. Too wrong. Never mind raising the dead. Treating an external wound was a trivial thing for a healing type. And yet this white peacock let her own wounds bleed. Unless she simply didn't want to live. A beast that has given up on survival is a thing even the finest beast tamer is helpless against. It means she can never be broken in again. That was why the top houses sat still. Not that they couldn't afford her. They didn't want to take on a hot potato most likely to die on their hands. But those unwilling to give up, hoping to scoop a bargain, were still not few. 50 million. The restless hall went quiet. This price already exceeded what most could bear. 50 million, going once, twice. 100 million. A voice, full and resonant, rang out from a second-floor box. The hall fell dead silent. The gavel came down. Sold. From the box emerged an old man, white-haired but vigorous, Hellion Xiong, the helmsman of the Hellion family. Behind him trailed Hellion Chong, the bruises on his face not yet faded, his gaze shifting evasively. Hellion Xiong looked down over the hall, raised a hand to quiet it, and the room hushed. My friends, I've purchased this beast today for no other reason. A few days ago, my son had a little friction with young Master Yunqing of the Yun family. Young and hot-blooded, he was heavy-handed and injured young Master Yunqing's arm. His tone was contrite, and he even gave a soft sigh, the very image of an old father heartbroken over a wayward son. I taught my son poorly, and I'm filled with regret. This beast, I give to the Yun family as an apology. The hall went still, then broke into murmurs. Giving away 100 million beasts just like that. What generosity from the Hellion patriarch. The Yun family lucked out of misfortune. A broken arm in exchange for a super A healing affinity. That's a good deal. Then came the less harmonious voices. Then again, that Yun boy made far too much of it. Young people scuffle. Does it really warrant the elders stepping in? I hear he's a country boy to begin with. Never seen the world. Weeping and wailing over a trifle. Small house, small breeding, small mind. Anger rose in Zhang Yu's violet eyes. This old thing. I, on the other hand, kept my face unchanged. Hellion Xiong had played this beautifully. On the surface, it was a generous, gracious apology. Underneath, every word trod on me, glossing over the whole assault, casting me as an ungrateful country boy making a mountain of a molehill. And the nobles present ate exactly that up. What they saw was a magnanimous, benevolent elder spending a fortune over his son's mistake. The cleverer part was the layer beneath. He was certain the Yun family would never hand this super A to me, the unfavored country's son, only to Yun Lang. But Yun Lang, that good-for-nothing, had never contracted even a rank D. Suddenly handing him a super A, could he hold it? My arm gets broken, but the apology beast goes to my brother. Could I keep my peace over that? He was waiting to watch the Yun father and son turn on each other, brother against brother. This white peacock was an apology, a show of weakness, and most of all a nail driven into the Yun family. A pity he'd left one person out of his calculations. I turned and glanced at the Zhanyu beside me, eyes lowered. Sure enough, that very night I got a call from Butler Zhou. He lowered his voice, his words guarded. Young master, the Hellion family sent over a Super A healing affinity peacockland beast, said to be an apology to the Yun family. The master's already brought in a beast tamer. Seems he wants young Master Lang to break her in first. Uncle Zhou had taken my advice a while back and gotten a checkup, which turned up a heart problem. He'd only stabilized it after these weeks of treatment. He never said it outright, but I knew that since then, his helping me was no longer just doing his duty. Understood, Uncle Zhou. I paused. How's your health? The line went quiet a moment, his voice a little rough. Thanks to you, much better. The doctor said another half year, and it would have been serious. Good. Take your medicine on time. And if anything moves over there, let me know when it's convenient. I hung up and made the call without hesitation. To the Yun house. In the car, Zhanyu was all bared edges, her lovely face thin with anger, a different person from her usual aloof self. She knew better than anyone what kind of thing Yun Lang was, a violence-prone good-for-nothing. Put a Super A in front of him, and his first instinct would be to break her in by force. Baiyu was already wounded. If Yun Lang really went at her, she might not endure it. I said nothing, only had the driver push the gas a bit harder. The Yun main residence. Yun Lang's car had arrived ahead of mine. The moment I came through the door, I ran into Father and Hulan's caught-off-guard faces. What's he here for? Hulan blurted, not even bothering to act. You got here fast. Father's face fell, the chill of it unpleasant. Rushing over in such a hurry, afraid your brother would take her first. The sarcasm in those words was plain even to the servants beside them. Expressionless, I said gently. I only heard super, beasts are a rare sight, and wanted to broaden my horizons. Why must Father speak so harshly to me? I made it pitiful, as if my feelings had been wounded. But this much acting couldn't fool the scheming Hulan. Unwilling to be outdone, she trotted out the old hierarchy of elder and younger. Yin Qing, your brother Lang hasn't contracted a beast yet, and you already have 4 slaves at your side. One more makes no difference to you. From childhood, Langer has never asked you for anything. This once, look after your brother and don't fight him for it. An elder brother should have an elder brother's grace. She smiled gently. Besides, this Super A is priceless and impossible to come by. If she were to go missing like Su Mei, what then? Father picked it up with a cold laugh too. This beast is the Hellion family's apology to the Yun family, not yours alone. Running over here in such a panic to fight your brother over her. Isn't that an ugly look? I looked at Father's face, full of displeasure, and suddenly found it a little funny. I saw fatherly love in him, the kind of love that plans far ahead for one's children. A pity that love was exclusive, with not a thing to do with me. I was only an outsider. In my last life, I'd long given up on so-called family ties. This life, I shouldn't have held any expectations. But the cold in my heart was hard to avoid all the same. I lowered my eyes, pressed that chill down, and said calmly, Father says this beast is the Hellion family's apology to the Yun family, not mine alone. That's true. But don't forget why Hellion Chung had to give this beast as an apology. I meant something by it. Father's gaze couldn't pretend not to see my still unhealed left arm. Stopped cold, his face darkened, and Hulan's smile couldn't hold either. Neither of them had the right of it to begin with, and for the moment they were struck mute. I didn't look at them again, and turned to head for the back courtyard. The back courtyard greenhouse. Moonlight poured down through the dome, falling on the blooming, climbing roses. What spoiled the scene was Yun Lang, standing there with a lecherous look on his face. Seeing me, his expression was a sight to behold, surprise, anger, finally twisting into teeth-gritting resentment. What are you doing here? This isn't your house, is it? Heard the Hellion family gave an apology beast. Came to broaden my horizons. My tone was flat, and I went around him deeper inside. Baiyu's cage sat in the center of the greenhouse. Her wounds had been tended, her white hair combed smooth over her shoulders, but her spirit hadn't improved in the slightest. Curled in the corner, arms around her knees, chin resting on them, white eyes half shut, her gaze falling emptily on a single rose. Quiet, gentle. If not for the cold suppression collar at her neck, she'd have looked like a noble young lady resting in a greenhouse. She seemed to sense something. Her lashes trembled, and she slowly lifted her eyes. That empty gaze paused a moment on Yun Lang, swept past me, swept past Zhan Yu hidden behind the roses, without finding her, and then, crestfallen, moved back to the flowers. A bleak desolation tugged at her pale lips, not a shred of hope left. An illusion after all. How could Her Highness possibly be here? Zhan Yu stood in the shadow of the roses, perfectly still. In front of this many people, she couldn't acknowledge her. For one slave to acknowledge another before human nobles wouldn't bring a reunion. Only a deeper interrogation. Looking at Bai Yu, covered in scars, all she could do was force the rising bitterness back down. Just then, Father and Hulan arrived, unhurried, with the beast tamer. The moment he saw the tamer, Yun Lang's confidence swelled. Dad, this beast, I want to try whether I can contract her. You're sure? The backlash from a Super A is no joke. I've studied contract theory. I know how to control mental strength. Besides, isn't the beast tamer right here watching? Father pondered a moment and nodded. Fine, you go first. Stop the instant something's off. Yun Lang's mouth split into a grin, and he turned to shoot me a glance brimming with smugness. He walked to the cage and rapped the bars. Hey you, lift your head. Why you didn't move? I said, lift your head. Are your ears broken? His face darkened. He reached into the cage, grabbed her hair, and forced her face up. I'll tell you this. You're a slave of the Yun family now, and I'm your master. You do whatever I tell you to do. Understand? Bai Yu only looked at him quietly. No fear in those holy white eyes, and no submission. Only a weary emptiness, the kind that seemed it could drown even the light that fell into it. Unnerved by that gaze, Yun Lang let go in irritation, stepped back, and turned to the tamer. Get me a whip. The air in the greenhouse turned suddenly cold. Zhan Yu leaned forward, her fists clenched, her knuckles giving a faint click inside her sleeves. Bai Yu was a super rank healing affinity. Her body recovered with extreme strength, but that didn't mean she couldn't feel pain. Quite the opposite. Healing was a gift and a curse, and a healing-type sense of pain was far keener than an ordinary beast's. A single lash, on her, hurt more than 10 times what it would on another beast. Yun Lang took the short whip and cracked it through the air. I hear you were once a follower of the beast folk crown princess? The crown princess has been deposed. What's there left to put on airs about? He raised the whip and brought it down hard. Inside the cage, the expected pain never landed. A hand reached in from the side and caught the whip's tip, steady. Yun Lang followed the hand up and met my unruffled eyes. You, he flushed and yanked the whip back, but its tip didn't budge a hair. Yinqing, are you insane? Let go. Yinqing, your brother is taming a beast. What are you interfering for? Hulan snapped. This is outrageous. Let go. Father's face darkened too. I raised an eyebrow, for once not hiding my distaste. Are you certain forced domestication will work on her? Of course. Yun Lang sneered. Beasts are all base-boned. I'll break her arrogant spine. Otherwise, she'll never yield. Will you now? I let go of the whip's tip and stepped aside. Then take another look at her. In the moonlight, Bai Yu stayed curled in the corner, perfectly still, like a forgotten porcelain doll, as if whether the whip fell or not, she didn't care. Feeling provoked, Yun Lang raised the whip to strike again, but the beast tamer caught his arm. Hold on. The tamer studied Bai Yu through the bars a moment, his expression slowly tightening. Master, this young gentleman is right. Her mental state is already at the brink. More violence, and she'll very likely die soon. A super rank healing affinity should heal external wounds in a few breaths. Yet the wounds on her body have dragged on this long with no sign of closing. He paused. Her vital signs are already below those of a normal beast. It's not that her body is wounded, it's that her spirit is failing. Plainly put, she no longer wants to live. Father's face went as sour as if he'd swallowed a fly. A beast's will to survive was an instinct carved into the bone. To live, they'd endure any abuse, kneel at anyone's feet, and wag their tails. But this white peacock no longer had even the thought of living. Dad, then what do we do? Yun Lang panicked. 100 million. We can't let it go down the drain. Father paced a few grim steps, then stopped abruptly, his gaze landing on me, treating a dead horse as if it were alive. Since you say violence won't work, what do you think will? I stood beneath a cluster of roses and said 2 words. Conversion. The greenhouse went quiet for an instant. Then came a scattering of mocking laughs. Conversion? Yunlang scoffed. Beasts are ungrateful livestock. So-called conversion is just their feigned obedience. Father, Hulan, even the beast tamer, all wore looks of agreement. Father rubbed his brow. Yunqing, conversion is just a hypothesis in academia. No one's ever achieved it in reality. Don't indulge in fantasy. I shrugged. True or false? I'll prove it to you. Father narrowed his eyes and studied me a while, then gave a cold snort. Fine. I'd like to see how you convert a beast that doesn't want to live. I waved a hand, and Jean Yu stepped out of the shadows, following me toward the cage. What are you two doing? Yun Lang frowned. No one paid him any mind. In the cage, Bai Yu's long hair trailed to the floor, white eyes half shut, her gaze falling desolate into empty air. Jean Yu stopped at the cage, only a few steps from her. Looking at that white peacock curled into a ball, thin to a handful of bones, her heart felt suddenly gripped. Back in the palace, Bai Yu had been the most elegant beast she'd ever seen, her white tail plumes spotless, untouched by a single mote of dust. And now, ruined past recognition. How much had she suffered? So near, and yet Jean Yu lost her nerve, standing there in silence, letting the moonlight glaze her in frost white. Bai Yu's lashes trembled. She'd probably caught that familiar scent in her illusion, growing thicker and thicker, too thick to be false. Like a wounded beast, she shrank herself into the smallest possible ball, afraid to open her eyes, afraid that when she did, what stood so close would be only a strange, greedy human face. Jean Yu reached out, through the bars, her fingertips extending toward her, almost touching but not quite. At last, Bai Yu, with all the strength left in her body, slowly opened her eyes. Moonlight poured down. Those violet eyes that haunted her dreams were right before her, less than a foot away. Your Highness. Her lips moved, no sound coming. That gaze went from empty to entranced, then turned to grief. This illusion was too real, real enough to see the heartache nearly overflowing in Jean Yu's eyes. She couldn't bear to look away, gazing on, transfixed, curving into a sorrowful, beautiful smile. The two girls, eyes meeting across the iron cage, one with tears streaming, one smiling in a daze. Jean Yu reached forward another inch, slender fingers through the bars, locking together with Bai Yu's hand. 10 fingers interlaced, palm against palm. She closed her eyes, and a rich violet light passed through the depths of her pupils. Rank S spirit affinity. To read a mind, to shatter a mind. And when skin touched skin, to share thought between minds. The ability flowed into Bai Yu's body through their joined hands. Memory surged between them like a flood breaking a dam. I couldn't see what passed between them, but I knew what Jean Yu was doing. She was giving Bai Yu her own memories, and along with them, that thread of trust she had in me. Letting this white peacock, who had utterly given up on humans, accept a human again by way of her faith in her highness. A long lifetime of memory flowed between the girls, but to an onlooker, it was only a matter of a few breaths. In Bai Yu's white eyes, empty for so long, there was light at last. Her gaze rose past Jean Yu and landed on me, the corner of her mouth curving into the faintest smile. You, come here. She'd spoken. The first time she'd spoken, her voice holy, carrying an irresistible enchantment, like a sound from heaven. I started, then walked to the cage. Her left hand still interlaced with Jean Yu's. Her right hand reached slowly through the bars and gently hooked the collar of my shirt. I looked down at that hand, not yet understanding, when it suddenly pulled. The force wasn't great, but it caught me off guard. I lurched forward, my forehead striking the bars with a dull thud, and ended up half kneeling before the cage, my face a fist's width from hers. Me, Jean Yu. And then, before everyone's stunned gazes, Bai Yu leaned forward, tilting her head close, and laid a soft, light kiss on my lips. Her lips were faintly cool, a dragonfly skimming water, so shallow it scarcely counted as a real kiss, without a trace of desire. But I froze all the same. Half kneeling before the cage, forehead against the cold bars, my mind a blank. Last life and this. Both my first kisses, just like that gone? Heat burned from the tips of my ears all the way to the side of my neck, and my usually composed face cracked completely. Before I could even take it in, a strange warm current spread out from between my lips, like warm water flowing through my limbs and bones, stroked by a gentle hand wherever it passed. I raised my left arm and flexed my fingers, nimble, free. I rotated my wrist. Only the stiffness of long disuse, not a shred of pain. I tore off the bandage. The bruising and swelling on my left arm had mostly receded, as if it had never been hurt. My arm was healed. This was the power of a super rank healing affinity. Beside me, Jianyu had turned to stone. Her hand was still interlaced with Baiyu's, skin against skin. So in the instant Baiyu kissed me, that sensation, through their joined hands and the resonance of rank S spirit affinity, had been transmitted into her perception as well. I watched her face go red in a flash, the color climbing all the way to the crown of her head, that always cool, self-possessed face showing, for the first time, something close to panic. Something stirred in me. This little snake had probably even tasted that kiss. Baiyu's gaze traveled once between me and Jianyu, the smile at her lips devout and pure. I couldn't read the thought passing silently between her and Jianyu, but I dimly understood. Healing my arm was her repaying the kindness of my taking her highness in, and that kiss was her fulfilling, on her highness's behalf, a wish that couldn't be spoken aloud. Only, all of this had drained the last of her strength. Yun Lang was the first to leap up, as if he'd seized some enormous handle over me. He kissed a base beast? Yunqing, are you insane? That's livestock, a lowly slave. How could you? His voice cut off abruptly, probably remembering, all of a sudden, that a few months ago he'd been the one who got Sume pregnant. But he froze for only an instant, then went righteously back to cursing. In his twisted logic, treating a beast like a person was the betrayal, while he'd only been making a master's normal use of a slave. A pity no one was paying him any mind. Father, Hulan, even the tamer were still steeped in the miracle of Baiyu healing my arm. The same thing churning in all their eyes, greed. This is bad, the tamer suddenly cried out. This beast is dying. I looked down. The white peacock in my arms had a face gone almost transparent, those white eyes beginning to scatter, her whole self drained, slumping softly against the bars. Baiyu? Baiyu? Jianyu's voice finally broke from her control. She whipped around and swept the gaze across everyone present, something near madness bursting from her violet eyes for the first time. Someone open this cage. The tamer fell back a step under that gaze. He'd never seen a slave like this, that aura plainly belonging to one who held power of life and death. The servant's legs went weak for no reason, and he shot Father a pleading look. Father's face was very grim. A Super A worth over 100 million dying right here would be a staggering loss. Open the cage, look at her. The servant scrambled to undo the lock. Jianyu rushed in, knelt at Baiyu's side, cradled her head, and set it on her knees. Baiyu, wake up, look at me. The girl on her knees didn't move. Jianyu's tears fell one by one onto that pale face. The tamer came back to himself, entered the cage and crouched to examine her, then looked up after a moment, his expression complicated. Healing affinity treatment requires physical contact. The worse the wound, the deeper the contact, the more mental strength it costs. That kiss was her using her healing ability to reconnect this young gentleman's broken bone. But she was already at her limit, and that one act. She can't die. Father grew anxious. Find a way, keep her alive. The tamer felt the side of Baiyu's neck, turned back her eyelids, and his brow knit. Master, ordinary methods are useless now. Her bodily functions have nearly shut down entirely. So we just watch her die? The tamer was silent a few seconds. There is one way. When a dying beast forges a contract with a human, the master's life force flows back to the beast through the contract, restoring some measure of vitality. He paused. But the risk is enormous. If the beast doesn't hold on partway through the contract, the master's mental strength takes a heavy blow. At best, months of coma, at worst, derangement. Normally, no one signs a contract with a beast on the brink of death. But as things stand with her, there's no other choice left. The greenhouse went quiet for an instant. Father still hesitated. Contracting a dying Super A was too great a risk, but without it, Baiyu would surely die. 100 million beast gone before it had lived a single day, and where would that leave the Yun family's face? Before he could speak, Yunlang had already rushed forward. I'll do it. A dying Super A, with a contract success rate far higher than usual. She was barely breathing. What strength did she have left to resist? Mana falling from the sky. He charged to the cage in 2 long strides and reached out to grab Baiyu. A bolt of blue-white lightning shot in from the side and struck precisely on the back of his outstretched hand. Ah! Yunlang shrieked, flung clean off his feet, crashing hard into the rose bushes 3 meters away. The back of his hand charred and smoking, the pain wringing tears from him. The whole room was stunned. Father and Hulan turned in unison toward the source of the lightning. I stood there, blue-white arcs still crackling at my fingertips. Yunqing, when did you contract a beast? Father was the first to react. Yunlang crawled out of the flowers, filthy, the back of his hand black. Yunqing, are you insane? You dare hit me. I shot him a disgusted glance, like looking at a stray dog yapping at my feet. This beast, I'll contract her. Father's face shifted between dark and light. This son had grown claws and fangs in places he couldn't see. He stared at me a few times, then said in a low voice, "You're sure you can contract her? If you fail and she dies inside the contract, the heavy blow to your mental strength is yours to bear." I ignored his disclaimer, stepped into the cage, and crouched at Zhang Yu's side. "Master." Zhang Yu looked up at me, violet eyes streaked with tears. "Give her to me." Zhang Yu bit her lip and carefully shifted Baiyu into my arms. The white peacock's head rested in the crook of my arm, white hair spilling down, bearing only a stretch of pale, sharp jaw. "Zhang Yu, hold her hand." Zhang Yu blinked, then did as told, interlacing her fingers with Baiyu's, palm to palm. I raised my right hand, laid it over Baiyu's forehead, closed my eyes, and mental strength surged like a tide from the depths of my consciousness, pouring in through my palm. Forging a contract requires the beast to accept it from the heart. Baiyu now lay at death's door, her consciousness scattered, fear meaningless to her. But what if, in her heart, she already held trust in a certain person? She held faith in her highness. And Zhang Yu, with skin against skin, with rank S spirit affinity, was the bridge between me and Baiyu. By way of Zhang Yu, by way of Baiyu's faith in her highness, perhaps she could be made to accept me, a stranger, a human. I had no certainty of success. But in that moment, all I could do was stake everything on one throw. My mental strength reached into the empty darkness deep in Baiyu's consciousness and found a faint point of light, dissipating, like a single firefly, slowly falling through the dusk. My mental strength gently touched that point of light. It surged into Baiyu's body like a tide, rushing toward that dying spark. I gritted my teeth, drew my mental strength into a single thread, and tried to pull her back from the edge of vanishing. But the depths of her consciousness were a dead, silent wasteland, no resistance and no acceptance. Beneath my fingertips, her skin was utterly cold. I felt my own life force flowing, bit by bit, along the contract channel into her. But it was too slow. At this rate, she'd be drained before she ever woke, and I first. "Zhang Yu," I urged sharply, "use your ability." She closed her eyes at once and gripped Baiyu's hand tighter. The ripples of rank S spirit affinity shook between them. She pushed a dozen years of sovereign and subject bond, frame by frame, all at once, across to her. That tightly sealed crack finally opened. Life force, like water through a broken dam, poured along the contract channel into Baiyu's dying body. I felt her tremble faintly, the hand at her side slowly rising to gently grasp my wrist. The signal of acceptance. I drew a deep breath and poured in all my mental strength. The contract channel opened completely. Color returned to Baiyu's pale face, her cracked lips parting to breathe out a long-pent breath of stale air. Then she opened her eyes. In those pure white eyes my face was reflected, with a curiosity and dependence like a newborn seeing the world for the first time. "Master?" Her voice was hoarse, but no longer thin as a dying thread. I looked down at the white peacock in my arms and smiled from the heart. "Welcome back." The greenhouse was dead silent. Father held it in a long while, then squeezed out, "It worked." Hulan stared hard at me in the cage, grinding her back teeth. She couldn't fathom how a country-bred mongrel could, in a few months, do what her son couldn't in a dozen years. The tamer shot to his feet, the gaze behind his glasses almost feverish. A super rank healing affinity contracted successfully? Young man, how did you do it? This defies every rule of contract theory. Bayu lifted her head from my arms and shot him a cold glance with her white eyes. A chill ran down the tamer's back, and he retreated, abashed. I lowered my eyes to hide the wild joy in them, and when I looked up again, my face held only weariness and warmth, as if contracting a super A were, for me, a perfectly ordinary thing. Carrying Bayu out of the cage, I paused as I passed Yun Lang. He lay in the flowers, the burn on his hand blistering, hissing through gritted teeth at the pain. Seeing me approach, he instinctively shrank back, but the flowers were behind him, nowhere to retreat. What do you want? I said nothing, crouched, and laid my palm over the back of his hand. A pale white glow spilled out, the charred skin healing at a visible speed, revealing the pink new skin beneath. Less than 3 seconds. Yun Lang froze, turning his healed hand over and over, his expression going from terror to confusion to wild joy. My hand, it's healed. He scrambled up out of the flowers, hopping and bouncing. It's healed. Hulan hurried over and took his hand to examine it closely, breathing a sigh of relief. It really is healed. Before she could finish, crack! A bolt of blue-white lightning shot from my fingertips and struck precisely on the back of Yun Lang's freshly healed hand. The smile froze on his face. Flung off his feet again, crashing into the rose bushes, the back of his hand charred and smoking, exactly as it had been minutes ago. I crouched again, laid my palm over the back of his hand once more, and healed it. Before he could even get up, another bolt of lightning. Heal, shock. Shock, heal. Yun Lang's screams came one after another. Hulan's face went from white to green, from green to purple. Several times she moved to stop it, and each time, the moment she opened her mouth, I'd already completed another cycle. Enough. She finally rushed up and threw herself in front of Yun Lang. Yin Qing, what exactly do you want? He's your brother. I withdrew my hand, a picture of innocent helplessness, which only made her look like the unhinged one. I just got the healing affinity. I'm not skilled with it yet. I need to practice. My brother happened to be here, and he cooperated so eagerly, so I practiced a few more rounds. Look how happy he is. He laughs every time he's healed. Hulan looked down at Yun Lang, scorched black as the bottom of a pot. He really had laughed just now, but that was the joy of a hand being healed, not the joy of being struck by lightning. How could anyone lump the two together? She drew a deep breath and forced the curses back down. She couldn't lose her composure in front of father. I smiled, gentle as polished jade. Since Yun Lang's tired, we'll practice another day. Yun Lang caught that flicker of a smile, and cold sweat shot up his back. If I were simply taking revenge, venting, he could understand it. But that expression was plainly the interest of a cat toying with a mouse. Pure perversity. Hulan pulled him up, and the two of them bolted. Father's face darkened. Tormenting Yun Lang like that right in front of him, right or wrong, was a slap to his face. But every time I trod right on the edge, healing the moment I wounded, leaving him pulled back and forth between fury and restraint. Moonlight fell on me. He stared at me, and for an instant seemed lost. I knew what he was thinking. This gentle, serene, unworldly air of mine was too much like my mother, who died young. Mother was of the Yi family, and the Yi family all had this temperament. Gentle and kind on the surface, but at the core treating all living things like dust at their feet. He had loved her, and he had hated her. Now that love and hate, both, had landed on me. You've got good luck, I'll grant you. His voice came from beneath the corridor, neither pleased nor angry. Since the contract took, raise her well. That white peacock cost 100 million. Don't squander her. He paused, and in the end couldn't help adding. As for Yun Lang, rein it in. Useless as he is, he's still your brother. For an elder brother to beat him into that state, if it got out, where would it leave the Yun family's face? I didn't answer. I lifted Bayu and turned to go. The car pulled out of the Yun house, heading north. Bayu leaned against Zhang Yu's shoulder, white hair veiling half her face, her breathing light and shallow, like a fledgling curled in its nest. A trace of worry showed between Zhang Yu's brows. I comforted her mild. Don't worry. Healing types have strong self-recovery. A good sleep, and she'll be most of the way back. She had a belly full of words and couldn't get out a single one. Cloudrest Manor. The moment the door opened, Byron was the first to rush out, rabbit ears straight up, Shui Lin and Xiao'er behind her. I got out. Byron's gaze immediately landed on my left arm. Master, your arm, it's healed? It's healed. I said it offhandedly and turned to lift Bai out of the car. White hair scattered in the night wind, bearing a face pale to the point of transparency. Xiao'er's nose twitched faintly. This beast's scent she'd never smelled before. Master, this is... Her name is Bai. I carried her inside. She'll be living with us from now on. Xiao'er glanced at Zhang Yu getting out of the car, still that cool look, but anyone could see she'd just been crying. She didn't ask more and stepped aside. Byron trotted along the whole way, muttering nonstop. Master, let me carry her. You go rest. I carefully handed Bai into her arms. Byron was small and slight, and carrying the tall Bai was a bit of a strain, but she managed it steadily. The guest room was at the end of the ground floor corridor. Byron laid Bai on the bed, tucked the quilt around her, slid the pillow beneath her neck, every motion gentle. Zhang Yu leaned against the doorframe, ink-violet eyes half lowered, her gaze fixed unmoving on Bai's sleeping face. Xiao'er came over and planted herself at the other side of the frame. What is she to you? Xiao'er asked. Zhang Yu was silent a moment, the cool of her eyes softening, bit by bit. An old acquaintance. That night, Zhang Yu didn't return to her room. I didn't go to disturb them. Some reunions an outsider shouldn't witness. When I went over the next day, Bai was already awake. I pushed the door open, and the first thing I saw was Zhang Yu, kneeling at the bedside, her upper body slumped over the edge, asleep, ink hair spilling down, her hands still clenching Bai's fingers, 10 fingers intertwined, not a sliver of space left between them, as if afraid that the moment she let go, the person would vanish. She'd probably kept watch here the entire night. Bai leaned against the headboard, looking down at the sleeping Zhang Yu, her white eyes filled with feelings I couldn't name. Hearing the door, she lifted her head, instinctively tensing, her gaze sweeping over me, then past Xiao'er, Shui Lin, and Byron behind me. And then, that guardedness, bit by bit, eased. I knew what she was looking at. These beasts, no wounds new and old layered on their bodies, not a trace of fear or fawning in their eyes, each of them clearly well kept. She'd seen too many beasts raised by humans. However polished, that pall of gray could never be wiped from the depths of their eyes. But these few before her were different. Her gaze landed back on me at last, and over that gentle, lovely face spread a smile almost of warmth, as if she'd known me a long time, not met me by chance. Master? That was Zhang Yu, through their joined minds, handing her trust in me over to her as well. Come, I'll introduce you to them. Startled awake, Zhang Yu pushed herself up, her knees numb from kneeling, swaying once. She paid it no mind, a string of concern tumbling out of that usually reticent mouth. You're awake? How do you feel? Where does it still hurt? Bai shook her head gently. Your Highness, I'm fine. To think we're both still alive, how good that is. I introduced them one by one. Xiao'er nodded by way of greeting. Byron flashed 2 little fangs. Hello, big sister Bai. Shui Lin stood by the window, water blue hair falling at her shoulders, and only bowed slightly, without a sound. Bai's gaze paused on Shui Lin 2 seconds, landing on that empty stretch of neck, bare of any suppression collar. Sensing the gaze, Shui Lin lowered her head, at a loss. She probably felt she was somewhat out of place standing here. The beasts around the master, Bai, Zhang Yu, Xiao'er, which of them wasn't a prodigy capable of shaking the whole continent? Even the always timid Byron had cooking that had won the favor of House Sang's eldest daughter. Only she, her ability crippled, an utter good-for-nothing, a dispensable bit of background. She pressed that bitterness down, the gentle, accommodating smile still on her face. But that flicker of feeling didn't escape me. Shui Lin, come forward. Called by name. She looked up blankly and met my gaze, not a shred of disdain in it. Uncomprehending as she was, she obediently came over. Bai, your healing affinity is formidable. Would you take a look at Shui Lin's voice, see whether it can still be treated? Even though I shared Bai's healing ability through the contract, I was, after all, a novice. For something like medicine, an imperial physician was far more reliable. Shui Lin's whole body jolted, and she froze in place, as if turned to stone. Bai Yu tilted her head slightly, a flicker of confusion in her white eyes. A maimed beast couldn't even be sold in the slave market. So how could there be a disabled one among the master's slaves? Recalling humans' taste for abusing beasts, the smile on her face faded a touch. Her voice, how was it injured? I don't know the details either. The slave trader said it was ruined by a branding iron when she was small. I see. Bai Yu's expression turned faintly chastened. She'd judged by her own measure and guessed wrong. So the master had taken in a maimed slave of his own will, kept her safe, and even sought to treat her. The warmth in those wide eyes grew a few degrees more genuine. Yes, I won't fail what the master has entrusted to me. She walked barefoot toward the stunned Shui Lin and slowly laid her slender fingers against her neck. At the touch of that cool hand, Shui Lin shivered and came back to herself. The master had even remembered her ruined voice. A high-grade contract just forged, Bai Yu only just awake. They were plainly the main characters, and yet the first one the master thought of was her, the good-for-nothing. The corners of Shui Lin's eyes flushed red. She bit her lip and fought it with all she had, but the tears wouldn't stop, streaming soundlessly down her whole face. There, don't be afraid. Bai Yu thought she was frightened and soothed her gently, sending pure white healing power from her palm. Big sister will be gentle. The warm white light brushed over Shui Lin's throat, testing lightly at the layer of scar tissue and the deeper damage. The whole room held its breath. A quarter hour later, Bai Yu opened her eyes, the white light at her palm dispersing. She looked at Shui Lin's tear-streaked face, sympathy and pity rippling in her white eyes. Shui Lin's injury is severe, and it's gone untended for years. Ordinary healing methods truly can't do anything for it. Shui Lin's heart sank. Just as she'd thought, it couldn't be healed. A good-for-nothing like her, how could she be worthy of speaking again? She gave a bitter little smile and went to sign to me. It's all right, she's used to it. But before she could even gesture, Bai Yu spoke again. But I can heal it. For light words, landing in Shui Lin's ears like a thunderclap. Her head snapped up, eyes blurred with tears, lips moving without sound. Me. Next time, don't pause for dramatic effect. There are two ways to treat it. Bai Yu smiled gently, signaling her not to rush. The first, I use my ability to forcibly strip away the scar tissue and repair the vocal cords at the same time. It will be very painful. Every pain you can imagine, all added together, wouldn't be a tenth of it, but it's quick. The second, I go slowly, almost no pain, but it would take about half a year. Shui Lin urgently wanted to choose the first. She wasn't afraid of pain. She only wanted to be able to speak tomorrow, to call out those two words, to stand openly at the master's side like Zhan Yu, Bai Yu, Xiao'er. She couldn't make a sound, so she could only look at me with pleading eyes, hoping I'd understand. Of course I understood. But in my last life, the wealthy merchant who'd bought her had surely used the first method. And the result was Shui Lin losing control on the spot. That catastrophe that washed an entire street in blood, letting everyone see exactly what terrifying power this useless rank beast hid in her bones. I smiled inwardly, helpless. This gamble, I didn't dare make. Besides, I already had 3 high-rank beasts at my side. On the entire continent of Leia, few could threaten me at all. I had no need for Shui Lin to risk losing control in exchange for faster combat strength. Her little face was streaked with tears, pitiful, but my heart held firm in its refusal, and I decided for her. No rush. We'll heal it slowly. She puffed out her cheeks and boldly tugged at my sleeve twice, a soundless protest. Coolly ignored once again. Bai Yu looked between the two of us, surprised at first, then breaking into a soft smile. Shui Lin, the master is doing this because he's sparing you pain. Haste makes waste. Healing slowly is better for your body. Shui Lin lowered her head, dejected. Of course she knew the master cared about her, but she so wanted to get better fast, to let the master see that she wasn't just a good-for-nothing who could only stand in the corner as decoration. I ruffled her hair, coaxing. It's only half a year. I'll be here the whole time. Don't be afraid. Only then did she settle, nodding hard. There was still a trace of sickliness on Bai Yu's face. The wounds on her body had been healed by her ability, but the psychological shadow of slave life still pressed on her. I said, there's no rush on treatment. First get yourself well. I said it offhandedly, but to her it landed warm in the chest. In the Beast Folk Palace, she'd been the imperial physician, sought out by everyone for treatment. Except Her Highness. No one had ever cared about her own self. This room is yours from now on. If you need anything, tell Jean-Yu. Thank you, Master. Leaving Jean-Yu to care for Bai Yu, I went off to school. Xiara trailed close behind, a little worried. Master, you contracted a Super A last night. With so many people watching, Bai Yu's matter can't be kept secret. You going to the academy will probably cause another stir. I was unruffled. The Silver Moon crowd bullied the weak and feared the strong. Seeing my power surge, they'd only grow wary, not provoke me. If something thorny came up, I'd meet it as it came. A few more Hellion Changs wouldn't scare me. At Silver Moon's gate, where ordinarily at this hour there were only a scattering of people, today a dense crowd stood packed, every face brimming with barely contained excitement. Did you hear? Yun Qin contracted a Super rank healing affinity. Super A hasn't appeared in years, and it was a public sale at the auction. Even crazier, he did it in a single night. Forced domestication takes at least a year, and he managed it in one night. The moment I stepped through the gate, all those gazes swung to me in unison, yet no one dared come near, automatically leaving a ring of empty space around me, like an invisible barrier. In those gazes, less of the old contempt, more awe. I gave a slight nod by way of greeting and walked toward the teaching building. The crowd shuffled along after me. Then suddenly a commotion. Someone fell. She's bleeding. I turned. A girl had dropped to the floor, a gash on her knee, blood running down her shin. Before I could react, the crowd had tactfully parted, opening a narrow path for me as the start to her as the end, eager faces all around. Me. I really hadn't planned to show this in public. Did a healing affinity come with a built-in savior's halo? But the students had hoisted me up onto the pedestal. Fine, I'd indulge them this once. I crouched before the girl, hovering my palm above her knee, a pale white glow welling out like a thin mist wrapping the wound. Within seconds the pain vanished, the gash closed, the skin smooth as new. The hall went dead silent, then boiled over completely. Oh my God, so this is a super rank healing affinity. The girl flushed scarlet and squeezed out. Thank you. I gave a serene smile, left a cluster of girls with quietly budding feelings, and departed with flair. The outer edge of the crowd suddenly went quiet. Stop pushing. Sangling's here. That name was like a taboo. The moment it was spoken, the crowd parted of its own accord, retreating faster than they had for me. Couldn't afford to cross her, so they'd steer clear. Sang Ling came from the end of the corridor, two hulking bodyguards behind her. The instant she saw me, that ice-cold look thawed, and she trotted forward in little steps, naturally taking my healed arm, the very picture of the lady of the house. With her there, the few girls still thinking of crowding in took one step forward and pulled it right back. Thanks for clearing the crowd for me, young lady. Who cleared anything for you? Her chin lifted. I just happened to be passing and scooped you up along the way. Well, you scooped me up just in time. At the fork in the corridor, her steps hitched, and she turned her head to look at me, a flicker of something complicated in her fox eyes. From now on, use your healing affinity less in places like that. Don't go luring butterflies. I couldn't help a laugh, which left her red-faced, and she rewarded me with a soft punch before she left. The classroom was far quieter than the corridor. The moment I walked in, a dozen pairs of eyes swung to me in unison, then swung away in unison the moment my gaze passed over them, guilt written all over it. No one came to talk. They'd once worn their disdain on their faces, and to suddenly come fawning would make them weather vanes. So the classroom was eerily quiet instead. Glad of the peace, I opened my textbook, leaned back, and looked out the window. A whole period in, I kept feeling something was off, and turned to glance at the seat beside me, empty. Song Xiaoyan hadn't come. She came from the slums, switched buses twice a day, and yet she was always the first to arrive. She knew better than anyone how precious a scholarship slot was. She wouldn't be absent for no reason. Unless. I looked toward Zhou Xiangyi in the front row, the class academic rep, a counselor's daughter, ordinarily neither warm nor cold to me. A polite nod when we crossed paths, nothing more. Zhou. She turned, and seeing me, her heart seemed to skip a beat. Is something the matter? Song Xiaoyan didn't come today. Do you know where she went? She blinked, then spoke carefully. She was taken away by some people yesterday afternoon. After the last period, a few girls came to have a talk with her. You know her. She doesn't dare refuse. Silver Moon bullying its scholarship students was nothing new. Those bullied either gritted their teeth and bore it or dropped out themselves. No one would stand up for them. What are those people called? She hesitated several times, then gritted her teeth and named three. Lin Wanner, Zhao Qing, Sun Miao Miao. Lin Wanner's in our class. The other two are in the class next door. They hang around together a lot. Always loved giving Song Xiaoyan trouble. I nodded. Thanks. She watched my expression, and a flicker of something hard to name crossed the depths of her eyes. Probably thinking that a bottom-of-the-class scholarship student like Song Xiaoyan, getting me to care this much, was lucky indeed. I followed the direction she'd glanced and quickly locked on my target. At the classroom's back door, a few girls clustered together, chattering, letting out shrill bursts of laughter now and then. The laughter of the girl at their lead cut off abruptly, as if she'd sensed something, and she turned to glance back, the malice on her thick and bare, not hidden in the slightest. Me? Had I offended Lin Wana? Hatred this thick, apart from the Yun family, was the first I'd felt off anyone else. Though I didn't know why, since she looked plainly out for a fight, I didn't beat around the bush. Where's Song Xiaoyan? How would I know? She played dumb, lifting her chin. She's not my slave. Her legs are her own. Whether she shows up or not is none of my business. I stopped smiling. Beside her, Zhao Qing and Sun Miao Miao traded a look and instinctively retreated half a step. Lin Wanner was unnerved by my stare too, but forced it through, her tone sharper. Yin Qing, don't think contracting one super A makes you something. This is Silver Moon, not your Yin family's back garden. Yin Qing. A thin, frail voice cut into the standoff. A boy as skinny as a bamboo pole trotted over and stopped before me, slightly out of breath. I recognized him, Xia Yuan Fan, a scholarship student admitted in the same batch as Song Xiaoyan. In my last life, I'd had little impression of him. I only knew he was more slippery than Song Xiaoyan, playing lapdog to noble sons just to take a few fewer beatings. He leaned half a step closer and lowered his voice. About Song Xiaoyan, I know something. After school yesterday, I saw Lin Wanner and the others drag her into the girls' bathroom on the first floor of the teaching building, and she never came out after that. Lin Wanner and the others shot him resentful glares. He gritted his teeth and forced it out, fear still lingering on his face. It's not that I didn't want to help her, but if I'd helped back then, the next one shut and there would have been me. I looked at this thin boy, bruises showing beneath his uniform, the gray of a life ground down in his eyes. Thanks. I patted his shoulder, quietly channeling a thread of healing power through my palm. He started, rubbing his shoulder, and slowly puzzled it out. Why doesn't my arm hurt anymore? He yanked up his sleeve. The round cigarette burns on his forearm were gone, not even a scar left. He lifted his hem, and the layered bruising old and new on his left ribs had vanished too, only clean skin remaining. He froze in place, looking up at me like he'd seen a god. I had no time to attend to it. I turned and headed for the first-floor girls' bathroom, stopping at the door and beckoning to the Zhou Xiangyi who'd followed. Could you go in and see whether Song Xiaoyan's inside? It's awkward for me to go into the girls' room. Her face went red, and she nodded and went in. A moment later, Zhou Xiangyi ran out, her face pale. Yin Qing, she's in there. The innermost stall, the door handle wired shut. I called her, not much response, but she moved a little. I didn't wait for her to finish and strode in. It was dark inside, only a sliver of light through a small window near the ceiling, a damp, musty smell in the air. On the innermost stall's handle, wire was wound several times, not a careless loop, but a deliberate effort to seal someone in to die. I raised my palm, blue-white arcs streaming from my fingertips, threading through the door gap, and with a click punched through the lock bolt. I tore the wire loose, coil after coil falling away from the handle. The door opened. Song Xiaoyan was curled in the corner, leaning against the partition, her uniform crumpled and stained, hair a mess, glasses gone, her ghost-pale little face burning red with fever. Her hands were bound behind her back with a black zip tie, cinched tight, the skin of her wrists rubbed raw. From yesterday afternoon until now, over 10 hours, bound, curled in a cold, damp corner. I crouched and felt her forehead. The fever was high. I laid my fingertips over her chafed wrists, a pale white glow welling out, the redness and swelling receding bit by bit, new skin growing over the broken places. Her lashes trembled, and she slowly opened her eyes, her blurred vision taking a long time to focus before she made out the person crouched before her. Yinqing. Her voice was so hoarse it could barely be heard. I didn't answer, undid the zip tie at her wrists, and steadied her shoulder. It's all right now. Her whole self seemed drained of strength, slumping softly forward into my arms, like a cat just fished out of the water, without even the strength to struggle. Zhou Xiangyi stood to the side, her eyes red. When those people dragged Song Xiaoyan off yesterday, she'd seen it. She'd just turned her head and pretended not to. She probably hadn't imagined it would go this far. It's me, Yinqing. It's all right now. I lowered my voice further, as if soothing a frightened little animal. But Song Xiaoyan buried her head deeper. After a long while, she squeezed out a thin, faint line. You don't look at me. I'm so ugly right now. All right, I won't look. I answered, but didn't move. She bit her lip and buried her face deeper, accidentally tugging a wound, trembling at the pain. Please, don't look. I looked at this girl curled into a ball. Helping her was never without my own motives. I knew what kind of person she'd become, how many fates she'd change. But my kindness to her wasn't all calculation either. Song Xiaoyan, don't put yourself down. You're not ugly. Her tears welled up again. Zhou Xiangyi carefully handed over the black-framed glasses. One arm of them snapped. Here are your glasses. Pick them up outside the stall. Probably they broke them. Song Xiaoyan lowered her eyes and said nothing. Cheap as they were, broken meant another 20 yuan for a new pair. 20 yuan, enough for several days of her breakfasts. Her nose stung, but she held it back, not wanting to cry in front of me a second time. Let's go out first. I stepped back to give her space. She braced against the wall and walked step by step to the sink, planting both hands on the cold countertop, head down, gulping for air. I walked over and looked at her from the side. Her profile was pale without a trace of blood, her lips cracked and peeling, a bruise at her temple. Her uniform sleeve was pushed up to the forearm, bearing several layered pinch marks, old and new, blue and purple. Hold out your hand. I'm not crippled. I don't need you to hold me up. Stubborn and obstinate. I wasn't offering to hold you up. My tone was flat. Hand. She hesitated a few seconds, then slowly lifted her right hand from the countertop and let it hang at her side, not extending it to me, just no longer clenched in a fist. I let it go, hovering my palm downward above her forearm, a pale white glow welling out like a thin mist, slowly wrapping those pinch marks. The pale glow enveloped Song Xiaoyan's forearm, those blue-purple marks receding at a visible speed, as if wiped from beneath the skin by an invisible hand. In under 5 seconds, I drew my hand back. Song Xiaoyan looked down at her arm, restored as new, and froze, reaching out to touch it, smooth and fine, not even a trace of bruising to be found. She still thought it a miracle and blurted out foolishly, "Is this an illusion? Yinqing, are you an angel sent from heaven to save me?" She'd been locked in the bathroom from last night until now, missing the auction, so naturally, she didn't know I'd contracted a Super A. Zhou Xiangyi couldn't help explaining. After the Golden Plume auction last night, Yinqing contracted a Super rank Healing Affinity Peacock Clan Beast. His ability is shared from that beast. Song Xiaoyan froze. Super A? Healing Affinity? She looked down at her smooth arm, her voice thin as a mosquito's whine. Super A, how much must that cost? It wasn't that she had no tact. Her head was still mush, steeped in the smarting pain of her broken glasses, which made her seem money-obsessed. I couldn't help a smile and turned for the door. Let's talk outside first. The three of us had just stepped out of the bathroom when the corridor light dimmed a few degrees. Several tall figures blocked the way. The boy at their head was tall, his shoulders straining his uniform, his brows arrogant. Zhou Xiangyi's face changed first. Lingguani. Lingguani, the one who'd publicly showed off in class a few days ago about having forcibly tamed a rank B Hound Clan beast. That was him. Lin Wanner's brother. He took a step forward. Yinqing, my sister Lin Wanner's matter. Shouldn't you give me an explanation? She just came crying to me, saying you threatened her in the corridor in front of the whole class. fighting back at me. I didn't turn around, only angled my body slightly to shield Song Xiaoyan behind me. Did your sister tell you what she did to Song Xiaoyan? A few girls just having fun. Does that really rise to bullying? He turned to glance at Song Xiaoyan, his face full of disgust. You're the one, a boy running into the girls' bathroom. How does that look if it gets out? A scholarship student, enjoying half a year of Silvermoon's resources, no gratitude, and putting on a victim's face all day, from the slums all right, truly doesn't know good from bad. Song Xiaoyan's face went white for an instant. His gaze fell on the scorched electrical marks on the bathroom door and curved into a sneer. Rank D lightning? And here I thought you were something. So this is all. He raised his hand, fingers curled, blue-white arcs streaming from his fingertips, a full degree stronger than mine, condensing into a fist-sized thunder orb in his palm, crackling, the smell of ozone spreading through the air. Rank B lightning. Between it and rank D was a chasm of quality. I hear you contracted a super rank healing affinity? Healing types are rare, but right now it can't save you. He tossed the thunder orb up and down like a toy. Survive my lightning, and I'll let you all go. I couldn't be bothered with his circling. That's the real point, isn't it? Next time, skip all the detours. You. His face fell, the contempt vanishing, replaced by a near-obsessive gravity. The way you tamed that beast, it was conversion, wasn't it? He ground the word conversion between his teeth, like chewing something that revolted him. Do you have any idea? This is overturning centuries of the church's order? Beasts are livestock. They understand neither gratitude nor loyalty. So-called conversion is just their feigned obedience. This is core doctrine written into the sacred codex of domestication. Lin Guani's father was a high-ranking clergyman of the continent of Leia's church. This world's faith was built on human supremacy. Humans were the creator's most perfect work, beasts cursed and flawed things, and taming them was a human's gifted right and sacred duty. Forced domestication wasn't a method, it was divine decree. My contracting a beast through conversion wasn't a personal choice. It was a challenge to the very foundations of the church. What you did at the auction has already been reported up. His face darkened. The tribunal, considering it a first offense in your youth and ignorance, won't pursue it this time. But a capital crime spared is not a lesser one escaped. I came today to deliver you a warning on the tribunal's behalf. I looked at his face, full of obsession, like looking at a young beast baring its teeth at me. It didn't feel like a threat, only something laughable. Despised by that look, Lin Guani flew into a rage. A rank D lightning. What do you have to fight me with? The corridor air went dry, static crawling over the skin. Get this straight. My beast is a contracted slave broken to utter submission through the whip and starvation. My ability is far above yours. Fighting on school grounds. Aren't you afraid of expulsion? He laughed like he'd heard a huge joke. A third of this school comes from the church's donations. Even the principal has to give the tribunal some face. I discipline a heretic on the church's behalf. Who'd dare expel me? His lackey behind him chimed in. Brother Lin, stop wasting words. A rank D, what waves can he make? Lin Guani ignored them, his voice grave as if bestowing charity. I'll give you one last chance. Just admit that conversion is wrong and the church's doctrine is right, and today's matter never happened. I looked at him with pity, an expression probably much like some merciful divine messengers, which actually left him lost for an instant, nearly making him pull back his hand. Coming to, he grew angrier. You think I'm joking? You say with your mouth you're giving me a chance, but isn't the thunder orb in your hand already charging? I looked at him like a fool. Whether I agree or not, you'll strike. He fell mute, because I'd hit the mark. Since you know it, then don't blame me. He flung his right hand, the fist-sized thunder orb wrapped in blinding lightning flying at my face. Rank B lightning, speed and power not something rank D could match. The orb dragged a blue-white band of light through the air, the lackeys instinctively stepping back 2 paces. Lin Guani had probably already pictured me blasted flying, scorched and singed like a stray dog struck by lightning. And then, he saw the scene that crashed his mind. When the thunder orb flew before me, less than half a meter from the tip of my nose, it vanished into thin air. Not a sound, not even a ripple of aftermath. Zhou Xiangyi cried out. The lackey's eyes went round, frozen into statues. What did you do? Lin Guanyi's voice went dry. Impossible. Something must have gone wrong. He condensed an even bigger thunder orb and hurled it again. In the blink of an eye, the air rippled in a visible ring, and the orb vanished into thin air once more. His hand still raised in the air, his mind stopped turning. I stood in the center of the corridor, expression still gentle and mild, as if I weren't the one who'd just caused the panic. A chill shot up Lin Guanyi's back. He thought of the heretics recorded in the church's ancient texts, the evil ones who'd mastered powers not of this world. Space affinity. The forbidden power set in legend to awaken only in those favored by demons. On the continent of Leia, space affinity wielders were exceedingly rare, every one of them tightly monitored by the church, because it touched the fundamental laws of the world, a domain the gods forbade mortals to touch. The doors of a few classrooms at the end of the corridor opened, students poking their heads out to look. You not only fail to report it, you hide it. Who exactly are you? Those beasts you contracted. What exactly are you trying to do? Finished. That single indifferent word of mine came down like a basin of cold water, making him look all the more like a bluffer with nothing behind it. If you're finished, I'm going to class. I lifted my foot and walked forward, Zhou Xiangyi and Song Xiaoyan falling in at once. Next time you want to fight, remember to bring something stronger. Rank B lightning isn't quite enough on me. Lin Guanyi's face was ashen. He wanted to give chase, but his right hand wouldn't lift, fear crawling from his fingertips all the way to his shoulder. I didn't look back. What would happen next, I knew too well. Lin Guanyi would surely report today's events, especially the space affinity, to his father, to the tribunal. But right now I'd just contracted a super A, riding high. The church wouldn't be stupid enough to move openly. They'd wait. And I knew, better than they did, what that opportunity would be. Every autumn, Silver Moon divided its students into teams and sent them 300 li north of the royal capital, into Hunt's Abyss Gorge, for the annual beast hunting trial. That gorge was rugged terrain, one of the few places on the continent with wild beast colonies still, beasts wearing no suppression collars, retaining full bestial nature and combat power. A single rank C could slaughter a band of humans. Rank B and above took a professor stepping in personally to suppress. As for the legendary rank S Deepening, no one had laid eyes on one in nearly 20 years. The academy dared send students in only on the strength of the 4 great professors who went along, the continent's acknowledged top powers, each contracting a rank A beast, able to take on 100 alone. But in a place that high, that far, that overrun with beasts, when a student went missing, the academy searched its hardest, and when they couldn't find them, they could only feel regret. There was no setup more suited than the beast hunting trial. The church was waiting for that day, and I would be waiting for them to come. Outside the girls' changing room, Zhou Xiangyi dug out a clean spare uniform and passed it in, and she and I waited leaning against the corridor wall. A while later, the door opened, and Song Xiaoyan came out. The uniform was a bit large, hanging loose on her thin frame, and without that thick black-framed pair of glasses to hide behind, it revealed a delicate, lovely little face, almond eyes round and clear as a fawn's. Zhou Xiangyi blinked. Actually, you look quite pretty without the glasses. Song Xiaoyan didn't answer, only said glumly, Zhou, I'll wash your uniform and return it to you. No rush. I have several sets. The 3 of them walked side by side down the corridor toward the classroom.